especially from the water sector that I was part of, and we discussed a lot.
Thank you so much. That's Christine from Kenya. She learned a lot. I think this is also her first time in GHACOF. This is one of the many to come. Thank you so much. Joyce?
Yeah, and I would like to welcome you to day 2 of GHACOF. So I want to ask a question to one person who's been attending GHACOF severally. And the question is, what is the new thing that stood out from you, for you from yesterday's events? Something that stood out for you? I'm coming to
you. The new thing that we do now is a co-production session. Before in the last GHACOF, the last year, we didn't do a co-production session. Now it's better, it's good to, within each from other, we exchange among sector, and the co-production workshop is a good thing with the new GHACOF.
So I think we are moving a step forward. There is improvement. Anything else from you? Anything that stood out from yesterday?
This is my first time attending. So thank you. Good morning. My name is Joy from Kenya. So this is my first time attending this kind of a conference, and I really appreciate the learning that I've gotten. I look forward to participating more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to this table, Waiza.
What did you say?
Tell us something that stood out from yesterday.
Well, what we got yesterday was the fact that the experts are doing a good job in terms of making the predictions for us, and what came out very clearly was that we need to be anticipatory and prepare for whatever comes across.
Okay, thank you very much. We are moving from response to anticipatory action.
Yes, that's the way to go. Anticipatory action saves resources and it's more dignified. So we'll get more of experiences from yesterday from all of us. We have a screen running here. So if you can scan the code, we'll be able to have experiences from everyone. Scan that code, and then you will tell us in one word what your experience is in, about GHACOF 66. I'm coming to your table. If you're not scanning that, you'll give us a verbal experience. I know people were able to interact with colleagues in different sectors. There were presentations happening in the morning. We had the plenary session, and we also had the booth session. I hope we are all able to visit at least a booth, and today is still continuing, and we hope to get more time to visit all the booths. So scan that code, and we would be seeing answers streaming in. The experience was great. And another experience was Lido. Another experience was 1375694. That should be the code.
Yes, and if you're experiencing a challenge accessing, please raise your hand and we'll help you.
Yeah. So, in one word, tell us what your experience is. It was amazing, yeah.
Wonderful.
Wow, I like that word. It was wonderful. It looks like people enjoyed the sessions, people enjoyed the presentations that we had. Ensure it's as genuine as possible. Negative comments are also comments, and they are very important. If you are disappointed, please, it's anonymous. Let us know. It was good. It was interesting.
Also informative.
Aha! Looks like we learned a lot. We only have how many people responding? That's 5 people, 6 people, and we are around 50 here. We are more than 50. So if you've not responded, you know, I have powers to read who responded, even if it is anonymous. So I know who has responded and who has not.
Yes, don't let us use the magic, please.
Uh-huh. Who has a problem logging into Slido? Who is not able to access that? You can help.
Eunice,
Leader, oh yes, sure.
someone says the GHACOF was unifying. I think it's serving its purpose for real.
Uh-huh. Given that GHACOF is a platform that is supposed to bring together people from different backgrounds, we have researchers, we have users, we have intermediaries, I think it really served its purpose. Linda, kindly expand the QR code. Can we have the QR code alone first? Yeah, so I think alternatively, if you cannot scan, just go to slido.com and then use that code. If that code is far and you cannot scan, just go to slido.com and then use that code 1375964. So as we still wait for people, I'll take verbal responses on what stood out for you, especially at the booth. Did you, Titu, good morning. You want to ignore me? Okay, so yesterday we had time to visit the booths. Did you get a chance to visit one?
Visit sector. Oh. I not visit.
So today we'll have time for people who didn't get time to visit the booths. Yeah, so we're going to the next question. Hi, as we finalize Joyce, let's pick 2 people to tell us what the booth experience was. 2
Yes.
people in 2 minutes or less.
And I think I'm going to someone who was also exhibiting, and I think she can tell us whether people visited her booth.
Oh, thank you. I'm exhibiting. People who visited my booth, they like the work that we do because I work with civil society, work with the community. We are giving out information from UNMA to the vulnerable communities in Kampala. They like the work we do.
Okay, thank you very much. Today you have chance to visit the booth, get to learn more from our colleagues out there and to borrow ideas and innovations. Thank you very much for your indulgence, and I wish you all the best as we continue to engage during the day.
Yes, thank you so much for always supporting us. And today we are now starting with partnerships that we have. We have projects that are being carried out by ICPAC with partners. We have initiatives that are building resilience across the region, and therefore we are going to another session. And I'd like to invite Ms. Hannah to take us through. She will be our moderator, and Melissa Ousa will be the rapporteur. Welcome, Hanan.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Hanan Rabah from Sudan Meteorological Authority, PR of Sudan. I'm going to moderate this session. The topic of this session is partnerships, projects, initiatives for resilience building. The presentations will be 5 presentations. This session will be in 1 hour, including the discussions. If we are ready, and the first presenter and speaker will be Mr. Badran Rohani. His presentation is Progress Towards AA Within the Pastoral Communications in the Cross-Border Regions. Mr. Rohani, are you there? Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here. Yeah. You done? All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Pedram Rohani. I'm from the University of Sussex. And in the background, you can see where that may be. But if you don't really recognize this place, you may have heard of the Brighton and Hove Albions in the Premiership. So that's where we are. But I prefer this image to show where we are, in the southern part of the UK. And I'm here to talk about a project that has recently started. It's called Passage, and that stands for this: strengthening pastoral livelihoods in the African Greater Horn through effective anticipatory action. It's a project that's led by Sussex together with ICPALT and the IFRC, the International Federation of the Red Cross. It's funded by CLARE under the Climate Adaptation and Resilience Program. And we have a host of partners included in this project, without whom we couldn't do this, ICPAC being one of them, and a set of universities in the region as well. So the project has just started, so I have no results to show you, but I'm going to tell you what we aim to do. And our goal really is to work on these cross-border regions, the clusters 1, 2, and 3, because we see these environments as very particular socio-ecological systems. They have their proper environments, their own livelihoods, their own people, people who move across borders to access resources, but who are also affected by policies and decision-making from all these different countries involved as well. And just to give you an idea of what CLARE also stands for, CLARE was focusing on these 3 research themes, and we are particularly focusing, does this work? No. On the top one, the risk-informed early action, but it also wants to have aspects of, gender inclusion, gender and equity inclusion, something that came up a lot yesterday also in these conversations on how to collect gender disaggregated data and the need for having that information and how different groups of people are affected differently by these events. And the overall goal is to increase the resilience of the poor and marginalized communities. And also just to, everybody in this room probably knows what anticipatory action is. Yesterday we had initially some discussions about that, but here it's this gray zone between the development world and the humanitarian world, where we anticipate a specific hazard or disaster and we aim to set some actions in place to mitigate those the impacts of those. And so in our project, we then, one of our goals is to develop impact-based forecasts, which is a very challenging thing to do because that, again, different ways of seeing this. You combine a hazard with vulnerability and exposure, but getting that vulnerability data and exposure data can be also very challenging. So our approach is slightly different, where we will try to monitor and forecast the natural resources that the communities depend on. The forage, the vegetation, the surface water bodies, the groundwater boreholes, and so on and so forth. And so this came from a project that we did earlier called 4PAC and Astrocast, where we forecasted vegetation here shown on the right-hand side. But we will also aim to look at those small water bodies as well, and the boreholes, the usage of boreholes, how they are used, how often they are used, where are they not used, are they probably broken and need some intervention to fix them. So it's more moving from what the weather will be to what the weather will do to the environment that people depend on. And once that is done, we then also try to identify those actions, which are the most effective actions that can be taken, from cash transfers to fixing boreholes here in the middle picture, or providing fodder for livestock, or whatever it is that needs to be done. But the key, these lists are very common, but the key questions are, when should these be taken? Where these things should be taken, by whom and for whom? So, what are the lead times in those forecasts, based on what levels of uncertainty in those forecasts can you take an action, and probability of something happening, can you take these actions, and who should be taking them, and for whom? And then also one other aspect for us is to, instead of providing data to decision makers, to create more risk narratives that combine all that information that we create, but also gather information from the ground, from the people, take advantage from the very rich local knowledge that exists to try to figure out ways to better communicate these risks to different stakeholders, from local communities to local institutions, and so on and so forth. Again, it's still early days where we hope we will reach that. And then finally, One other aspect is building capacity, and building capacity at different levels as well. The goal here, we're working in these cross-border regions, and for things to work, we need stronger coordination and collaboration between different institutions from different countries. So an early action protocol from one country should be somewhat related to an early action protocol from another country that's bordering for these communities, so that they should be talking to each other a bit more. We want to build capacity for researchers and scientists and people on the ground. So we have about we're funding 5 PhD studentships and 5 master students here in the region, 2 in Uganda, 2 in Kenya, and 1 in Ethiopia, those PhD students. And, doing training also at the institutions on how to use data or whatever it is, or collect data. There's a big component on raising awareness of gender issues and equity issues concerning these problems, but also how to make decisions under uncertainty. Also understanding that in this forecast, there is a level of uncertainty. Through 4PAC, we realized that it's really, really difficult for people to understand that sometimes you may get it wrong. Well, you don't actually get it wrong because your probability says that there's a probability for you to get it wrong. So that's overall the picture of Passage. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, I'd be really happy to talk to you about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rouhani. No, please sit here. Thank you, Mr. Rouhani. Your project is aligned with the theme of this event. I like the last slide. It is hand with it. It is partnerships. Yeah. Also to use the forecast and actions using all information from the communities, and also communicate with the communities and institutions. This is very nice. Thank you for presentations. Now we will come to the second presentation from climate services in comfort to early warnings in the ECACIA Horizon Europe project. Mr. Eric, yeah.
Hello. Hello, good morning.
Yeah, nice to meet you here. You are welcome to introduce your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
It's not the right presentation though. I can try to talk about this. Does this one work?
Yeah, the middle button.
Please keep the time, please. 10 minutes, 10 minutes.
Please don't start the time until my presentation is showing. So I don't know if anyone's trying to find the... But I can start by saying good morning. Very happy to be here. It's actually my first GHACOF, even if we've had a collaboration project with ICPAC for a few years. The project started during the COVID time. So the first meeting we had was on Zoom. That was the first time many of us met. So that was a big challenge that I'm sure everybody has experienced similar problems. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this project, the CONFER project that started in 2024. It's funded by the European Union. It's a Horizon 2020 project, with the objective, and this was quite new at the time. There are some people talking, I can't... Please.
Yeah, please.
It was quite new, we thought, when we submitted this proposal, to build the whole proposal and the project on co-production. So in reality, we didn't really know what we were going to produce from the start. And co-production is a word that's used a lot here at the GHACOF and at ICPAC, with very good reason. Because the principle of co-production is that you're going to produce something that is in line with what the people who eventually will use it actually need. And it's very difficult for scientists or others to know this before we actually start talking to the people. So, and this was sort of a gamble for us when we submitted this proposal. We said we're going to use 1 or 2 years to find out what we're going to produce. And this is going to be top of the list of the things that are needed in the region. And we've had a fantastic team with Callistus here, Marta, Peter, many, many others in the project, working very hard to find out what we're actually going to produce. So eventually, after a while, and this was maybe 2 years into the project, we found out that the strongest need at ICPAC was the following. So it was a climate service for river stream flow predictions that can be used for flood forecasting. It was to improve the forecast of the onset of the rainy season, because obviously the onset is very important for people to know when to plant and other things. Also the modeling of crop yield that was presented yesterday at the agricultural session here by Chetan from the University of Leeds. And these are now tools that will be integrated into, for example, the East Africa Hazards Watch and other tools provided by ICPAC. And hopefully they will be used and sustained by countries throughout the region. One other thing that I would like to mention now that the project is coming to a close is that we had 2 projects that were going in parallel with the CONFER project. One of them is a down-to-earth project. So I'm not going to say much about this, I'll just leave this slide here, but I know that there are some booths as well, and there are people from down-to-earth here in the room. We've had a very, very close collaboration with this project, which is also has been a very nice experience, I think, for ICPAC staff as well, to have several initiatives going in the same direction. But now, and I'm very happy to say that we will receive funding for a new project as well. So CONFER is coming to an end this year, but already in October we will be starting a new project called Acacia, which is also funded by the European Union. And it has some of the same partners, and crucially, ICPAC is a partner in this project as well. So this is more focused on anticipatory actions that fits very well with the theme of this GHACOF. And rather than focusing on the whole region, we're sort of zooming in to one country in the IGAD region, namely Ethiopia. And I know that there are many people from Ethiopia. Asamino here is our main contact person for this project. And we will also be working with Madagascar. So in Madagascar, we will try to improve the forecasting of tropical cyclones and to link this directly to action. So in the previous talk here, we heard that it's not just about forecasting, it's also about doing something about it. So we'll be working closely with communities in Madagascar and closely with EMI in Ethiopia to try to improve these services. And as I said, ICPAC, EMI, and WMO are key partners in this. So if you have any questions or thoughts about this, very welcome to approach me, and I can have a nice discussion about this. We're really looking forward to starting this project. And right at the end, I would like to make an ad for the Cater Schools program. So this is a program that's also led by a Norse. It's a school program for focusing on climate action and transdisciplinarity, so working between disciplines and sectors with anything really that has to do with climate action and adaptation. We had the first school last year, close to Naivasha in Kenya, in November last year, with 21 students, most of them from Africa. And this is a program where we try to pay for all the costs, including the travel costs, to make sure that especially African participants can can come to these schools. But we also try to have a balance between European, Norwegian students and African students, and we also had a nice gender balance of about 50-50 last year. So I really encourage you to share this information and even apply yourselves. It's not only for PhD students, it's also for early career practitioners, and even not just early career practitioners. Actually, last year we had a participant who was, I think, 62 years old, an architect from Madagascar. So it's a melting pot of different people from different disciplines and sectors within the climate research community. So feel free to share this and go to k2schools.net to submit your application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eric, for this information and the good news about the upcoming projects from CONFAR. Thank you very much. Now we came to the third presentation, Building Stronger Tomorrow, Enhancing Climate Resilience in East Africa. Mr. Beondanga Livingstone. Welcome. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm happy to be here once again. We last met in the GHACOF in Mombasa when I was promoting the bundled services. And today I'm here to present to you a new project that's actually trying to see how we can build and prepare ourselves to face the challenges of tomorrow. Okay, so that at the end of it all, we're going to be able to prepare our region to be able to face the challenges that are ahead of us. I don't know, my presentation is not showing. So I have to depend on that one. So this is ECLAIR project, Enhancing Climate Resilience in East Africa, that we are going to be managing from now until 2025. So what we're doing is, this is one of the projects that are part of the WISER program. We have actually 3 projects this time around, and John Mungai will provide some more details. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to provide the opportunity to innovate, trying to expand into new areas and partnerships, and drawing on the lessons that we have been actually doing other projects, and trying to see how we can integrate all this, bring together different learnings so that we can be able to prepare better for the challenges ahead of us. You can see from yesterday's presentations, we're shown that things are getting even worse as we go to the next quarters and seasons. So our aim is to improve resilience of people and the adaptive capacity of Eastern African countries. And we're trying to see how we can prepare for and respond to the effects of extreme seasonal weather events and long-term climate change. So basically by trying to address the issue of access to the accurate forecast that you people here in the room do. You know, many times you do a lot of research, you produce a lot of good information, which sometimes don't find its way to the people actually who need it. So this project is basically here to do that. So we're going to do this through different partnerships, through partnership with the Met Office and ICPAC. We're going trying to see how we're going to strengthen and be able to build the capacity of the national meteorological departments to see how they can be able to produce location and context-specific weather and climate information services and IBUs. These issues of impact-based early warning services will be repeated in different forums, because we want to see that actually people get information that's going to help them to make decisions at the right time. So together we are going to build the capacity of the National Agricultural Research Systems to be able to provide and translate the information that you people provide in order to make advisories that are relevant to the farming communities. So now, together with NAS and other media in the room, including the Shamba Shepherd, the mass media, we're going to see how we can be able to build the capacity of farmers now to use this information through various approaches. So we are going to deliver this project through different partnerships. Of course, key is the IGAD, Prediction Application Center, ICPAC, together with the national Met departments. So I'm challenging all of us in the room to be proactive and support this project so that we're able to deliver on our mandate. But on this other side, we have the National Agricultural Research Systems, we have TALI, we have CARO, we have RAB in Rwanda, and NARO in Uganda. And these are all involved because we have already developed partnerships with them in the past, and we have a network that we have already developed that's going to help us to do this. So down there, we have so many other partners in the mass media who are going to help us to reach as many people as possible. So as I said before, we are looking at two ways and two approaches. So the first is co-production of WS and IBUs in the collaboration with ICPAC, the National Meteorological and Hydrological Services, and of course the Technical Assistance Partnership in the UK. So, and down there we have the NAS, who will provide the key crop variety characteristics in the target areas, and these are going to be compared with the Met information which are going to get from the Met departments to be able to produce context-specific and local information and advisories that's going to help change things around in the different communities that we're going to be focusing on. So, as we stand now, just like my previous presenters, we're not here to present results, but what we are aiming to do is in the next few years. So we're going to target to reach about 400,000 bean producing smallholders, but indirectly we are targeting more than 3 million people who are going to be reached with climate information services. And of course, this is not an easy task, but we have developed systems and strategies of how we're going to reach this number of the bean farmers. And particularly, you may ask me why bean, why not other services? We realize that most of the people in the region actually consume beans and others grow beans in different systems. So bean is not just grown as a single system. So sometimes they are grown in rotation with other crops. Sometimes they are used in intercropping. So once you reach a bean farmer, you are sure to reach as many people as possible in the region. So we have a multi-country approach, and this is why we took advantage of PABLA. PABLA is the Pan-African Bean Research Alliance that has networks all over the region. So, and we want to tap into their aims, into their approach that aims at eliminating production bottlenecks, but also to promote the access and use of improved bean varieties. And through that, they have a very good developed network that we want to tap into. So, sorry about that. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to strengthen the existing bean corridors by building on the capacity and providing climate information to the bean value actors through bean production hubs in Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda, as you can see in this map. Some of you can associate with some of those bean production hubs. In Kenya, we'll be looking at places like Homa Bay, Elgeyo Marakwet, we are in Nakuru, Machakos, and those other areas. In Tanzania, we are focusing around the Lake region and the Kigoma area. In Uganda, we are concentrating in the Lake Albert Crescent, Kikuwe and Hoima, and then we're in Wakiso, Lakai, and Rengo. Then we move to the southern part, the areas of Kisoro and Ruchiga. So these are areas that strongly grow beans. It was our focus and our criteria. We wanted to focus on areas that actually grow a lot of beans so that nobody actually complains about why we chose different methods. So what are our delivery methodologies? So first and foremost is we are targeting the bean production hubs, and within each bean production hub, we're going to establish what we call the agroclimate advisory committees, and within these, we're going to use PICSA trainings to be able to reach as many people as possible with the climate information services and with the ability to interpret and use the forecasts and the climate information. But also we're going to tap into what we call the radio listeners clubs. This is an innovation that has actually proved to work very well and inform as many people as possible. And of course, we're going to look also at the use of digital hubs, which are going to be established within these ASCs, so that people are able to tap into the advantages that come with technology. We have some apps that we're going to be using. We're going to train people on how to access some of your map rooms and be able to interpret some of the information that is contained there. So through PICSA, we're going to see how we can be able to embed these approaches into the national research systems and deepen the capacity of the ASCs and implement a sustainable training program for bean value actors. So at the first round of trainings, CIAT, together with its partners, we're going to train at least 100 PICSA master trainers, and these are going to go down now through a cascading approach to train 100,000 farmers in each of the participating countries. Of course, you may ask, are we not going to lose the quality? So we're trying to make sure and protect that by providing animated information and, unfortunately, I'm told my time is up. So the good things that we have a desk in the booth. So for more details, you can find me there to explain more about these agroclimate advisory committees and how they work, the formation of radio listeners clubs, how they are organized, where a radio listeners club can have about 20 to 30 people. And of course, here we shall train the journalists and come together and set up committees together with the ministries of agriculture, the agricultural research systems, so that we can develop relevant topics at different growing periods of the bean crop. So at the background of whatever we are doing, JC is an integral part of what we are doing. So we want to make sure that we involve everybody into the co-designing and co-production of these WCIS and IBUs. And of course, at the end of it all, we want to make sure that we increase the women's voice in the leadership and governance positions, especially when it comes to the establishment of these institutions we are putting in place. For example, we insist that if an ASC is set up, if the president is a man, the secretary has to be a woman. So in brief, this is what we are intending to do. You are welcome to ask questions at the end and also to find us at our booth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Livingstone. Partnerships and working in collaboration is very important indeed, and support Met offices is also a good thing that make develop to this Met offices. Thank you very much. And I like increasing women voice. This is very nice from you in your presentation. Thank you very much. Now we came to the number 4 presentation, overview of wider Africa 2022 to 2025. Mr. John? Yeah. You are welcome.
Can't seem to see it.
Yeah, 10 minutes, please.
I can't find it here. Maybe somebody to help.
He needs help.
It's on the screen, so you don't do it there. It's already on
It's already there,
Yeah.
but I can't see it here, so I cannot speak to it.
Yeah, well, I don't think you'll see it. That's the problem. I don't know. I don't think you'll see it.
So I'll have to face this.
Yeah, and this is the button, the middle button to change.
So good morning, everyone, and welcome to this presentation. My name is John Mungai. I work at the UK Met Office, and I coordinate WISER programs in East Africa. So I'm going to take you through a few slides fairly quickly to describe what WISER is and where we have come from and where we are going in the next few years. You all know this background of the problem that we are trying to respond to. We have had many disasters, many of them quite costly in terms of lives and property lost over the years. And this is the problem that we are facing and trying to resolve. So since 2016, we have implemented a total of 17 projects. These projects have been implemented mostly in East Africa, and many of them were regional in nature. Others were national projects, while others were actually community projects, and also one project in West Africa. Now, to date, we have done some studies, socioeconomic benefit studies of providing weather and climate information services. And the first two phases of WISER, we have been able to realize about 207 million pounds of avoided losses by using weather and climate information, 8.2 million people with strengthened resilience, 3.3 households with improved access to information, and more than 6,000 people trained on how to produce weather and how to use weather information in the whole region. But more information can be obtained on request. So what is WISER? WISER is Weather and Climate Information Services for Africa, and we support the generation and uptake and use of weather and climate services. And this leads to better decision-making across all sectors at local and regional levels, and this should translate to building resilience of the people to the impacts of climate change. So WISER has grown from the initial interventions in East Africa. Now we have WISER in East Africa, Southern Africa, Northern Africa, and also further afield. We have WISER Middle East and Northern Africa, WISER Asia Pacific, and WISER Plus. And keep an eye on the WISER Plus, which I'll explain later. So this is the new phase of WISER. It's 15.7 million pounds worth of projects in Africa. And like I said, we are trying to strengthen the resilience of the people and the adaptive capacity of the countries in Africa to the effects of climate change. And we have our approach, our principles, which are here. Co-production is key. We don't believe that just making good products is enough in itself. You have to sit with the users to be able to design a usable product. Gender equity and social inclusion is another principle of ours. Innovation, partnerships across the whole climate value chain, sustainable change, transformational effect, and lesson learning. We have to keep learning our lessons as we implement this project. So if anybody wants to win a project funded by the FCDO through WISER, this is a secret. You have to include all these components in your proposal. So this is our theory of change. I don't want to take too much time on this, but it's how we expect change to come by implementing our projects. And it's best to understand it from the bottom, where we are working with a variety of stakeholders, including national med services. We have civil society organizations, NGOs, and so forth. All these people work together to deliver 5 areas of focus. One is to strengthen co-production, strengthen partnerships, increase producers' capacity to produce good information, policy and enabling environment, and better evidence and learning. So these are the 5 areas of focus, which ultimately will give us 3 critical outcomes: greater access to information, greater awareness of the value of information, and greater use of the same. And this, hopefully, in the long run, will improve the resilience of people in Africa, plus improved adaptive capacity of countries in Africa to prepare for climate change. So these are the areas where we are working in Africa. And we think that a regional approach is best because you maximize on impact, you ensure that WISA is contextually relevant for the area, and you also do this because you have learned that regional projects are more impactful in the long run. So these are the key elements of WISA Africa. We have global initiatives, regional activities, core-granted projects, and so forth. But these principles at the bottom run across all the projects that we run. We have already started the third phase of WISA, which is going to end in 2025, at the end of 2025. So these are the core-granted projects. We have just had a CREA being presented here, but we also have Daraja, which is a project which started in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam, focusing on informal settlements, but now it's being scaled in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam, and also replicated in Addis Ababa and Kampala here, a place called Boise. Then we have an intervention in Southern Africa and several interventions in West Africa. So this is just a short description of Daraja, but if you want to know more about Daraja, we have Mark Harvey somewhere in the room. You can corner him and ask him more about Daraja. So this is a CREA. We've just learned about a CREA. But apart from the core projects, we also have small grants. These are small grants of about £50,000 for small-scale piloting and innovative concepts. They are light touch proposals, small-scale in nature, for those who did not win the bigger project proposals. So those projects, we shall be doing a call by end of March. So keep your eyes peeled so that you can get an opportunity to get these small bits of money. And then we also have what we call technical assistance and partnerships. Technical assistance and partnerships is supposed to, the Met Office has got expertise, obviously, and they're supporting the core granted projects in their delivery. If you want to do a certain focus and you don't have enough personnel or enough knowledge in that area, they're ready to support. And also in the small grants and other regional projects. So in the regional projects, these are the areas that we are focusing on: enhancement of impact-based forecasting, Pan-African seasonal strengthening, climate information capacity, business development, and so forth. So all these interventions, we refer to them as regional projects. They're in development even as we speak. For example, we have a project which is going to be implemented in Kenya on early warning services. It's a one-year project to improve early warning in Kenya and other interventions in this general area. But if you want to know more, you can see me later. I'm told that I'm out of time here. So these are the focal people, these good people here. Issa Lele from West Africa is a coordinator, and that's his coordination from Senegal. In Malawi, for Southern Africa, Diana, myself in East Africa, and we have Finn Marshall from this African lead. She's our boss from the UK. So any of these people can give you more information about this, and these are their contacts. If you want to get to know them better, kindly talk to me. And this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. John Mengay, for your overview. Yeah, please come here. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. The program includes the presenter is not here, status of CLIMSA infrastructure, so we will go to the number 6 in the program, climate change and conflict nexus in the region. Mr. Andrew Malinga. Yeah, you are welcome, Mr. Andrew. This is the last presentation in our program.
Thank you, moderator. The name is actually Malinga.
Thank you. Sorry for
No problem. Okay, good morning, all, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andrew Malinga, as has been said. Working with IGAD C1, Conflict Early Warning and Response Mechanism of IGAD based in Addis Ababa. Yeah, and for this presentation, I'll be trying to look at the nexus, the climate conflict nexus, and its practical utility, because there's a lot going on in terms of research, climate conflict nexus. But then what is the applicability? What is the utility? What is the science behind it? I would want to say that it's something that it's still in its nascent stages. A lot is coming out, but there are a lot of intricacies in there. So I'll just present a kind of a practical example of how this can be utilized. Yeah, so this is an analysis, and it's based on some of the key findings and outcomes of the climate conflict nexus studies that C1 has undertaken. And the last studies that we undertook were funded, or we did that under the grant of the government of Ireland through the Irish Embassy in Addis Ababa. I'm sorry, this slide is not updated. I'm sure it must be the old slide I shared. So one is that the analysis is based on the empirical evidence that came out of this analysis on the correlation between climate variability and conflict. Now, this is one of the outcomes of the studies that we undertook, and there's a publication to this effect. The second is based on the fact that out of the studies, what came out of the studies is that vegetation health measured as NDVI, on normalized vegetation index, and with interaction with human conflict risk behaviors, such as transhumance, migration, economic stress, had a significant influence on conflict outcomes. And out of the studies, we also discovered that the observations out of the NDVI values that we observed had a tendency of impacting after a 1-month lag. Thereby, the positive with this is that it then gives some kind of buffer for early warning. So the impact happens after 1 month. You've been able to make an observation, the impact is happening after 1 month, so you have like a 1-month lag of early warning to do whatever anticipatory actions you'd like to prevent any imminent conflict happening. So all these are published in the C1 climate conflict nexus studies that we undertook. The latest being one that was funded under the government of Ireland. So just as an example, what were the findings of this? If I'm to give an example of the MAM, we undertook an analysis based on this evidence and found out that there was a fairly even distribution of shrubland or health vegetation of NDVI index between 0.2 to say 0.4, which is basically suitable for grazing. Because then again, if you go beyond 0.4, 0.5, then you're going into dense vegetation, which is again problematic. The other one that we found out was that there were expectations, some exceptions because we did this using the Karamoja, the clusters 1, 2, and 3. So there were some exceptions in cluster 3, in Mandera and Wajir, whereby there was, adequate vegetation, but the NDVI values revealed that there seemed to be some kind of a water stress. You couldn't see, available water points for the pastoralists. The third observation was that in areas such as Kapoita North, Lafon, Torit, Magui, these are in South Sudan, and Dukana, these are circled in red, if you can see the red cycles. These could turn out to be hotspots because of the isolated nature or the location of the water spots. When you have water spots isolated in such a way, then it becomes a potential for breeding conflicts, because then the livestock are all flocking in these areas and then breeds a conducive environment for breeding conflict. So this is one way in which this kind of data and information can be used in terms of predicting and analyzing conflict in these pastoral areas that are vulnerable to extreme climate conditions. Going ahead in terms of the implications of the analysis. Now, areas with water sources such as the isolated areas of Lafon that I've just mentioned, this kind of early warning analysis would bear the fact that these are potential areas of conflict, because the areas of water availability are far wide in between. So wherever you have water available, then you have, herds congregating or concentrating in these areas, and these are suitable areas of breeding conflict. The same perhaps applies to cluster 3 that I just demonstrated here of Mandera Wajir. So it's not just a case of having adequate vegetation, there should also be water availability. So where there is adequate vegetation, the herds will be looking for water availability. So you detect a situation where there is adequate vegetation, but there is sparse water availability. And this in itself becomes a driver of potential conflict. The other implication is that due to the evenly distributed vegetation around and water across the entire ecosystem, because in this kind of analysis, you'd like to look at the entire ecosystem. You want to look at the entire ecosystem. So due to the availability and even distribution, we do not anticipate, 2 minutes, we don't anticipate stress or isolated availability of this vegetation. In fact, what came out of the analysis is that the mean NDVI was found to be 0.43, which is actually fairly good value for grazing. And the other one is that it was at a standard deviation of about 18.5%, which also meant that most of the values were actually congregated within 0.43. So there's adequate vegetation. So this situation is suitable for a good geographical spread for livestock grazing across the different sub-ecosystems. Because what happens in this situation is that if you have a wide or a large standard deviation, then you have a varied distribution of healthy vegetation, which tends to congregate herds of animals, thereby breeding a conducive environment for conflict. So 0.43, adequate for grazing, low standard deviation, very good for the ecosystem in a whole. So violent conflict incidents may, however, continue to occur in areas where intercommunal turmoil is already prevalent. So some areas in this kind of ecosystems, there might be political violence, intercommunal conflicts happening. So the situation when it comes to MAM, for example, from the predictions we have, if it continues the way it is, we think that there would be low conflict incidents attributed to natural resource distribution or availability. So we're going to continue having rains due to El Nino. We're going to have equitable distribution of these resources. There will be widespread herding and vegetation availability. So limited or reduced climate-induced conflicts. There might be, as this disclaimer says, there might be violent conflict incidents as a result of other underlying factors.
So climate then becomes just a multiplier effect. In this case, we don't anticipate. In February, our prediction is that we don't anticipate much of this kind of conflicts, as was presented by a number of other presentations before yesterday. Perhaps in March as well, the situation will perhaps change when this kind of values tend to zero. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. The climate variability and conflict, and also conflict, which is behavior, and the conflict analysis, this is all in your presentation. It's very nice to hear from you. And the impact on communities and citizens. This is what now we have in our country, Sudan, conflict. All what you say in your country is now, we feel it in our country, Sudan, because of the situation of war during this climate change. Thank you for your presentation. Now we come to there is another presentation online from the African Union, status of CLIMSA infrastructure, Dr. Diuzu. Online, yeah? Yeah. Welcome, Dr. Diuzu from African Union. Your presentation is status of CLIMSA infrastructure, yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
Yeah.
Dr. Diuzu, you have 10 minutes.
Okay. So the screen is not allowed sharing. I don't know if you can share from your side.
You have the privilege to share. Just go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, it's not allowing.
Mr. Diuzu, can you, we can hear you. You can tell us about your presentation. You can talk without presenting.
Yeah, in any case, you have the copy of the presentation, because now it's a problem of privilege from my own computer that is not allowing in the Mac. So if you can share it from your side, it's fine, I can talk. But while you are setting it, I'll start already the presentation so that we don't waste time. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm sorry not to be with you today because of last issues. But this presentation is actually to try to give information to the member states in the IGAD region about the climate infrastructure, and also about the CLIMSA project and what are the expectations from the African Union side when it comes to the deployment of the equipment for the Met services to be able to deliver forecasts and also climate services. The first thing I want to recall here is that we work together with ICPAC in this project, which is 5 outputs. And for the delivery of the equipment to the member state of IGAD region and the other regions, it falls under output 3 of the projects. In this implementation of the output, we are delivering 2 types of stations. One is called the CLIMSA station, which is, if you want, an improvement of the MESA stations that you know already. And the second one is an upgrade of the Puma station. For the Met services, they know what it is. The Puma station is what they use currently to actually receive through EMETCAS the product for their forecast, daily forecast. But the problem we are having now here is that, thank you, very good. The problem we are having here for the Puma station that you guys are using currently at the Met Services, which is since 2015, is that these stations will not be soon compatible with the Meteosat third generation that has been deployed. So we want to make sure that when the Meteosat third generation will be delivering products, you are able to actually access still the EMETCAS system. So what you are using now will be working until 2025. From 2025, the Puma 2015 will no longer receive any stations from your side. And that is why we are pushing forward to make sure that you get your system upgraded before the end of 2025. Next. So, thank you. Yeah, in this output, African Union is taking the lead, but with the technical support of EMETSAT and JRC, because EMETSAT is the one providing the Puma stations, and JRC is the institution that is actually providing the CLIMSA stations. The primary beneficiary, of course, because of the spirit of the project, is the regional climate centers, including ICPAC, of course, and the National Met Services. Of course, in the EMETCAS, we have the opportunity to overcome the internet barrier. And also we are building lessons from the MESA deployment to make sure that we avoid delays and also errors in the installation of the equipment. The procurement is already done. The contracting is also done. The winner of that contract is Technavia, which is a Swedish company based in Lugano. And we are now working, we have a weekly meeting to actually make sure that we monitor the implementation of the contract. And we are working towards the factory acceptance test that will be happening in April. And that is after the factory acceptance test that will start now the deployment of the equipment. We ship them to the countries, and then there will be the same way we did it with Puma in the past. So after that, there will be now the training of the member state in the maintenance and administration of the equipment, but also in the use of the equipment. And of course, AUC will be also monitoring on the background. Next. So that is it. I think I've already said much about it. It's only CLIMSA, just to mention here, CLIMSA is an internet-based one, but there will still be a connection with the Puma station so that any product that comes through EMETCAS can still be used to customize a sectoral product for the Met services. So in AMAC and IMTR will be the training centers. IMTR for Anglophones and AMAC for the Francophones. So they will be the first to receive the stations and also the workstation for the training, so that training can start at the same time with the installation. And by the time the training is finished, each member state would have already received his equipment that is already working. Next. Yeah, I think that one I can shorten it to gain time. I've already given you the procurement process. We are now in the next process will be the factory acceptance test that we are working towards to. Next. Yeah, just a quick overview of what is actually being deployed. So you have the CLIMSA and the Puma. So the Puma station, as you see here, is typically installed in the sub-Saharan Africa. The left figure you see in the screen, and at the right figure we just show you where the priority will be focused. Meaning the first station to be installed because we are working under a project, we want to make sure that the regional climate centers have already the equipment in place to start doing some productions before the end of their projects. Next. So for the CLIMSA station, it's a bit different as you see the configuration. The first figure shows that it's not all the countries of the Sub-Saharan African that will be receiving the CLIMSA station, because SADC has already installed their own. So they did a direct procurement, not through African Union. That's why you see 33 member states. But in the IGAD region, only countries that are part of SADC will not receive the CLIMSA stations, because they have already received it through SADC. Next. Yeah, so what is the role of each of the members, I mean the institutions? So African Union is doing the coordination, but now EMETSAT will actually take into account the following point. I will just focus on two of them to gain time. Yeah, there will be test data for the private company to test, because we are going to actually evaluate their contracts, the factory acceptance, against those data to make sure that everything is working fine before they ship the equipment to the countries. So they will also support to assess what is the current status of Puma in each of the member states, including IGAD, because we are upgrading. We are no longer buying antennas, for instance, because we support that the antenna is still working fine, and so on and so forth. So let's move forward to the next, because I don't have much time, 2 minutes. JRC is the same thing for the CLIMSA sites. I think we can skip this one. Next. Yeah, I want to focus here, because that is where I really need your support. What is the role of the med services? Normally, the role of the med services here is to support the company that will be deploying. And because the new workstation will no longer be Synergy that you are using now, it will the new one is called SkyCiber. So it's very good that we keep a good training for the member state to make sure that they will be able to actually use the new platform. And Technavia will be reaching out to you to start the shipment process. As you know, it's a EU-funded project, so it's a tax-free, and we will need your support to make sure that we get the custom clearance as quick as possible, so that the installation can happen on time, given that it's a contract with a specific duration of 24 months starting from signature. Next. Yeah, so we really request your support through this presentation as a med services, because this is yours, the equipment are yours. So we want to make sure that for the custom clearance, the private company gets the necessary support from your side to start quickly the installation. And we will also reach out to you to request for the designation of an administration and maintenance focal point that will link with the private company. And another thing we will request from you is the preparation of the room for the installation. And of course, your IT guys will be participating in the installation of the equipment on your site at the med service. And there will also be, at the same time, at least 1 day on-site training on the hardware. Of course, there will also be classroom trainings that will come up after at the IMTR for the member states, and also online training as well, and the feedback. Next. So just a quick overview of the training plan that we have. I think we are almost at the second stage. So the design of the material, that is also the mandate of the private company to work together with EMETSAT and GRC. And then we will reach out to you for the designation of the trainees. So we expect to train 6 persons maximum per country and per med service, 3 for the maintenance and 3 for the user side, notably the forecasters. And of course, we will monitor it and also provide feedback to you in terms of how it is moving forward. If there is any issue that we can fix before the end of the project, and that will be the right time to actually get that feedback. Next. So that is it. I will not comment this one because we have already talked about it. The 4 types of training, on-site and online. Thank you for listening. I hope my message has been heard, and I hope I have not taken too much time from your meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Diuzu, for your presentation, status of CLIMSA infrastructure. Of course, it is very important to have this information about CLIMSA infrastructure, especially boom stations, which is very useful. The information from satellite picture in our work is very observation and also forecasting to issue early warning reports is very important for our work. Thank you, Dr. Diuzu. Now we come to the end of our presentations. Thank you for the presenters. Now we come to the discussion and comments from you. If you have any question or comments, please raise your hand, and we start from the right, from here. Yes. Please introduce yourself.
Hello. Hi there. I'm Peter Johnston from Cape Town, involved in the Confer project and others. This question is for Pedram, and thank you for the presentations. They were very crisp and clear, everyone. Pedram, you mentioned destocking as an option, and it's come up not so frequently because it's not very popular. Can you tell us how you might be approaching that destocking activity or thrust?
Sorry, I just put that out there because it comes up in a lot of the early action protocols, anticipatory actions. We haven't necessarily talked about it. As you say, it is very unpopular and people tend not to do it because it's their capital. And you don't just get rid of it as easily as that. So no, my answer to your question is I have no idea whether that will be an actual action or not, and whether we will be focusing on it or not.
From this side, please. Okay, we go to this side. If you have any question or comments regarding these presentations. No? Good. The last. If you have any question or comments. Good. Thank you, presenters. Thank you for your presentation. Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abanak Joshua Diwal. I'm the Director for Disaster Management in the midst of humanitarian affairs in South Sudan. I thank APAC for giving me the opportunity to moderate this session. I'm known to being a dictator South Sudan when it comes to time. So I would like to advise the presenters who are not new to this time constraint during GHACOF to prepare themselves and to make sure that your 10 minutes, you consume them in the best way. I don't like interrupting people because it's not the professional way. At the same time also, I don't like somebody to exceed the time given. So I hope we will cooperate. These are sectors presentations, and I think we are starting with the livestock and rangelands, then followed by agriculture and food security, followed by health, water resources and energy, disaster risk management and media. Please follow the same sequence and stick to 10 minutes. So I now call upon the representative of the livestock and rangelands, and you have 10 minutes from now. Thank you.
I hope, yeah, can see it has come. So I'll go straight away into the positive impacts as discussed with the countries, that is Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, and Uganda. So there will be regeneration of pasture and forage that will be favorable for conservation, reduced livestock mobility in search of water and pasture, and reduced competition over resources. Then there will be availability of water, adequate for harvesting, food security and good nutrition, reduced pneumonias due to predicted warm temperatures, increased livestock production and productivity in terms of meat, milk, hides, and skins, expected stable prices of livestock or it will improve, and then favorable for vaccination and reduced outbreaks of transformer animal diseases, and then favorable for fodder and forage production and conservation, and favorable for strategic restocking, especially for Djibouti and Somalia. Okay, and then good pasture and water will be available, so there will be wildlife health and less human-wildlife conflict, especially for Kenya. And the negative is that there will be outbreak of waterborne diseases and internal parasites, as well as transformed animal diseases, then outbreak of Rift Valley fever, especially in Kenya and Uganda, and other vector-borne diseases, and then reduced pastures in areas with below average rains, leading to increased movement of livestock in search of pasture and water, leading to land degradation, but that will be minimal because we expect the rains, and then higher competition and potential conflict due to migration related to inadequate pasture in those few areas with little rain, then livestock deaths due to flash floods, especially in South Sudan and Ethiopia. South Sudan is expected that the water will come from DRC, and then higher chances of desert locust invasion if other conditions are favorable, especially for Djibouti and Ethiopia. Sorry. And then heavy rains will affect timely access to markets. And implementation and impact of climate services and advisories is that people will need to promote conservation of excess pasture and water, then enhance disease surveillance, especially for TATs, promote strategic restocking for Djibouti, Somalia, then create community awareness about expected rains to plant fodder, present animals for vaccination, and also harvest water, then increase member states' awareness about the presence of desert locusts in Ethiopia and Djibouti so that they can be controlled at source. And countries should follow the ICPAC monthly updates of the forecast because they are not cast in stone. We remember the MJO yesterday, that can bring changes. Then activate the pre and post-migration peace communities to mitigate conflicts between pastors, farmers, and wildlife over resources where there will be scanty rain. Then improve access to early warning messages and build capacity of communities to understand and interpret the messages. They need to understand them. Thank you so much.
Wow, I think you deserve a chocolate, huh? Thank you very much for saving us time. Next is the representative from Agriculture and Food Security.
Thank you very much. I will present the agriculture part, which is developed by the member countries, which Burundi, Ethiopia, Djibouti, Somalia, Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, Rwanda, and Tanzania were participated in this presentation. And from our side, this MAM is good for agriculture and the normal and early onset of which is conducive for early planting in most parts of the region, and expected wetter than normal conditions will help likely contribute for good soil moisture and favor agricultural activities. And it will also bring us good things for vegetable and crop production in Djibouti and South Sudan, good recharge of water points, favor cultivation of long maturing crop like maize, sorghum, and fodder in Ethiopia, general likelihood of good crop production in all member countries as a positive impact. It also increased acreage of cropland, which because it has normal and above normal condition, and in dry and warm condition, conducive for harvesting of winter crops like wheat, garlic, and spice in South Sudan. As a negative impact, possibility of flood and soil erosion incidents which could affect cropland negatively, especially in an area without proper land management and the technologies. It will happen in all member countries, especially in western, southern, western part of Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Uganda, Burundi, and Djibouti, which results in excessive soil moisture, leaching of soil nutrients, riverine areas also in Somalia, could cut also roads, disturbing distribution of food and adding inaccessibility of farm and product market in Djibouti, in Kenya, and Somalia also. It also affects post-harvest loss for irrigated wheat harvesting in Ethiopia. And prevalence of crop pest and disease, currently we are looking the quail birds, the desert locusts are one of the risks we are currently looking. It also a good opportunity for this migratory pest also. It also increases the risk of locust swarm and quail birds appearing in other pests and diseases also. It will increase in all member countries. High rate of weed growth. It also increases the frequency of weeding and in Uganda and in other member countries too. As key responsible measures, they need to do early dissemination of this through existing platforms, the GHACOF, the National Forum, Agriculture Extension System, and other channels. And due to expected wet season, farmers concerned agriculture body at country level should give proper attention in terms of crop seed selection. That is high yielding context specific certified variety recommended in most part of the country because it has a good rainfall in this time, so we need to use improved varieties. Farmers encouraged to always seek professional advice. They should do these things instead of looking other things. They should look the agriculture officers advisory regarding to the matter in their local context, especially local level advisory is essential in that areas also. Government should facilitate timely distribution and recommendation appropriate seed and other inputs. It's regionally because the early onset will shift the supply of seed and input. So the government should need attention in that one. Input stocks should be acquired and stock relevant input. Government should expand, accelerate provision of subsidized fertilizer and seed especially Rwanda and Kenya, promote integrated pest and disease management. Especially these technologies are essential. I mentioned earlier the weeding frequency also increased, so we better recommend the IPM approach for most of the countries. Promote establishment or rehabilitation of soil erosion control structures in all member countries. As key responsibility also, promotion of rainwater harvesting technology for use during on dry condition after that. And the government urged to integrate climate information to insurance, credit provision, crop monitoring and health forecasting, regular monitoring and surveillance of disease and pests, especially the migratory pests, desert locusts, the quail birds, maximizing the non-utilized land for seasonal crop cultivation. Farmers urged to plant cover crops and conserve soil moisture is essential things. Government also urged to train farmers on extension service, particularly on land preparation, water harvesting technique, and other proper agronomic practices. From land preparation to harvesting is essential in all countries also. Concerned efforts are urged from all to end the conflict in Sudan and to enable farmers resume to their normal farming pastoral activity. One of the things to bring the farming community in production is essential in South Sudan also. Sudan, and continue humanitarian support for regions that are food insecure. Somalia, Sudan are essentials. In all, I want to acknowledge all member country focal points, the ICPAC staffs who are with us, the partners, the development partners and project owners who have presented earlier, they were part of the agriculture, the FNN team, the IPC team also participated. Thank you very much for listening. You didn't clap very well.
Thank you very much. I hope I didn't scare you. You have to finish your 10 minutes, otherwise you don't, if you are happy. Thank you, but next, the health sector.
Good morning, everyone. Allow me to take us through the health sector. Please, if you can give me the slides. This is on behalf of Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Uganda. And we had the ICPAC team and also the focal points. Thank you. Should I do it again? Please. Thank you. So the expected positive sectoral impacts is that you'll have improved nutrition due to the water having better wetter conditions, and this was reported by South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, and Somalia. And when this is the case, we'll have also enhanced immunity against illnesses since the populations will be well fed. Then we'll also have availability of water for domestic use, albeit the quality, and this will result in reduced burden, especially so for women and girls who are oftenly overburdened going to look for water. So in summary, that's the positive impacts, and this was reported for Kenya. It was for the Western, Rift Valley, and central parts of the country. And for Uganda, we had the areas, for Somalia, we had the areas near Juba River. So the inhabitants would have better crop production, and that will result in good nutrition. So for the negative impact, would have an increase in some of the diseases, that's vector-borne diseases like malaria and Rift Valley. And this is likely to be so because of the increased breeding sites. And this was as reported by South Sudan, Somalia, Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Uganda, Kenya included too. So then for the yellow fever, would have an abnormal, above normal rainfall would result in some of the country having more breeding sites, as reported by South Sudan. Then due to the drier conditions in the northern parts of the country, South Sudan and Djibouti reported that there would be some increase in meningitis cases. Then, of course, for the waterborne diseases and also dysentery and diarrhea and also cholera was reported in some 2 countries, that is Uganda and Kenya. In Kenya, it would happen around the Lake Victoria Basin, and then for Uganda, it would be around the Apa, Koyam, Budada, Blambuli. Yes, those areas. Thank you. Then another slide on the expected negative sectoral impact is that would have increased incidences of the waterborne diseases, and that's a repetition. Then there would be also undernutrition and malnutrition, especially so due to the shortage of food in northern states of the country, that is South Sudan. Then there would be some level of slide that may result in loss of life and then displaced population, leading to trauma and violence. And of course, the mental issues here come in due to stress and increased burden for taking care of those displaced population, especially so on women and girls. And this was as reported by Uganda. Then the malnutrition among children and women living in the nomadic communities of Somalia. Then heat stress, as reported by Ethiopia, Djibouti, and South Sudan. So how we would propose the response measures to be for malaria, we would want to have the positioning of antimalarials and also the diagnostics. And this would happen in states that are affected, especially for Uganda, South Sudan, and Kenya. Then prepositioning also for mass net distribution to targeted distribution of nets to the families that are affected, that is as reported by Uganda and South Sudan. Then plan for focalized IRS and also larviciding in POC and refugee camps, that is South Sudan. Then advisories to be shared to all stakeholders at all levels, that is by Kenya, Djibouti, and then awareness creation and social mobilization for the communities as reported by Ethiopia. Then for yellow fever, would have to have planning for vaccination and also enhancing surveillance at all levels, that is as reported by South Sudan and Ethiopia. Then environmental management of all the breeding sites, that is South Sudan and Kenya. Then for the shortage of clean water, we would want to have the distribution of hygiene and sanitation kits, that is water purification tablets, and water tracking where possible, as reported by Somali and Kenya. Then lastly, on meningitis, we'd have to have plan for mass vaccination against meningitis, as reported by South Sudan and Djibouti. Thank you very much.
Excellent. But you are beaten by the gentleman, so you say 4 minutes, so welcome. Thank you very much. The next. Is water, resources, and energy.
Yes, good morning. My name is Khalid Hasaballah. I will be presenting on behalf of the water and energy sector. So shall I use this one? Which one? Sorry. Yeah, so I will start my presentation by showing this rainfall outlook from the yesterday's presentation. So, yeah, within the water and energy sector, yesterday we have discussed the possible implication based on the rainfall outlooks. So we have discussed the possible implications, and then because of the transboundary nature of water resources within the basin, we identified the possible implications of the advisories based on subcatchment levels. Sorry. So for Juba, Shibeli, Dawa, Ogaden in Ethiopia, Somalia, and Kenya, the possible implication includes enhanced water availability, enhanced groundwater recharge, while the negative impacts include risk of flash flood and riverine flood in some of the areas. And the possible responses, we recommend to provide early warning information, coordinate with the DRM sector, and also encourage water harvesting measures. So for Athi, Iwas, Funiru, Nugal, and Tana Basin in Somalia and Kenya, where the stream flow condition will be near normal to above normal, the positive implications include increase in lake levels, enhanced water availability, and a stable hydropower generation. While the negative impacts include risk of flooding downstream and also risk of water pollution. So, as an advisory measures, we recommend to make a close monitoring of water levels and also provide early warning information and provide water treatment chemicals to deal with pollution issues. And then for Bangani, Wami, Ruvu, and Rufiji in Tanzania, and this is the place where we are expecting below average rainfall. So the positive implication will be minimal risk of destruction of infrastructure. However, we encourage water harvesting to store water, more water for the dry season. For Lake Tanganyika, also in Burundi, the positive implication also include increase of water availability, while the negative impacts include risk of flooding and also destruction of infrastructure. As a response, we recommended to have regular monitoring of water lake levels and also provide early warning information. So for Lake Victoria, and this is shared between Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda, the positive implication include enhanced water level or enhanced water availability also. While the negative impacts include risk of flooding, displacement of people, risk of soil erosion and landslide, especially in the Ugandan side, also risk of floating vegetation, which cause blockage of hydropower and also water supply facilities. And then as a response measure, we recommended to provide early warning information and then implement soil and water conservation measures, continuous monitoring for pollutions, especially from the source, and also provision of water treatment chemicals, and also careful lake water level management. For Victoria Nile and Lake Albert, Somaliki, the White Nile, Bahr al-Jabal, and Bahr al-Ghazal in South Sudan, Uganda, and Sudan, the positive impacts include good water availability because of the current situation in Lake Victoria, while the negative impacts include impact of risk of flooding and also displacement of people due to increase of lake water level. And as a response, we recommended to continue monitoring the water level and also provide early warning information and implement anticipatory actions together with the DRM sectors. So for the Blue Nile, Tekazi, Adbara, and Sitir, this is not the main rainy season. We have also looked into the implication on the main reservoirs and hydropower plants within the region. So for Malaka Wakana and Gibbi 3 in Ethiopia, the implication, the positive implication will include more inflows to reservoir, therefore more water availability for hydropower production. And then as a response, we recommended to operate the hydropower plant at high or maybe full capacity to maximize the hydropower production. And then for Ged, Bruceris, Teke 5, Hashmal Girba, and the main Nile in Sudan, this is also not the main rainy season. And then for Tarkwel and Masinga in Kenya, also the stream flow condition will be normal to above normal conditions. Therefore, the implications include more inflows through reservoirs. Therefore, the potential of increasing the hydropower production. However, we recommend to balance the operation of this cascade dam to avoid maybe flooding of upstream and downstream communities. And then for Gibbi 1 and 2 and 3 in Ethiopia also, the implication include more inflows into reservoir, increase of water level, and also enhance the hydropower production. Also, as a response measure, we recommend to operate the hydropower dams at high or full capacity to maximize the hydropower production. For Mtera, Nyumba, and Mungu in Tanzania, the implications include reduction reduction in the inflow to reservoirs, because this is one of the basins where the stream flow will be maybe below normal condition. So then, as a response measures, we recommend to optimize the hydropower operation and also to better manage and conserve the water resources within this area. So for Fincha and Kuka in Ethiopia, this is also not the main rainy season. And then to conclude, maybe the key recommendation from the water sectors include enhanced monitoring of water resources to avert disasters, provide regular update on the cyclone development, mainstreaming the climate resilience in the water resources policies, especially at maybe national level, to be coherent with the regional policies, and then also implement integrated water resource management, and finally, and most importantly, maybe communicate information to downstream countries, especially those information related to water resources issues with riparian countries to avert maybe downstream resources. That is it, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Water, resources, and energy. You have saved us 1 minute. Thank you very much. Next is disaster risk management. And I guess the disaster risk management report is always followed by media, the same person. So be ready. Thank you, Mark. Okay, you are sharing the name. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark. I'll be representing the disaster DRM sector. Yeah. So for the DRM sector, I think some of the anticipated hazards based on the forecast that we've been given, we are having the floods, landslides, waterborne diseases, of course, desert locust, dust storm, hailstorm, displacement, then pest and diseases. We're having heat stroke, as well as lightning. Looking at this, based on the anticipated hazards, some of the potential impacts that were also mentioned, for example, for floods, we're having the loss of life, that's for both human, livestock, destruction of assets, we have displacement, and also disruption of mobility. For landslides, of course, there's the displacement of people, destruction as well, blockage of roads, and also in some cases, loss of life. Epidemics, of course, the health sector, the services being overwhelmed. Also in some cases, the mortality. For dust storm, for example, for cases in Sudan, of course, increased respiratory diseases. If the storm is strong enough, also we witness destruction of houses. We have heat waves, of course, increased dehydration, other heat-related conditions. Then, of course, heat stroke as well. Desert locust is also there, and of course, that one we know in terms of destruction of pasture and crops. Then the hailstorm, the windstorm. Then in terms of actions, now we're also looking at the timely dissemination of early warning information, and of course through different channels, but of course also bearing in mind ensuring that this can also reach to the women, elderly, and also people living with disabilities. Of course, looking at the national DRM institutions plus the NGOs. In terms of when or how or the lead time, this really need to start as soon as we already having this seasonal forecast. Implementation of flood-related anticipatory action for the case, for example, Somalia. That needs to, it's one of the proposed actions. But of course, for those cases, the lead time, they need 2 to 3 weeks based on agreed kind of thresholds in those places. One of the actions is also mapping out the hotspots areas, alternate routes, and also safer areas for relocation in case there is need for evacuation. Of course, these are multi-sectoral and coordinated by the national DRM. Of course, this needs to start immediately as well. Prepositioning of key supplies, led by Ministry of Health, local NGOs, in partner with other UNs, and also, sorry, that was a miss. Then establishment of effective coordination, that's also need 3 months, beginning of the season. So then disease surveillance. Then we have sensitization on heat. So this is for the case of Sudan. Exposure, and this is also targeting the most vulnerable people. So we have the Ministry of Health, awareness creation for gender-based violence. So this is in cases where, we have flooding and the rise of gender-based violence cases. So these also need to be taken in place. And also thanks to the gender team being part of the discussion. Provision of medical supplies into the hospitals, and also provisioning of mobile clinics, surveillance of pest and desert locusts in areas affected. Here we're looking at the Ministry of Agriculture. Of course, need to start immediately. Awareness creation of wash-related activities. Then finally, we're looking at rapid needs assessment. So for also looking at chances of anticipated positive season for the case of South Sudan. And within that, one of the things they are looking at is sensitize community to maximize on the crops and livestock production. Awareness creation on saving culture, especially targeting men. Sensitization of water harvesting techniques, and awareness on value-added income. So those are some of the positive in terms of, for South Sudan, the case. Then how do you need to achieve this? Of course, we need resources, funds in place from partners and the government allocating funds. And of course, we need to build the capacity considering also the work on implementation of anticipatory actions. They need to have the right skill, the right knowledge to be ready to implement some of these activities. Of course, these are the contribution from the member states and the respective institutions there. And with also our partners in place that supported the discussion in the room, WFP, United Nations University, TMG, in Oxford, Sussex, and others included. So thank you, I'll leave it at that point.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Media.
Thank you. My name is Kamis Cosmos, representing the media sector. Oh, you are not using direct. The slide is not there. Okay, thank you. This is the presentation from the media sector, and these are the countries that are represented across the region. The media people realize that the region experienced a El Nino condition with drought in some countries and heavy rainfall across the region. And some of the success stories that we realized as media across the region is that the media have been working alongside the scientists, and we realized that we had a lot of success, and we just brought some samples from some of the countries that published these stories. Unfortunately, we cannot publish, we cannot play for you the response from the end users of the climate information. This is just a sample, and we realize that our work is doing great across the region, and we hope that we will do better in the next coming years. Feedback. During the season, media in the region received feedback from the end users, and we just brought an example from Kenya, and that link takes us to some of the videos that we received from the end users of the climate. For the upcoming season, of course, the media will focus more on the impacts of their work to create opportunities for decision makers. This is what we are going to look at for the upcoming season. And also the media is going to have collaboration with the necessary national services across the region, so that we will be able to prepare and write brief explainers on the focus during the focus period. So this is what we are going to look at for the upcoming season. Call for action. The media team realized that the media is open to receiving weather and climate information to share with the public and the policy makers during the season. This is what we are going to do, and this is the call from the media to all the scientists across the region. The media also requests scientists to provide information on time, so that the end users are also able to know exactly what is happening across the region. The national Met services to share their national focus with the various media houses across the region as they prepare their focus. So this is what we want from the Met services across the region, so that we are able to give information at the right time. So the scientists, at the same time, also need to actually simplify the jargons, terminologies used for the scientists. The media personnel, actually, some of them are not well trained when it comes to climate information. So the terminology used there, we feel that it's necessary for the scientists to translate, so that we are able to give the end users the correct information. Otherwise, it will be tough for us. With this, thank you. Brief presentation.
Thank you, media. You are welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much, the presenters. And it is time now for us to maybe interrogate some of the presentations. So I would like to thank them first, because I think they save us a lot of minutes, 10 minutes or 15 minutes. So thank you very much for your concise presentation and also informative. I now open the floor for discussion. And as I scared them to keep time, it's not only this group, it's all of us. So I will start from this side, or my right side, then I come to my left side. I hope the supporters who are moving around with the mic should be as many as we can. I will come to you. I have seen you already. I will come this side. I will start with my right hand side. So, if you are commenting, be concise, not more than 1 to 2 minutes, if it is a comment. If it is a question, write it down and be direct, so that we heard you clearly, and then we can also respond, the panelists or the presenter can respond. So I start from at the back. Is there anybody who want to give a comment or a question? In the middle. At front. Yes, somebody's here. If you don't decide quickly, I will move quickly.
Thank you very much. My name is Richard from the Kenya Meteorological Department. And mine is just a comment that every year we have more or less similar kind of anticipatory action from the forecasts from different sectors. Now my suggestion is whether through ICPAC and partners, are we able to verify what we provided the previous year during the last GHACOF, and so far what was followed and what was not followed, and perhaps what should be done in case there are gaps therein, so that we can see value for money in all the things we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. That one is well understood. I like that one. Next. Move this side, please. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Adunya from Ethiopia. I would like to thank our team, Joy, who presented on behalf of the member countries. One of the things I would like to reflect on is about yellow fever. We have never mentioned about yellow fever. It will be occurring in the coming season or in this season because of the nature of the mosquito that is transmitting Aedes, which is transmitting this arboviral disease. Most of the time, the access to natural environment and some more of, it's not seasonal. We experienced the outbreak after 40 years. We are very well aware, but this time we have never reported this. I think we don't have time to correct that. The other thing, we are going to also benefit from the rain that is coming during this season as other countries. Thank you very much.
That's clear. Yellow fever, why it did not feature in your report? Yes, next.
Thank you, Chair. Mine goes to the media. First of all, I would like to appreciate the media always for making us reaching the what? The last mile. Based on what they have presented, I look at what they indicated about the El Nino still on. So let us be very careful with that, because for the case of Uganda, it can excite people a lot. Then they will expect that the rainfall we are expecting will be similar to what we observed in the last season of last year. And the causes of what is going to bring the driver of this MAM 2024, where we have looked at El Nino, let you leave that one to the scientists. Let them give the explanation. Because people are so much into El Nino, the moment they see it, they will know very well that the rainfall is going to be too much. And if it doesn't come, then they say these people are liars. So we will be victimized. And mind you, it is not only El Nino, which is the Pacific Oceans. We have also the Indian Ocean, but it is neutralizing. So the interaction of Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean of last year will not be the same like this year. And in general, Indian Ocean, it is even more important for us, like the East African, the Greater Horn of Africa. It's a variation. It has a direct impact compared to the Pacific. Though, when the two are in phase, they normally give us that enhancement. So, leave the driver causes the impact on this MAM to we, the scientists, so that we try to explain. For you just come into how it will be during this coming season. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I hope, media, you got the question. There was a comment and a question combined. Go ahead. Yes, sorry, behind first, just, yeah.
That's me. Thank you. I also want to appreciate the presentations, very detailed, and we really appreciate this, because as far as the conference is concerned, this is where the rubber meets the road. There is increased appreciation of climate and weather information, and so we had better really up our game. From the, I think it was livestock or agriculture, about the message, making sure that the message is understood. I think this is something that we need to really make sure that it happens, because with the appreciation that I've talked about among users, we still have a lot of people who come to the services to ask for climate data so that they go and make analysis themselves. It's the Met services that have people who have been trained to make this kind of analysis and give the proper information based on that. So we had better be careful how we go about this. On the presentations, I think if I were to award something, I think water did a very good job. The presentation was very, very clear. There are tables comparing the negatives and the positives. I'm going somewhere with this. That is very clear, because we need to, the information that goes out there needs not to confuse people. We need to be very, very careful. I'm glad Mr. Adunya has pointed out the issue of yellow fever. Let's not be alarmist in what we give out there. I've noted also there were a number of definitive statements from the health as well as the disaster teams, very definitive statements that there will be death, there will be epidemics, there will be displacements. We are talking about risks because it is a forecast that we are giving. We are talking about risks, and with this information, we want our people to prepare, the governments to prepare. So let's be careful about how we release this information, so that, and with the appropriate lead times and so on, and where possible, to also indicate the locations where we expect certain things to happen. Back to the tables, you will find that if we use a table, we will be keen to know that what we have said about negatives is not being repeated as likely to happen in the positives. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and I would like to also thank the presenters for a very clear and informative presentation. My kind of question and comment is related to DRM, and my brother from Kenya met Mr. Richard indicated, and I would like to build on that. One of the items, the implementing flood-related anticipatory actions, the National Disaster Risk Management Institution and NGOs are responsible, and lead time was taken as 2 to 3 weeks. When we take this kind of hazard, 2 to 3 weeks is just not like nothing. We need a much longer lead time. That's my understanding. And we have been mentioning about this also in another context. In general, our forecast is very short, but that is what we have. And last August, we agreed to develop, even though I did not hear in yesterday's presentation, what progress are being made in prolonging, in providing longer term, at least 6 months or 1 year forecast, so that we just build investment strategies around those, such as flood hazards and other also, hazards that may emanate from that. Therefore, I think that's what we need to do, in my view. But I would like to hear from the team, the representative of the DRM team, what they mean by 2 to 3 weeks lead time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody who consider himself, yes, I can see. I was here, and there was nobody behind the lady in red.
I want to appreciate the presenters, but also pose a question. Is it possible, because when we send out this message, even as Dr. Mwita was saying, is it possible to have maybe representatives of the users being able to, even if it's sector-based, to give feedback of how these impacts, how this information was used and how it gave them better results, so that probably a sector created to be able to voice out what the communities are saying about applying the information, seasonal information that is given to them. Thank you.
I always like ladies when they speak, very correct and straightforward. Go ahead. There's another lady, but give it to the gentleman. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. I just would like to adding some word on the water issue, and this statement goes to Mr. Khaled. Yesterday we discussed about the issue of the pollution control, and I think if I could remember, those who were in the room, we talk about the pollution control. And there is a wording that is left. It is supposed to saying transboundary pollution control instead of just saying a pollution control. Because why I'm saying that transboundary pollution control, it means that everybody who is using a water or the water users along the River Nile should be understand what is coming to his country, because for instance, if we're having an indicators crossing all the boundary or all the border, anything crossing Uganda, Southern Sudan will notice, because there is a transboundary pollution controlling along the border. So I would suggest the transboundary pollution should be added under that wording. Thank you.
The last comment or question from the lady here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I think we have had a few inputs on gender considerations in the advisories, but I still feel like there's still need for more inputs. For instance, for water sector, we didn't see anything in regards to the implications and also like the gender-specific advisories. And even the sectors that I've mentioned, gender, it's still very shallow, that needs to be built on. We've been talking about gender, and I think it's about time that we consider gender advisories as we produce the advisories for the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's always time for gender, so I think it was just an oversight. Now, we have about 6 or 7 questions, right? I just want to remind you, verify what we have said before in the previous meetings, dialogue, COP, what worked well, what did not work. I don't know whether the question is a general question to GHACOF or to one of the panelists, so that's one of the questions. Yellow fever did not feature well in your report, especially from the health sector. So you were advised that yellow fever had been a problem. The third one, the messages should be clear. 2 people talk about this. The messages, whether from all the sectors, the message should be clear. And I think media was very clear that scientists should simplify their jargons so that they are understood. The lead time, the DRM sector said 3 weeks or 2 weeks to, I'm sure they were talking about the information to the users about this. One of the members saying that this time it looked like it's too short. In our discussion, we said from February, where we are doing GHACOF until the end of May. That was the lead time we were talking about. But yeah. So 3 weeks are being marked as a little small period. Users to be part of this system, so that they clearly give us their experiences and practices, is what one of the ladies now just suggested. And then the transboundary water pollution, something like, it should be the word that you are using, especially for water and energy. The last one is the gender participation or gender recognition in your reports. Please, in the next GHACOF, make sure that all the 6 or 7 sectors ensure that gender sensitivity are included and engage them in the field and give the feedback. So with this, who want to come first to respond? In this case, I start from the first presenter.
Thank you very much, Chair. I maybe just most of the
Yeah, sorry, you have only 1 minute to clear everything. So that
most of whatever was said was actually just suggestions. On predictions versus actions, actually we have seen how countries have been using this. So I think it should not be something to be doubted. Even countries setting aside money to make sure that actions are taken, development partners, they use, especially when it is going to emergencies like El Nino or drought. So this is not something to doubt. It is just us to follow up and see how far did it go. I think on gender advisories, this is always a thorny issue, especially with gender experts. By the advisories we give, they take care of everyone. They are not segregated to gender. Thank you.
Agriculture.
Maybe the one question which asked by the representation of the users, I think this is the framework of the GHACOF, and when we go to the country level, countries make assessments every in the seasons. I think so. We do in Ethiopia with that in that regards also. So that assessment will answer how the users are using that the advisory. And what is obstacles and which products are missing, they will tell every time we do these things. So that should be done in assessment and in monitoring of after GHACOF and NCOF and at local level, which we make climate predictions. So we have to do in that way, and we do in my country. The other is the inclusion of gender. I think we have to notice that one, and incorporating the gender issues which are specific to women's. I don't think so. Climate affect more women's and children's, but the advisories doesn't have a big difference. It is my thought. So if needed, especially in climate risks, I think it can be looking in anticipatory action is essential. So that is the thing. The others are comments we noticed. Thank you very much.
Health, especially yellow fever.
Okay, thank you for the concerns. Most of them were comments on how to better present our work and also enrich feedback based on how the information that is given is used to predict and inform any action. So for the yellow fever, I indeed acknowledge that we didn't have it featured in the report, and it's an area for improvement. We realize that it's going to be reported for the areas that will be having drier conditions. So those are areas of improvement, and we'll labor to do that. Then on the gender issues, we gave it a shot, but we take the comment that we can make it better. And I also want to acknowledge that the template that was used by the agriculture, or is it the water, was well understood, and I think moving forward would want to adopt that for the health sector as well. Thanks.
Thank you. I will sanction you not to talk about gender anymore because it is well covered. So water, resources, and energy. Can you handle transboundary water pollution, please?
Yeah, thank you very much. So related to the transboundary pollution control, I think this has been discussed yesterday, but we thought that we included already when we gave a recommendation on integrated water resource management. So it's like implicitly included in that one, and also part of the recommendation we gave that we also advise the communication of water-related information between downstream and upstream countries, which also include information on water pollution and other hazards. So that is it.
Thank you. DRM, the 3 weeks lead time.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to respond on that. So for the 2 to 3 week lead time, here we were looking at some of these countries implementing the anticipatory actions. And in this, some of these activities are implemented based on a defined thresholds. And as you know, for floods being a rapid onset, you always have a shorter lead time to implement some of the defined actions. So for this, for example, for the case of Somalia, they have a very short lead time to implement some of these activities which are defined, and some of these always include even things like cash distribution. So you have to act based on a very short window period of time. And from you to be ready and implement some of this, we always having like 2 to 3 weeks, especially where there's a clear defined anticipatory action plan.
Media, clarity of the messages. Go ahead.
From the media side, I will say that we are always careful in using this scientific information. That's why if you see reports from the media, they always refer to the source. For example, according to, it means the information is not ours, but we are trying to refer to the owner of the information. In reference to, it means we are very clear that the information is not ours, but we are trying to pass what comes from the scientists to the end user. So we are always careful in terms of passing information that is very scientific to the end users. Yeah, I think that's all.
There is an unanswered question. Users of the GHACOF or the reports, the end users, they should be part of this conversation. ECPAC, is any contribution from ECPAC from the floor? Any section? Yes, Dr. Philip.
Okay, thank you, moderator. I think the sector heads and sector people are the ambassadors of the users. What we get and discuss and present at this forum is what we believe has come directly from a farmer in the village, from climate users in the village. It is very difficult to get them, all of them here. So there we have the ambassadors. So whatever we give here, believe you me, it is what has come down from the end users. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, audience. Thank you, presenters, for wonderful timekeeping and also concise. All of your reports have been succinct, and I would like to appreciate you in a special way. This is my way, it's not your way. I'm not hearing anything. Behind. Thank you very much. Thank you. Enjoy your time. There have been a change in the next session. Instead of panel discussion or presentation, I would like to ask these people to sit where they are, but they have to give some statement about what they think they should say about the anticipated action. Especially, initially there was supposed to be a presentation by Dr. George, but this had been changed. And then there was a panel discussion involving my colleague Kadar from Somalia, Sodma, and then also from Kenya Meteorology Department, David, and then also there is a regional coordinator for Global Water Partnership in East Africa, George. So, sit where you are, and I want these three speakers to have their mic where they are. Please give Mr. Kadar of Sodma from Somalia to give us what he thinks he can tell the audience and his colleague from the member states about his experience from Somalia regarding the anticipatory action. Can you give, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Brother Banak. I'm sure that we've done a lot in the area of anticipatory action, and of course I'm happy to share that with the forum today. Of course, it started back in June, I think. Of course, the 64th GHACOF. Also, the theme at that GHACOF was climate service for anticipatory action. And I'm happy that this particular GHACOF, the 66th one, is also having the theme of early warning for anticipatory action. So at that time, we started, so the prediction, considerable rain amount of will fall in this area of the region, and therefore we expected El Nino at that time, and of course we have started with the support of partners like WFP and to develop an anticipatory framework for flood. That framework was only focusing on the riverine flood rather than the flash flood, and then the framework was propelled by a model that was developed in support of ICPAC, and the early warning information was scaled up to an extent that we have shorted out, and people were surprised that what we were saying at that time, July, August, September, so they were saying that where is this coming from? Of course, target population was done at the time because the framework had a component of predefined actions, including targeting population. So population along the rivers were targeted, and already we predefined population. Therefore, our trigger ready was developed, and of course, then the fifth step that we took was we tried to link the early warning to the predefined actions that we set. And of course, we had challenge, and one of the challenge that I can share is some funds which were named and anticipatory action were released late, and therefore we had a challenge that since we have triggered the first action on October 6th, and then particularly the partners who had some fund have released their fund, then the fund that came late could not be called anticipatory fund because for flood at the moment. So we decided to divert it to anticipatory action for epidemics, because we know that after flood there are epidemics that follow. Therefore, some of the other challenges were that the model was only focusing on riverine flood rather than flash flood. So we missed areas where flash floods were occurring, were not triggered action. And the other one was that the model was not multi-hazard, of course. It was not included epidemic and the rest. Therefore, I can say that the anticipatory action was complementary. It was not a standalone. It was complementing the response, the other response under the HRB, the country humanitarian response plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ahmed. That was concise. The anticipatory action in Somalia trial phase, the first phase was on riverine flooding, and I think you advance. You have a few challenges, but it's better for a funding to come late than never arrive at all. So that's great, and it does not does not include other triggers like epidemic or drought. So thank you very much. Actually, you have 5 minutes to give a statement, and now I call upon
the next speaker, who should be David Adigo from the Kenya Meteorology Department. You have 5 minutes, sir, to express your statement.
Thank you,
David,
Moderator. I think I was requested to focus on the National Framework for Climate Services. Surely that Kenya is at the tail end of completing this process, where our National Framework for Climate Services has already been endorsed by our cabinet, and now we are doing the roadmap for implementation, and we're hoping that by next month or latest April, we should be able to launch the framework and operationalize it. Now, why do we need a national framework for climate services? Climate services are very important. We realize that as Kenya, we do what we call undefined and unstructured overall national institutional coordination mechanism, especially for co-production of services. Mainly that the Met Services was producing products without input from the sectors, agriculture and the others. And then we also had what we call limited stakeholder interactions, and especially for co-production mechanisms. So ideally, this national framework is mainly a coordination mechanism. It's an institutional mechanism to coordinate, facilitate, strengthen collaboration among national institutions to deliver and to tailor what we call science-based climate information and prediction services for decision making. So ideally, the framework is enabling us to work together to co-produce and co-design and even communicate and deliver climate services for decision making. As you know, the framework has got 5 pillars. Those who have been gone through the document is that it has the user interface platform, it has the observation on network monitoring, it has research, modeling, capacity mechanisms, and what we call climate service information system. So, and in our framework, we have 7 goals, but I'll just mention all of them is to improve access and promotion of climate services. That's one of the main goals, to improve access and provision of what we call climate services and early warning for all. So under this early warning for all initiative, we are going to implement the UN initiative for what we call for early warning for all initiative, ideally that by 2027, every Kenyan or everybody on earth should have early warning information. So our concept is that in the early warning for all initiative, we are going to install what we call a multi-hazard early warning system that will be located at the Kenya Meteorological Services, and all sectors will provide one information, or what we call a one-stop shop. We shall have climate services, climate information. We shall have agricultural products or advisories. We shall have water services or information or advisory, and many other sectors, so that under one-stop shop, all this information can be accessed. So ideally, that this will information will be cut for the national, county, and even at what we call in Kenya ward level. So at a click of a button, any Kenyan or anybody should be able to access this information using what we call a web-based platform, or even what we call mobile application platform. So that's our vision, that by 2027, everybody should have access to information at a click of a button, using even a mobile application, even through SMS and any other communication gadget. Thanks so much.
Thank you, David. Yeah, all of us, we know coordination has been a problem to our work. So if you have a framework to addressing coordination among all the stakeholders, that would be most welcome. And South Sudan is happy to borrow your experience also. The next speaker is George Sanga, the regional coordinator of Global Water Partnership, Eastern Africa. George, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've been asked to speak about incorporating transboundary risks into national anticipatory plans. Since the conversation started yesterday, and I had the opportunity to be in the water and energy breakout group, where we had the opportunity to look at the various river and lake basins in which the focus touches on. And as we can see, these forecast that touches on the region, the eastern and greater Horn of Africa, cuts across various shared river basins and lakes. And therefore, it is obvious that any flooding incident will have potential consequences for various countries. It has multi-country implications. So there is need for some transboundary considerations, integrating the risks, potential risk from the transboundary setup into national anticipatory plans. When we look at most of our anticipatory actions, and David has also spoken very well about the Kenyan setup, it's well coordinated, but of course in country. So what happens when we do have these flooding incidences, and the next MAM forecast is clear that you're going to have above average rainfall and therefore potential for flooding in some areas. So we do have to look at the various drivers and look at how we can address the various components towards implementing adequate anticipatory actions. For instance, we need to strengthen the implementation of the national and regional coordination mechanisms, because the coordination mechanisms that are in country need also to reach out into the transboundary river and lake basins as well. And this calls for inter-country discussions as we address the issues. The various risks that come in range from biophysical impacts. Of course, that is the ecosystem consequences, which affects the services, and also issues like pollution, which has been raised also by our colleague from South Sudan. How do we address this? How do we address the migration? How do we address the transhumance? That is the when pastoralists or nomadic communities cross borders in search of pasture or to escape the flooding with their animals. How do we address the geopolitical issues like the policies that we do have on cross-border migration? Because it's not obvious that in such incidences, even if it's an emergency, that communities can just migrate across the border without any consequences. So we need to look very keenly, more critically at our national anticipatory plans and reach out to each other across the boundaries to see how we can address the issues. Because as you can see, the current forecast is regional, so it calls for also integration of transboundary responses as we address them. Now, in terms of contribution to this process, Global Water Partnership has partnered with WMO to develop the associated program on flood management, which was launched in 2001. And already in the region, we have developed the first strategy on drought management, which was co-developed with Kenya in 2005. And we are looking to support more of this in the region. Our entry point is mostly the national Met and hydrological entities. And the main aim of the APFM, the Associated Program on Flood Management, is to integrated flood management planning and strategy. And we are looking to not only prevent loss of life and infrastructure from floods, but also to maximize on the benefits that come from the increased water availability. So this calls for interagency and also transboundary inter-country collaboration so that we can be able to walk together. So I will not take much time, but just to inform colleagues that we are available for support. The WMO GWP team offers technical expertise to countries and other entities involved in flood management in terms of project preparation, advice, and also capacity development. So we'll be providing our contacts. We also have a community of practice that colleagues can link up with us. And we are, of course, collaborating with ICPAC in our program on flood management and also integrated drought management program. So the parting shot for me is that we need to sit down.
You may conclude, please.
Yes, sir. That we need to sit down and integrate transboundary risks into our national anticipatory plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have 3 to 5 minutes for any comeback to the last 3 statements, if there is a need. I know the coffee break is between us. So if you want to delay the coffee break for 5 minutes, please come now. It is time for you to say a comment or a question to Somalia, Kenya. Okay, so with this, I would like to end this facilitation or moderation on a high note. I want to thank all speakers and the audience for your cooperation, especially for keeping the time. I won't be selected to be a moderator next time because I think I scared most of you. And before I conclude, I will call one of the organizers to come and tell us before the coffee break what we should do and what we expect. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Bye.
Maybe we need to applaud Dr. Joshua and Hanan for moderating this morning session. Thank you so much, Secretary. It's now 4 minutes past 11. We intend to come back at 11:40. So when we go 40, we have also exhibition puts around. Spare some little time, fix those puts as you take your coffee or tea. Thanks. Let us meet at 11:40. Thank you.
So let's go for tea, and as you take your tea, kindly visit the exhibition booths. We have 40, maybe 35 minutes now. Kindly let's go for tea and then also have time to visit the booths. Let's kindly have our seats. We now go to the next session. It's a panel discussion session, and with presentations. Yeah, it's a presentation session. Yeah. Yeah, so we having our moderator as Mr. John Pankage, and the rapporteur is Ahmed Suleiman and Nancy. So over to you, John.
May you kindly be seated down. I would like to be running this time very differently. Okay, may I call all the presenters up here so that at least we would then be able to quickly move. I'm requesting the presenters, Mr. Abebe Tadege, to come up, and also I'm requesting Jocelyn Begirwa to come up. I continue to request Winnie Kwemba also to come up. And then also I'm requesting Professor Joseph Mutimi. And then also I'm requesting Maslin. You can come, Dr. Maslin, up here. You sit up so that at least sit in the line. The first one near me is Abebe. Okay, there is George Otieno. Otieno, please. Where is Otieno? We are still in the morning, so we are still far from Otieno. Where is Otieno? You can sit. Yeah. So you can see I'm very happy to welcome. You know, I'm not gender indifferent, so I'm very happy I have a wonderful colleagues near me, and then the rest of the colleagues. So colleagues, I would like to welcome you this morning for this presentation, which will certainly run each 10 minutes. And I think my timekeepers, I don't know the name, timekeeper is down there. And then also I welcome my rapporteur, Ahmed Suleiman and Nancy. Just be ready to start seeing this. But we are going to start with Otieno, George Otieno. Is that George Otieno? George Otieno, you are welcome. Start your presentation right away. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you very much. As I wait for my presentation to load. Good. I'm going to, so the theme of this workshop, GHACOF, has been anticipatory action. And my work here is to just give us a brief overview of where we are in terms of anticipatory action. As many presenters yesterday and today have talked about the anticipatory action, we all know that this is a systematic way of linking early warning information and also with the pre-agreed action, as well as pre-agreed financing. At a global perspective, we have this, that is the anticipatory action that is contributing to the disaster risk management cycle, the preparedness phase. And so the region IGAD region is very much well positioned to drive this agenda. So some of the strategies or the initiative that we are using to advocate for anticipatory action, IGAD has developed various strategies. One of them that we are going to talk about. So one of them is on the multi-hazard early warning. IGAD has also developed a regional roadmap for anticipatory action. IGAD has also developed a multi-hazard risk management. And more recently, last year, IGAD launched the roadmap, which is supporting the member states. The roadmap aims at supporting the member states to guide on what needs to be done to scale up the anticipatory action at national level. So one of the interesting outcomes of this discussion was the declaration during the COP28 on allocating some funds under loss and damage, around 660 million. And this gives us an opportunity as a region to improve our early warning system that could be used, also can be to attract some of these resources to support our agenda in the region. So in terms of what this roadmap is all about, it guides the member states, and some of them are present in the room on implementing their national strategies, national frameworks, national roadmaps, and the likes. So this is one of the progress that IGAD has achieved so far. And also in terms of the technical understanding, the technical capacity in the region, IGAD is supporting the member states to have a harmonized strategy on defining the triggers and thresholds, and also expanding this to transboundary risks so that we can be able to address some of the challenges that come as a result of the disasters in the region way ahead before they occur. So we have also established a technical working group which constitutes of regional partners as also the member states that sits annually in a year to shape the regional agenda and also solidify the efforts of the early warning and anticipatory action. So you can join this technical working group. The link is available online. And the reason why ICPAC is taking a center stage, just looking at some of the statistics around how disasters are impacting the region. Just 2022 alone accounted for almost 90% of the world disasters came from natural hazards. And in terms of economic losses, we are talking about over 200 billion US dollar. And so this message is clear that we continue to pay the costs and damages of disasters using our lives and livelihood. And yet we should use money. Money should be used to pay for the cost of disasters. And that's why the initiatives around the globe, like the UN Early Warning for All, the G7 summit that have pledged increased pre-financing. We also have the one under the COP28 loss and damage funding. All these are targeting the increasing financial mechanism to support risk reduction in the region. So IGAD is very much on the right track and timely to address challenges. So in summary, these are some of the planned activities we have for this year. And of course, working together with all the member states present in the room and also other partners available. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, George. Thank you for reminding us of what IGAD is trying to do in the region and the cost that involves in terms of our disasters in the region. I think this is very important. Thank you very much. Later on, we will call you to answer questions if it is there going to be. We go right away to Mr. Abebe to come and present on the COP28 outcomes and implications for the regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, everyone. How many of you were at COP28 by rise of a show of hands in Dubai? Quite substantial. If I miss anything, you will help me in answering questions. So GHACOF 66 normally focuses on short term, like the next season. Yesterday, we were given the forecast for March, April, May 2024, which is a very important for decision making. But the presentation I am making deals on the long-term aspect also. 10 years, 30 years, 50 years, 100 years. Directly going to my presentation. It's moving or what? What? Oh, there. Oh. What? It's moving. Can you come and help? So, this one. Okay, yeah. Okay, now that's fine. Sorry about that. In terms of outline, I will give an introduction and then the key outcomes of COP28, implications for the region, and then IGAD contribution to COP28 negotiation, and then a summary. I'm sure most of you know what COP stands for. COP stands for the Conference of the Parties. These are annual UN summits where climate change issues are reviewed and decisions are made. When we say COP, we have the UNFCCC, we have the Kyoto Protocol, and also we have the Paris Agreement. All these issues surrounding these three climate treaties are discussed. In terms of attendance, I think COP28 was the largest, the biggest rather, gathering. It brought about 85,000 participants, and also 150 heads of states attended the Climate Action Summit on the 1st and 2nd of December 2023. So it was very huge. You can imagine how complex, how huge accommodating and discussing all this. Yeah, this is just, the picture is not coming out, unfortunately. I don't know why. But this was just a family picture of the heads of states. Why it's not coming? I don't know. Okay, anyway, that may not be important. Now, one of the key outcome or issue discussed was the global stocktake. Global stocktake is a mechanism established under the Paris Agreement to review progress made collectively, whether we are meeting the targets of the Paris Agreement, namely the temperature target, the financial target, and the adaptation targets. So that was reviewed and adopted, and the finding there is that the efforts so far made are not on track to meet the Paris Agreement goals. That is a conclusion. And based on that conclusion, measures were adopted as well. For example, one of the key issues is the tripling of renewable energy by 2030, and also phase down of unabated power, accelerating efforts globally towards the net zero emission, accelerating zero and low emission technologies like nuclear and others, reducing non-CO2 emissions like methane, which is a powerful greenhouse gas, and also emissions reduction from road transport, like adopting electric vehicles and others, phasing out of inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. Based on that decision, these measures were agreed by the heads of states. And the other issue is the operationalization of the loss and damage fund. About 720 or so million USD was mobilized to start operationalizing the loss and damage fund. The other issue was a global goal on adaptation. In the Paris Agreement, other than the temperature goal and the financial goal, adaptation also is set as a goal. Unfortunately, it's not easy to put goals for adaptation, unlike the temperature goal and the finance goal. So a program is adopted to develop indicators in developing those goals. And then the other issue was climate finance. Climate finance, it was a huge move. The total amount mobilized was about 85 billion. There was also a discussion about finance mobilization beyond 2025, and that's a huge money. And then contribution of IGAD, delegation led by the heads of states, the executive secretary of IGAD, went about 20 people, and we managed to organize about 20 or so side events. These are the pictures we were having there. And then implications for the region. I think one of the key decisions made for at COP28 was enhancing national NDCs, nationally determined contributions. So they have to be submitted by 2025, and countries have to come with a strong commitment. And this will require a lot of effort by the member countries, and also IGAD support to enhance or support those commitments. On the outcomes, these websites can help you there, and I thank you.
Thank you, Abebe Tagede. Thank you very much for taking us through. We are happy to listen to you, and maybe you will wait for question later. At this moment, we move to hear needs for gender perspectives on this particular important thing. So, Rosalind.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me the opportunity to speak. Good afternoon, everyone, and allow me to welcome you to Uganda. My name is Jocelyn Bijira, the IGAD Head of Mission to the Republic of Uganda. I never had an opportunity of welcoming you to Uganda yesterday, but I take this opportunity to welcome you all, especially the non-Ugandans. Uganda is a beautiful country, and please keep coming, enjoy it while you're here. And I'd also like to thank ICPAC for choosing Uganda to host the GHACOF. And I'm sure the Uganda government is going to benefit a lot. We have a lot of participants from the Uganda government. So thank you, ICPAC, and thank you everyone for your participation. So I was asked by ICPAC to speak about the need for gender-responsive climate advisories. And I told my colleagues that I'm not going to speak about the need, but what we need to do and how we do it. Because this session is not about gender masters class, it's about the practitioners, it's about the communities getting information from the advisories that that speaks to them and that they can be able to take action. So my presentation is going to be focused on the discussions that we've had, the contributions that have come from the different sectors, the health, the agriculture, and water, energy. So I picked examples because I wanted us to, again, look at the advisories that we are going to come up with to ensure that they are more gender responsive. So my presentation is going to focus on what we need to do to make our advisories more gender responsive. These are easy things that you have been doing, but which we need to do better by improving the way we do our work. So we need to understand that for the advisories the information to be taken to be used, the different social groups need to have contributed to its production, and that they can be able to utilize it and that it can make sense to them. So in all this that we are doing, as we are making the climate advisories, we need to understand who is affected most, who benefits and who loses, who makes decisions on who benefits and loses. I know most of us here are decision makers, as government officials, as development partners, as CSO stakeholders. We make decisions in one way or the other. So are we the people that are making the different groups benefit or fail? So these are some of the things that we need to reflect as we are going through this session. So what I did was to do more of coming with a template that we can work with and picking from the analysis that the different sectors were doing to understand the gender issues for each of these different areas that you identified. And from one of the groups, there was an issue of migration displacement as a result of floods or droughts. So if we need to integrate gender, we need to understand the gender issues around the migration and displacement. And one of them that I highlighted here is that it increases sexual harassment, that the women and girls end up engaging in risky behaviors for survival. So they end up engaging in prostitution because of displacement and migration. But also most times when these people are displaced and they are in IDPs or they have moved and crossed over boundaries and they are refugees, when it comes to the distribution of emergency items, the most vulnerable groups tend to be left out. So these are some of the considerations that we need to think about so that we can be able to ensure that the support, the responses that we are going to actions that we are going to do address the needs of the different people. So when you look at these gender issues that have been identified, there are different sectors that are affected. We have the gender affairs or social development ministries, and in all your presentations this morning, I didn't see anyone who highlighted gender as a sector or a ministry that needs to be doing work around this. But from my own understanding, it's a ministry that is very critical because we are talking about vulnerable, the ministry that deals with the vulnerable groups. Then the issue of the sector, the health sector is responsible also, is a key stakeholder, it's affected, because when you talk about the risky behaviors, the chances that people engage in prostitution and they'll contract HIV, AIDS, it's not just for that, but they also be pregnant, so there are lots of health risks that are involved, so it's a sector that is affected. But also disaster preparedness and response when it comes to provision of support, ensuring that the different marginalized groups benefit. It is usually the disaster preparedness and response ministry, or in the case of Uganda, OPM, that is responsible, that will ensure that the vulnerable groups don't miss out on the emergency distribution list. Then what we need to do, what could be some of our potential gender responsive actions? We need to set up protection desk officers. They need to be in the different places. We need to establish the GBV, gender-based violence referral pathway. We need to set up health teams, village health teams for increased sensitization, but also ensure representation of different groups on the local committees that support with the distribution. So these are some of the actions that they need to do, but also the information that comes out in the advisories, because these different ministries should be able to already start thinking about what needs to happen. So the last column is for the responsibility, besides the other sectors, responsibility actors that I had identified, but I also think the private sector is responsible, has a key role to play in this. So in all work that happens, including the media and other institutions, they are key. Development partners are also very important because they make decisions on where resources go to. So these are some of the things that they need to be considering, because what I have seen most times, the climate advisories focus so much on scientific, not social issues. So development partners need to invest money in this. The parliament is key because they make decisions on which sector is funded and at what tune. Then also the Ministry of Finance is very key. It's a key stakeholder. So in all these meetings, even when you talk about climate advisories, these are some of the key stakeholders that should be coming to meetings. So when you look at the first one, the issues about migration, which is or displacement, that you would say it would fall under disaster preparedness and response. But the second climate change impact is loss of crops and livestock, which was also highlighted by one of your groups, I think, from the livestock and the agriculture groups. So when that happens, when there is loss of crops and livestock, women's workload increases. You know, women have a responsibility of ensuring that the households are fed, that the family have enough food. So if there is no food, they have to find ways of looking for this food. So their load, their time of looking for food elsewhere, not from their gardens, is quite massive. But also we know that their inability to provide for the family food leads to malnutrition of children, but also domestic violence. When a man can't find food on the table at the right time, then the beating happens. And these are some of the things that we need to be talking about. Because when a man gets home, food should be served. If it's not served, then something happens, so domestic violence. But we also know that the elderly, the people with disabilities, the lactating and the expectant mothers, the children become more vulnerable. Of course, they've always been vulnerable, but when there is no food, these groups tend to be affected most. So the affected stakeholders or ministries still will have gender health, gender sector, social family. Most countries call it social protection, social welfare, or family affairs, or gender. So that's the sector that is affected. And then health. What we need to do is community sensitization on sharing care responsibility. This is important. This is about ensuring that men participate in providing and engaging in provision of foodstuffs, and that it's not a responsibility left to women. And we establish provision of food and non-food items to vulnerable households, and establish protection desks, and create and support functionality of GBV referral pathways. The stakeholders that we have are also the same, but also media is critical. I did the same for the different sectors. Health, we have increased human diseases, typhoid, malaria, which also increases women's care. Women are the caretakers, so there is increased burden. There is high child mortality rates because of malaria. Then you find long queues in clinics and hospitals. It's the responsibility of women to take care of the family health. So you're the ones that you find in the clinics. But also women resort to self-medication due to high medical costs. So this sharing care responsibility also remains key. That's one of the potential, but there are so many others. And then the responsibility also the different sectors. For me, gender is central in this. Then the other sector that tends to get affected, which I know hasn't been so much talked about, is the sector of trade. When there is floods and roads are washed away, the markets become less accessible. So, and we know that majority of the women are in informal trade, and they engage in sale of fresh foodstuffs, so they make huge losses, and they also have limited transport and storage facilities. Gender should have been given 30 minutes. It's an area that is a thorn in the leg. Please, let's give it attention. So give me more 5 minutes. I finished this.
Jocelyn,
we need to support formation of women traders and associations.
Yes. Excuse me. You need 5 minutes.
Yes.
Why?
Why? Because gender is an issue.
Please,
Let me finish.
let us follow time. You eager.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So we need to promote storage facilities and also facilities for ensuring that credit is provided. This is I did for every different sectors, but one last slide that I want to present here is the key issues that we need to highlight is the gender data gaps. Empirical data is missing across the region. We need to collaborate with the national statistics offices to generate both statistical and qualitative data because most times this information is lacking to give evidence to what we need to do. Then we need to address the sectoral coordination gaps. The role of the gender departments in coordinating gender analysis of climate change is critical. So ensuring that Ministry of Gender departments responsible for gender central needs to be taken into consideration. Then we also need to address institutional gender capacity gaps. The ministry is responsible for all these issues. What capacity gaps do they have as it comes to gender? Do they feel they have the right structures, personnel, but also finances to respond to the gender needs? Then the last one is we need to understand what gender technical capacity that IGAD needs to provide, and also that the different partners needs to provide to the ministries so that our climate advisories become more gender responsive. Apologies, my brother, the moderator, my 5 minutes have not been fully utilized that I requested for. I think it was 1 minute. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Jocelyn. Thank you for the presentation, but of course, we need to listen to the timekeeper, particularly when it comes to matter of social importance like this. So thank you very much. So now, my next presenter is on issue related to policy efficacies in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia. Winnie, can you now take us through? I hope you will not disappoint me. Go ahead. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. So my name is Winnie, and just to start off our presentation today, where we are talking about policy efficacy in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia, I want us to do a little exercise together. I'm sure all of you have a pen and a paper. Can you please pluck one sheet of paper and write down in one word what you think can make a policy effective or successful? One word. Your 10 seconds starts now. Okay, congratulations, Dr. Philip, you are number one. Thank you. Are we all finished? Okay, thank you. So at the end, just before we go for lunch, you can please drop for me what you have written on the table behind there. I will appreciate. Thank you. Yeah, so now moving into the presentation. So the policy efficacy work is part of the analysis that we have done under a project called Down to Earth. Some of you have already seen our booth outside where we talk about some of the things that we have done. So in terms of policy efficacy for these 3 countries, we undertook a process to understand what efficacy looks like. And this is how the process went like. So we did a literature review, and then we identified some anchor policies, which I will come to at another point in my presentation. And then we conducted interviews with different stakeholders, government officials, private sector stakeholders, as well as civil society, to just understand what policy efficacy or policy success means to them. And then we conducted an analysis of all these data, and then we wrote a report. So this is basically the framework for our analysis, looking at the governance environment that enable these policies to be effective. So governance environment basically means what are the structures for governance around that policy, what does it establish, how is it managed and run, and so on. And then we also looked at issues of equity and legitimacy, basically focusing on who is involved in these processes, how inclusive are these processes, are gender considerations incorporated, are we looking at young people, are we looking at indigenous communities, pastoralists, and so on. And we also looked at accountability structures, and then finally we looked at financing, because for a policy to be successful and effective, you need finances to enable this. So coming on the specific ones we focused on, so these were water policies, the food security policies, national adaptation plans, and the nationally determined contributions, which Mr. Bebe mentioned earlier in his presentation. These are the ones that we looked at when we were assessing the efficacy or the successes. So in terms of what we found in these interesting analyses was, this is just a snapshot of some of the ones that I want to highlight, 3 policies from 3 different countries. And the first one is Ethiopia's agriculture sector policy investment framework. And this was quite an interesting one because it is based on the African Union's Comprehensive Agriculture Development Program. And this particular policy at the sort of the endway mark reported that they had been able to increase growth in terms of yields by up to 8% in Ethiopia. And this was considered as quite a success in terms of policy implementation. And then they, just to go back to the Ethiopia Policy Investment Framework, some of the things that made this policy successful was actually the governance environment around it, because it had a coordination unit that included people from various sectors working together, mobilizing resources, both within government and outside government, to ensure that policies were being implemented. And this is what led to this particular success. And then for Kenya, I highlight the Isiolo Climate Change Fund Act, which is based on Kenya's Climate Change Act of 2016. And this is a subnational level policy which sought to establish what they call ward planning committees. So these are made up of community members, and these committees include women, men, youth, as well as other disadvantaged or marginalized people within the community who come up with plans to implement. So for this particular policy, one of the successes highlighted by stakeholders was the fact that for Isiolo County, all of the ward planning committees were established, and all of them were able to come up with a specific plan for implementation. And as I stand here today, some of these wards have actually received some finances to implement their strategies that they wanted to actually implement in terms of climate adaptation. And then the final one I highlight is Somalia's National Water Resource Strategy, which is fairly new. And one of the successes different stakeholders highlighted had come from this policy was the fact that that it is helping to strengthen water governance structures in Somalia. And also it has fostered collaboration between the federal government of Somalia and the federal member states, because it was also an inclusive process which brought together different opinions and needs from the different member states, so to say, to put together in this framework. And so there is sort of a joint implementation of this particular policy. Next is just a summary table to show you all of the policies that we looked at. There is no time to go into all of them, but you can just see a snapshot of all the ones we focused on across the 3 countries, and you can find more information about these ones on our website. And then some of the challenges that we noted from our work is that some of the policies are relatively new. I just mentioned the water one. It's from 2021, so fairly new. And so it's very early to already assess some of the more, I guess, tangible successes of these. And these will happen as the years go by. And then there is also an issue of inadequate data on policy successes. I think a lot of research focuses on the gaps, and most researchers don't pause to look at what has worked and what can we build on these. So that is something we also noted from these. And then enforcement and financing, this is obviously still a challenge, even with some of the successful policies and strategies. For example, where I talked about the Isiolo County Climate Change Fund Act, some of the monies received are not necessarily from the structure that has been established, rather outside of that structure. So that shows that there are a lot of funding gaps that still persist. And then in terms of recommendations, recommendations here really touch on different levels across national governments, across the region, and also different sectors. So it is important that we have cross-country learning, for example, thinking about even how Uganda could learn from the policy investment framework of Ethiopia in implementing its own policies, especially in terms of the coordination and sort of the collaborative approach to deliver that particular policy. And then there is also a need for focus on coordination at all levels, really leveraging on whatever institutions already work. And a good example is, for example, the ward planning committees I talked about in Isiolo. Can we use this one when we are talking about dissemination of climate information, because they're already established? These are people within the community. How can we leverage these? There are also water resource user associations, I think across all the member states. There are water policies, have resource user associations. Can we leverage on some of these existing sort of structures when it comes to disseminating climate information? And then, of course, enforcement of water regulations at national and subnational level to ensure implementation. This is also something that is important, that needs to be taken forward. And then, of course, we cannot overemphasize the issue of collaboration across different levels, especially with communities and also with private sector, which sometimes you find that our private sector gets, left behind. So it is important that we start really engaging them, especially in terms of mobilizing resources for implementation of our policies in our countries. That is it. Mwevale.
Thank you, Winnie. I think this is a very important presentation that you have given us. Now we know mechanism is very important in all the processes in policy and implementation. So next presenters is on capacity development and also operational issues of weather, climate, and so forth. So we are going to see Professor Joseph. This is Professor going to present. I think Professor will not talk too much as well. Thank you. You are welcome, Prof.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And it's true, I'll not talk too much. Actually, the PPT has only one illustration. That's only that one is what you are going to see in the form of the usual things which entice us when we are making presentations. But I want to start from maybe an historical kind of perspective. Way back in the late 70s, one of the fathers of meteorology of East Africa, actually, late Professor Asinani, may so rest in peace, actually gave a talk in Nairobi. It was the East Africa University, actually, and it was, I remember it was actually, I read it from, of course, I was not born at that particular time, but, you know, it was actually 28th November, and we did rain tomorrow. And after all that talk and all that, actually left for Cairo the following day. And I was just checking whether I met records, and actually the rainfall was captured way starting from actually midday of December 1st to the 3rd of December that same year. And that is a typical example of what value comes into the actual science and the techniques of weather science if and only if we have the professors, one of them, and of course the forecasters who we train working together. And I'm not sure nowadays whether the traditional concept of the evening 2 p.m. conference in the medical services happens, and that's going to be a topic for another day. And so, basically what we are saying is that it's very good that within the RI1 Africa Med Services over the last few years, they have come to this realization that, in fact, if we do not really emphasize and go back to good practices, then African weather services and the weather science can actually lag behind. It can actually deteriorate. Here we are, for example, doing climate, outlook and preparing, and that is good. That prepares us. It is actually weather which informs us what to wear and what to be battering, and that is where the rubber hits the road. So we need to take cognizance of the value of the advancement which comes when us scholars and ourselves, the met experts, work together to advance the science. And I've not put the research topics here. They are very many. The modulators, the controls, which make that part, like, it's not a secret actually. The northwestern part of Kenya and that northern part of Uganda, the El Nino rains were almost nil. Everywhere else it flooded. And good case studies done by ourselves, guiding our early careers, enable us to understand these things better and actually institutionalize them into the operational practices. So this is a value which the RI1 has realized, and of course they have asked me to lead this new paradigm shift in bringing ourselves in the academia and our forecasters and other careers together and give them these enticing topics which of course lead to better and good advancement of the science. And I will not talk a lot about the priorities. You can actually see them. Some of them are actually very good, like the last one at the bottom there. You see, we are in the realm of implementing the national frameworks of weather, water, and climate services. I think this is the new phrasing of the global framework of climate services at the national levels, and quite a lot to do in terms of getting things done much better. For example, I don't know how many national med services in East Africa, at least, are doing nowcasting, which is core, which is very much necessary for us to be able to do these things much better. For example, also the need to prioritize. Number 9 is very, very important. For example, the modulators of weather, the controls due to systems which are easy for students to work on until we come to those systems which are not easy for students to work on. And this is where our mentorship comes in as scholars in the field. And of course, continuing to support the initiative. See, I think the KMD are in the process of doing number 10. And I think that those initiatives are very good because if you realize, for example, I go to the table, for example, of challenges, the challenges and opportunities. I think that is an interesting one. Oh, where is this one now? That's it, going back. Finish it before I finish, eh? I'm almost there. Yeah, let me mention, for example, the last challenge. And I think one of the leaders of UNMA put it very clearly. If we are actually not top of the game, of course, others are doing it. Whether they know the first word or not does not matter. But they can sway public opinion and actually discredit us. Freelance, meteorologists and sources of information is out there, and it's upon us, therefore, to take this as an opportunity so that we keep ahead in getting the science done well. We have the infrastructure, we have the capacity, we have the resources, and this is our opportunity to be able to, for example, take advantage of the ever-growing open source, good quality infrastructure, data sets, open source NWP, satellite data sets, and of course, good computing understanding and technologies. And it's very, very important for me to emphasize this, because we are not very much going to be very much interested in those who are developing systems for us. We want to develop the systems ourselves, because we inbuilt the necessary technology and ensure it is well calibrated and customized to serve our needs. And this is why I did not want to put it so nakedly like that in the last day, yesterday evening, when I said, yeah, don't say you are developing this for us. Let us play the key role of developing the tools and the subroutines. Coding is no longer an issue. So thank you very much for these opportunities, and I think during the next few months, I will be having a lot of training, activities, like within this forum we have just been reviewing ENSO and its implications, and of course, ENSO now in the context of warming climate and the major climate drivers and indices and all those which enable us to continue advancing and taking advantage, for example, of the worldwide hydromet, support, which enables the MED services and the hydrological agencies to work more together in terms of collecting hydrological data for our river basins, for our catchments, for Lake Victoria, for the rising Lake Victoria, lakes and all those disasters, and understanding where this one is coming from and enabling us to give the necessary advisories. And therefore, basically what we are saying is that it is research which spurs development, which gives us the necessary capability and the capacities to be able to do what we need to do and ensure that as Africa, we actually have the necessary skilled human resources which will continue service provision now and into the future. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Professor. If time could have allowed, you would have told us more, and thank you very much. I like the flower you have given us there for all of us to be happy. I promise you we only have one person to present, so that at least you will interrogate them with questions and maybe you can give in your comment. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you in the presentation talking about improving the forecast through machines learning and also artificial intelligence. This debate has been there for long now, and nobody else going to present this is Marceline. Please, Dr. Marceline, tell us what is this artificial intelligence.
Thank you, Chair, for the introduction. Thank you, Prof, for laying the foundation. I think you have really explained on why do we need further research in terms of improving our focus. So my focus today will be mostly on using the new kid on the block, which is artificial intelligence and machine learning. So kind of thinking like what really is artificial intelligence. I think we have all heard the buzzword artificial intelligence, machine learning, and My colleague Shruti did kind of a survey yesterday, and I think the general feeling from this audience is not so confident about how much we'll improve. So we'll talk about it, and then we'll see also we are looking at a project where we are trying to apply machine learning algorithms to improve the forecast. So what this is, so we are basically looking at computational techniques that we'll use to analyze the weather and climate data. Dr. Mtemi really expressed the need for data. We should not leave our data to deteriorate, the observational data, because this is a technique that is data hungry, and the only way we can improve the forecast is by having the observational data. So looking at machine learning, and we are all aware, I guess, about the Early Warning for All initiative that was launched by the UN Secretary General. So in terms of this, we can see that, machine learning can actually be utilized in kind of advancing all the 4 pillars of the early warning initiatives. So all the way from the observations, monitoring, and then also forecasting, and then the dissemination, the preparedness, and then also the disaster risk knowledge. So we'll focus more on the second pillar, which focuses on observations, monitoring, analysis, and forecasting. So in what ways can we use machine learning for that? So we can see that we can apply machine learning in different areas. So we can start off from improving the prediction accuracy. So for now, the way that we are developing it, we are using the model outputs from the dynamical models and trying to correct the biases from those models. So that is one way of improving it. And then another way is just focusing on the data sets, the observational data, and trying to build the models based on that. And then also the tailoring of focus. So someone can easily request for a specific location for their information. So for example, here we are showing, we're talking about an agricultural stakeholder can get information about the area that they are in. I think we have all heard about chat boxes where someone can actually input the information and then they get the tailored information on if they should apply fertilizers or they should weed or which activity they should go ahead on doing. And then the integration of non-traditional data sources. So this will be quite important when you are also looking at implementing the impact forecast, impact-based forecast. So when you are doing the crowdsourcing, you can also get data from social media, from Twitter, from Instagram. You can get also information on the disasters that have happened. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about a project that we are working on now. So the project started last year and it will continue all the way to 2026. And the project is called Strengthening Early Warning Systems for Anticipatory Action. So the major focus of this project is to assess the skillfulness and sustainability of developing a cloud-based machine learning post-processing system for improved high-impact weather forecast. And from what Dr. Mtemi said, we should own this. So we should be the one to be able to improve our own forecast. Now looking at machine learning, because we can be able to produce the forecast in a short period of time, we'll be able to actually customize it for our own region. And then the outcomes for this will include data. So this is mostly focusing on data and also utilizing non-traditional observations, and then also producing high-resolution calibrated weather and climate forecasts. And then in terms of the partners, so this is one of the projects that is being funded by non-traditional sponsors. So this is a project that is being funded by Google, and Google is helping through also the computational resources. So we'll be utilizing the cloud resources from Google, and then they will also provide the technical expertise in terms of also developing the machine learning algorithms. And then we also have universities in terms of research, where we are collaborating with University of Oxford. And then we have the 3 institutions that will be mostly focusing on the operational focus. So that will be ICPAC in collaboration with KMD and also EMI. And then we'll also be getting support from ECMWF. And then the Well Food Program is overall its coordination, and with the forecast output that they will get, then they will activate the anticipatory actions. So this is just an example of some of the work that we are currently doing, and we are still developing this. Hopefully, at the end of 3 years, we'll see the value of utilizing machine learning in our forecast in terms of the weather and also the climate, so that we can have more products. Prof mentioned nowcasting. Only a few countries are producing nowcasting products over the region. Hopefully, with this, we'll be able to produce the nowcasting all the way to seasonal forecasts at a higher frequency. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maslin. Thank you very much. I think it's very important to see the machines also helpful in many ways. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now is our turn. We don't want to waste much time. I would like to appreciate that you have been patiently listening, and I don't want to add anything there, but you can actually now have your opportunity to put your question directly or your comment as well. That will be helpful. Thank you very much. I start from the left. The left means from the corner to this, and then also the right from there to this. So let us start from the left. Ladies and gentlemen, we have more time, I think more or less 15 minutes for us to interrogate this. You are now welcome. I can see 2 hands here this way. Yes, that one and this one here. You start, then come in front.
Okay, thank you very much.
You can also tell us your name from down there.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is George Sanga. I work with Global Water Partnership, Eastern Africa Regional Secretariat based at Entebbe. My question is on the policy. In terms of private sector involvement in the policy-making process, at what point can we be sure that private sector views have been expressed in the policy development mechanism? Because the 3 countries that you gave, I think Kenya, they do have an umbrella private sector entity. I'm not sure about Ethiopia or Somalia. What constitutes private sector input in the policy process?
Thank you very much. I think, Winnie, you take that questions. Next.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Mohamed Ismail. I have the PR of Djibouti. I want to ask a question to my colleague and my brother Abeba about the climate change. We know that the climate change is a big issue for everyone. The climate change, the first climate change was in Berlin in 1995. The second one was in 1996 in Geneva. 27 was Sharm el-Sheikh. 28 was Dubai. Next one will be Baku in Azerbaijan. I want to ask him, how we get benefit for the countries, less developed countries, what they get? Because we are seeing that we collect the money, mobilize so huge money, but we want to know that LDC countries, how the benefits?
Thank you very much. Tadeke, you take the question very serious. Come up here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator, for the opportunity. I have two questions. One for Professor Mtemi. I see a lot of money going into projects like, for example, at ICPAC and also National Med Services, but hardly any money ever goes to education, which you really emphasized. Why do you think this is the case? Is it a situation where universities don't write proposals, or what could be the issue? My next question is for Marceline about this artificial intelligence. We have seen companies coming from America and other places wanting to sign MOUs with National Med Services. And as you know, our status in terms of artificial intelligence is just starting to crawl, really. Is it a good time to start signing MOUs, or should we first and foremost get to know what artificial intelligence is? Thank you.
Thank you very much. This question directly, Marceline and Professor, you take it serious. I think next, yes, Banak. I think this is Banak or what? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. My question will go direct to the climate change presentation by Abebe. What I have realized in the last COPs I attended, almost 5 of them or 6, is that there is a word that we are using, we African, which is not helping in my opinion. This is a personal opinion. We go and say, we're asking the developed countries or the big powers to help us reduce the emission, because we think that we are bearing the brunt of the climate change and we are not a significant contributor to the carbon dioxide emission. I disagree. I disagree because if you scan through all the budgets of Africa, I have not seen any country having a budget on climate change adaptation or significant budgets at the national level. At the same time, we are called LDCs because we don't have enough energy. The only energy is fossil fuel. And you can see that how our women spend time in the bushes collecting firewood, and our soldiers also burning charcoal is immense, including South Sudan is the contributor. The 4% that we think that is the contribution from Africa to the global warming, does it not need an action from us? Instead of moving from our continent and go and blame others that you are the people who are bringing rains and drought. And while we are not cleaning our home, I think the first African Climate Summit, which was in September last year, should be redefined to ensure that Africans should stand up on their own to make sure that they have budget line for reducing the global warming. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Given my panel is gender balance, I do not hear any lady this way, but let me now take this opportunity to move away from here to this side because of the time. You want to violate it, or we give opportunity there last? Yes. Because there are a lot of questions. Yes, colleague, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Mine is on artificial intelligence. Maybe what I would suggest is that we already have, under ESC, we have the RANDA systems for under Uganda and Tanzania. Maybe this artificial intelligence could also consider using those random data for, but I think this time it's more just for nowcasting. I don't think we have yet to come to a point where we can have seasonal forecast with this artificial intelligence for the moment.
Thank you very much. Marceline, you have something there again. Okay, let us give this, then we go this side now. Let us ask the last question from this side, then we move. We still have some 10 minutes so that these guys will answer. Yes, colleagues?
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Wako Gufu from IGAD. My question goes to artificial intelligence, Marceline. I wish to understand what are the policy gaps, what is the policy landscape on artificial intelligence, and possibly could you highlight some of the key policy gaps in the region and of course maybe continent. But then the other question is, are we as a continent, are we ready for, are we ripe for artificial intelligence? My other question is, what are some of the opportunities in terms of application to enhance climate and, for example, health nexus? Are there some possible, obvious opportunities there? Thank you, Anova.
Thank you very much. That is the last end from this side. We are not going to answer first because it is very interesting questions. Colleagues, can you move this way so that at least they will answer once and we then end? This way. Number one is this side. Nobody is here. It's clusters, eh? Yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks, moderator, for this opportunity. I think this question goes to Jocelyn. First, it was a good presentation, but how can we link the national agenda focal points with the national sector focal points to enhance gender sector impact reporting and capacity development, especially on gender issues led by ICAD? Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Now you have questions. Any other person?
Hello.
I don't see.
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead from the other side.
My comment is goes to a baby regarding the issue of climate change. Last year I was in Dubai on the COP28, and I think we have seen the figure when the slide was shown. And the issue for us as an African countries, we have so many challenges that make us not to access the money. One is some of us, like some countries, technically, if we are applying for the money, the system will not allow us. There are some barriers that will not allow a certain country to access the money. For instance, Southern Sudan, we can having a project to applying for a grant or for a climate change fund. But they could just simply say, Southern Sudan cannot apply directly. It has to find a large entity to access the money to implement a project. So here in this room, as a bloc or as an IGAD member state, we have to find a way when we go for a negotiation in the next COP. How can we access the money? That would be a one key for African members country in order to implement some of the climate projects. So to make it short, or the message here is, how can we access the money on a climate change under the climate project? If we can answer that question, then we can be able to access the money that were on the screen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Tadege, you were with him together there, so you will be able to. Thank you.
My name is Mabior Atemayik. I'm from Southern Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you, Bior. Any other person?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, all the presenters. My name is Akumu Christine.
Thank you, Akumu. For the first time, the ladies are coming.
Yeah, I want to just compliment on Jocelyn's presentation. When we are trying to work on the predictions of the various institutions, like health and all the other sectors, we need to take into consideration the gender perspective. Why do I say this? It's because not everybody is affected the same way, you know. All the people are affected differently. That means that perspective of various community members needs to be put into consideration. And not only that, the needs of the various categories of people need to be put into consideration. So whether we are talking about health, we are talking about agriculture, we are talking about all these other sectors, we need to engage the gender specialists to do the analysis. So the information that is given to the people really helps each and every category of people in the community. So that is still my emphasis. We cannot do predictions minus bringing all the other actors together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akuma. I think in absence of no question from this side, I would be, another lady. Thank you, because I don't miss that. Thanks. So this would be maybe the last, or, okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm Caroline from Uganda Ministry of Water and Environment. Mine is to Mr. Adebele. In the COP outcomes, you did not indicate any outcomes on gender. You know, we have several thematic areas. I saw you talked about the global stock take and some adaptation, then you moved to the monies. But as a one of the key issues for us to move this gender subject matter into the sectors, and what we are talking about today is implementing the gender action plan and us cascading them down to the national level. And you know, when we are doing this, we are able to come up with sector-specific gender action plans that can be referred to develop gender-responsive climate advisories in these kind of scenarios. So I thought that it was quite a critical outcome at the COP28 from the gender thematic area, and it could have come out here. Yeah, because you know, we tend to focus on the monies, which we very well know our capacity to access is still hard. Unless we work on this groundwork, we still find it very hard to access the monies, even when they are there. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Any other person? Last? There again. I'm very happy to see all these hands of ladies. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Now, just also to appreciate Jocelyn for the good presentation and the voice she put in on the debate of gender. And I think just to create a buy-in for the men in the House and in the climate science, you know, when we are looking at the climate change issue, we, especially for the pastoralist communities, mostly is the boy child and the man. They are the ones involved in moving with the cows here and there. And it's important to note that their lifestyle are being distracted. Some of them being away from the families for so long, and their health is affected that way. In fact, including, if you allow me to mention, the bit of their conjugal rights, and therefore making it even increasing family conflicts. So it's important also to really maybe do a survey to understand how are the various genders affected differently, so that it will help us plan and take serious the bit of gender and health in the aspect of climate, creating resilience in climate issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I am not biased. I'm going to turn to my presenters to start answering you one by one. And also we appreciate those who make very formidable comments, and now good questions also that you are putting. I think we start with Abebe because he has a lot of questions. Please start.
Thank you, Chair. That means the issue was very interesting. Yeah, let me start from the gender question. Caroline and the lady that side. Gender is very high in the issues of COP. So it's important, and the links I have given. There were several decisions, several announcements, several initiatives. So I'm sure by having a look at those links, you will get that that initiative on gender. So it's important. I know it's very important. Even in our IGAD delegation, we included people from the gender side to go to COP 28 so that they play their role. Going to Ismail's question, how can we benefit from those funding arrangements? That's really, even from the other side also, Luvera also, yeah, they are similar somehow. So the key now, there's a lot of money being talked, pledged, and contributed, and yet we don't see it at the national level, at the ground level. So that is really the real challenge, accessing climate finance. So my take is that the first thing we need to do is we need to get well organized at the national level. We need to have the right policies, the climate change policies, the institutions, the legal instruments, and so on. We need to have the capacity, human and institutional capacity. We need to be aware about the climate change issues. There should be a lot of climate change literacy at all levels, because it involves everybody. So we need to do our homework, and then we challenge the other side, the donors, the contributors. In fact, ICPAC is trying to be accredited to the Green Climate Fund, and the process is taking us. We are not there. So these challenges, I think, are well recognized at the negotiation level, and we need to. The purpose of ICPAC trying to get accreditation is to increase access to finance for the member countries, especially for the IGAD member countries, and we are pushing on that. So we need to create various mechanisms to enhance climate finance access to the member countries. The other one, I think Bernard also brought this issue. The climate change issue creates opportunities for countries in terms of getting technologies, solar, wind, clean cooking, and other, even electric vehicles and so on. So there are a lot of opportunities coming from the climate change issue. So we should see climate change as a development issue. We should not always say that we are just the victims and the like. We can tap resources, technology, and technical solutions through those mechanisms. So again, it requires coordination at the national level, capacity, and the necessary enabling mechanisms at the national level. Thank you. I would encourage if there are people who can also add on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. I think, let me go up and down. Marceline, you also have a lot of good questions on this artificial. Can you go ahead and see?
Okay, so I'll start off with the question of signing on MOUs. So this is my personal opinion. So I believe in partnerships. So I think partnerships are really important, so because we need to leverage on the tools and the new methods that are being developed. But I feel like we just need to be equal in that partnership. So once we are signing the MOU, we know what is the take and give for each one of us. And then there was a question on utilization of the radar systems. So the original technique that was developed is neural networks. It was utilizing radar systems, but because we don't have so many radar systems of our region, we have been utilizing satellite-based data. So it will be really good if we are able to have the radar data. I think that would be really, really good in terms of training the machine learning. Then he also mentioned the issues of, for now, it's mostly on weather timescales, nowcasting timescales. So that is true for purely machine learning outputs. But in terms of seasonal, we are also kind of utilizing from the global climate models. So we have also been working through, I think Eric presented in the morning about the CONFA project. We're trying to develop a seasonal forecast based on machine learning techniques. And then in terms of if the region is ready, I believe if we integrate most of these new techniques in curriculum, it will be good. If we're able to have most of the youth being trained on the imaging science as early as possible, then we'll be able to kind of easily integrate new techniques operationally. I think there was also a question in terms of climate and health nexus. I think that is a very important thing, and it's something that we've been really trying to develop, climate health products that have integrated climate information so that we can produce information that people can easily act upon. So we are really working on that. Pamela was suggesting we have a technical working group in terms of developing more products on climate and health. I think those were all right. Oh, I missed a question.
Yeah, thank you. Let us move. Professor was next present.
And I want to thank the audience for keen attention and picking out those points. And indeed, to answer that particular question, which was about the maybe why we in the past we have seen limited funding actually going to academia, and that is true. And I think Dr. Maslin is a good example of what can happen, and also others in the room. I can point to Dr. Richard Muita also, and several others who thankfully have come through our hands, and what impact they are able to bring to the service delivery, to the science, and to the leadership of the METI services and organizations. And the point here is that if and unless we continue to sensitize ourselves, our institutions and organizations, that if we are not under collaborative agreements and arrangements, we can actually lag behind and we can actually miss out. And this is no longer the case, because if you look at what is happening now in terms of the floated project costs and requirements, as an individual organization, your chance to actually be considered is maybe 25%, 80% if you are a consortia of organizations. Because the current world requires partnerships which actually leave behind capacities and capabilities which can steer the brain power and the necessary expertise which drives the society to the next level. And that is why now we want to, for example, if I give the example of Claire. Claire, we got the highest, all the 80 million Canadian dollars, because we went in as a consortia of East, West African institutions, both operational and academia, so that we can actually provide holistic solutions. This is the way to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jocelyn, then we end with Winnie.
Thank you, the audience, for the questions. And especially from my brother, most times when it comes to gender issues, it's the ladies that, usually pick a lot of interest, but I'm happy for my brother who is really interested in ensuring that we enhance coordination between the gender sector and the other subsectors. I want to share with you examples from IGAD that have worked that probably we can also adopt for the ICPAC and other programs within IGAD. Within IGAD itself, IDRISI, there is what is called the Gender and Resilience Working Group that brings together the gender focal point persons from the ministries responsible for gender and the gender focal point persons from other sector ministries, including agriculture, health, education, environment. So that's a good structure that probably also ICPA can tap into, and it creates space for the different gender focal point persons to share and learn and see how best they can support each other on areas where there are gaps around the gender gaps. It's a structure that needs to be well resourced financially, but it exists. So that is something that probably we can tap into as ICPAC to ensure that even when we come to we're planning for the next GHACOF, we can use that to already inform the development of the advisories from a gender perspective. Blue Economy also have a similar structure where they have the gender focal point persons at the ministry level, and they have created that at country level, that you have the Ministry of Gender, but also other all sectors that are part of the Blue Economy sector, and that they engage on a regular basis. Land governance as well, we have a gender and land community of practice that we have been working with that brings together the gender ministry and the sectors, other sectors including land, environment, and agriculture. And regularly we deliberate on gender-related issues, but also strategizing to engage with the Bureau of Statistics to generate gender and land data. So there are some elements of learning that we can pick from IGAD and build on. We just need to have more financial resources to make it work, but there is some bit of a good start. With Christine emphasizing the need for addressing gender, very, very critical, and we've talked about it. Most times when you're talking about gender, it's a very unpopular topic for especially the scientists. I'm happy some of the scientists are really picking interest. So really, if we have to do advisories that will have an impact on the different social groups in the different communities, the pastoral communities, and other kinds of isolated communities, we need to engage everyone. We need to engage them in developing and informing the data, the advisories through indigenous knowledge contribution, but also through other ways. So that's doing that, we'll be able to get everyone utilize this information and also bring out issues that speak to them. How does it impact on them from a health and education and other different perspectives? And thank you also, Caroline, for raising the issue of the gender outcome at COP. That is very important, and I know that every member state seated here, they have the gender and climate change focal point person who is responsible for ensuring that they advance the gender issues at the international level, but they also support the implementation of the Gender Action Plan, the UNFCCC Gender Action Plan. So as ICPAC, we need to make use of those structures. In Kenya, Uganda, all these persons are present and they can be able to support. So we need to work with those structures to ensure that we can be able to advance in this gender sector. So thank you so much, everyone, and emphasizing gender is critical and it's for everyone.
Thank you, Rosalind. I think now we can go to Winnie. There are many talk about policies.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the question was about private sector involvement and what constitutes this private sector involvement. I think this varies. At national level, in Kenya, for example, there is the Kenya Private Sector Alliance that is involved in policy making. It was involved in the design of the Climate Change Act, for example. It has been involved in the development of the action plan as well as the different climate adaptation strategies and initiatives. And it's also actively involved even at international level during negotiations. And what this has done is that they actually do have a voice, and if you look at Kenya's policies, you'll see sort of a reflection of some of their views in the policies themselves, as well as partly in the implementation of these policies. In other countries, it's slightly different. For Somalia, there isn't really a lot of private sector engagement in the policy development process, as well as implementation, due to an array of socio-economic and political challenges, which you're all aware of. In Ethiopia, there is some private sector involvement, and one of the policies I spoke about, the Agriculture Policy Investment Framework, the success of that policy was actually also driven by private sector partnerships. So part of the coordination involved the Ethiopia private sector players, especially in terms of provision of fertilizer, because most of it actually focused on crop production. So the provision of fertilizers and other farm inputs to be able to sort of achieve this growth within the agricultural sector. At subnational level, though, things start to look a little bit different, because in a lot of subnational level, using the example, let's say, Ethiopia, if you look at Oromia region, you don't really have a regional private sector body that gets engaged in these types of things. The same case with Kenya, for example, for Isiolo, you don't really have a private sector sort of alliance or umbrella body at that particular level. But this is really key in terms of the success of policies, especially as we are talking about adaptation, and adaptation happens at local level. So it's still important, even at subnational level, to engage private sector right from where you conceptualize these policies, you finalize them, and also partnership when implementing. For local level, for example, in counties, private sector is very vital, for example, for providing insurance products for farmers to insure their livestock, to insure their crops, and also other types of support in terms of even innovative business models for people to be able to sell their products, for people to access the market, and so on, and be able to adapt to the impacts of climate change. So there is a lot of room for private sector engagement. Obviously, there is a lot of innovation that needs to go into that. And as part of the work that we are doing under Down to Earth, we'll be coming up with some sort of framework for how this might look like. And we invite you all to provide more ideas about this. We are engaging different actors, and of course, private sector is important in helping us to conceptualize this sort of framework and how it might work in different contexts. Thank you.
Yeah, I think before we end, Otieno, do you have anything? George was also presenting something. If question did not come to you, do you have anything? In 2 or 3 minutes. Is George there? George has left. Yes. Do you have any comment?
Yes, so my takeaway message or take home for the audience is the DRM is a very good platform, an entry point for the entry of the anticipatory action. I know most countries, their policies are ready, but as a region, we are also beginning to work with the member states to ensure that the policies are more responsive and geared towards the anticipatory action. So when we begin to come down to countries, I think the support has been great, but that is the strategic direction IGAD is taking with regards to the early warning and the anticipatory action. As has been highlighted in the presentation, that the disasters continue to manifest in various forms. So the region also has to be very strategic and ready to address some of these challenges. And that is the essence of the drive, the coming up with a regional strategic document called Roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think at this juncture, I would like to appreciate my colleagues who have presented and they answer you very well. And nevertheless, you can bilaterally continue to engage with them when you go outside. I think at this juncture, I would like to end and appreciate also those who have asked the questions. I'm very happy that so many gender relevant questions has been put across. I hand over to you, colleagues, down. Can you release us now? Clusters.
Thanks, moderator, for that session. I think we have interacted so much. Let us applaud the team and the moderator. Okay, we are breaking for lunch. We shall turn back at 2:10. And when we come back, we shall be handling re-engineering of GHACOFs. We want to give a voice to the user of GHACOF products or GHACOF outputs, such that we can continue improving. This comes at a time when I think in the 3 past GHACOFs, some users suggested that they want super GHACOF. And we were thinking that if given opportunity, you could even express more. Internally, we have our director at ICPAC has stressed that we have to make sure that we deliver. And this is a process that we want to listen to. Users' voice is very key. And I'll be joined by a team, my brother from University of Cape Town, Peter, just then another one from University of Leeds, Marta. I don't know where you are. This will be very neutral and biased, okay, in this kind of discussion, this dialogue. They will be very neutral and unbiased so that we can learn from the participants, from the users of different sectors. So please make sure that you don't miss this dialogue at 2:30 p.m. Besides that, I wish you the best in your lunch. Peter, you have something to say? Here. All users, all participants are invited in this particular room. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. It's 2:10, not 2:30. 2:10. Okay? Thank you.
Augusta na Viki wako huko.
What happened? Yes.
Ulikuwa unataka nini? Unajua nimefika hapa then I realized everyone needs something from me.
You have finished everything.
Shamaliza.
Hata nitafungua.
Hapana, ukitafuta utafungua na staki email zangu zifunguliwe. No, wacha niende kwa laptop.
Najua you are very busy.
It's not helping me. Nataka nifungue email but niko na usidi nyingine ya email. If you open it, I won't open it. Nitaisahau. We spoke. Yeah. Hiyo ilikuwa upload kwa tracks. So nini unataka exactly? The approved memo?
Yeah, the approved memo.
We. Kirago. Msee venye nimetoka fight huko Warzone alafu nilipia lakini si ya mnyonyo ya Victoria Serena. Wapi? Mlanga. Uganda. Na venye Museveni ni mkali. Hata si hivyo. Kiragu alipati peace. Cynthia, by the finance watu penda violence, si ndio? Ni ukweli. You people do not thrive in peace.
Wewe jamaa wako mchenje tiki.
Atasukua mpaka ni change.
Mchenje. Unajua tete ni staff.
Najua ni staff.
Nani hao watu
wa Fatuma. Ataenda kutuambia Fatuma.
Ataenda kutusemea vibaya.
Kwangu kama
na bora anasema kujui.
Anatafuta landing spot ile ya sponge. Ni ulivaccinatiwa? Mpaka alifanya mpaka ukaenda kwa kanjo kuvaccinatiwa. Oye ndiye alituletea wale wasee. Wale wenye mlikuwa mnalipa. Wale walikuwa wanastart. Niao ndiye aliwaleta.
Hata tulisumbuana tukaanza moja inapiga mbinguni.
Umemaliza haraka Viki?
It's 142.
Yani Kiragu ana breathe tu kando yangu. Yani utanipea peace. Yeah, 5.
Hata miss calls ziko hivi.
Hapana, hizo ni zile emails za watu wa India za. Sorry. Thank you. Well noted. Upon. You just go to the dining. Augusta is there.
Augusta is at the dining.
Maboys wa gani? Yes, sir. But atatafuta na ni wendi atakuja kwako. You know kila kitu atano mwambia Kimathi.
Hata milioni ikipotea.
Go to Kimathi.
Chumzake. Ama uweke hizo zako hapa ndani ya labu.
Weke specs zangu hapa. Let me give you mine. Ai hapana. Ndizo mkono zako zichafue hizi.
Akitoka sasa pale mke.
Imagine, umeona? Hebu shika hii. Have you seen? Hebu check it.
Ya Barbara.
Alikuwa anataka kuchukua pamoja naye. Hata wewe umeshangaa anatoa audacity wapi, si ndio? Umeshanga penye anataka kutoa hiyo audacity. Huyu anapenda violence Cynthia, ni kweli. Alafu ana pick the wrong violence. The wrong person, the wrong place. Nataka Vicky ambiwe aliacha vitu huko kwa room, Vicky aende atafute. Unaona vile jana ulienda kwa room.
Unatafuta list gani?
Natafuta envelope kama hii.
Yeye iko na pesa ama?
Haina pesa, iko na numbers. Jana niliambiwa tell Victoria to go to my room. Vicky. Vicky anajua room. Mimi najua room. Jana ilikuwa 301. Inataka tuende huko na nani sasa? Unaweza fuata ni crime scene. Hata ile kitu nimeweza. Envelope kama hiyo. Atiende apate ni crime scene. Kidogo tu unaacha DNA yako unaharibu the whole investigation. Ndio ina load. Pasta tu kanisa inaangushwa. Hadi hivyo tu kidogo Vicky ameacha DNA yake all over the room. No, I want to download it from here. Yeah. Well, Vicky. Nilikuwa na nyota this time. Mbona hii Steve alikuwa ananiambia ilikuwa Unaenda for how long? Where are you going to? For lunch. Enda nayo. Tunakuja. Sasa unaona
Inaenda lini? Probably ninaanza tu vacation. Mimi nimekuja kuvisit Uganda ya pili, nikitoka hapa nashuka napanda ndege ya kwenda Kisumu. I'm not going back in the
Sini Aikra na Tinza nilieka board. Nilieka board.
I'm going to see my mom. Mimi nikae
nikikuita hivyo alafu wakinaweza sasa wanasema sijui nini huko. Wakina Moreidi huko. Ni hawa wamesema mbebe?
Bebe. Mimi niende nao.
Na wakati walikupea walikuwa.
Sasa leo alikuwa anataka kutoka msenge. Mimi sasa wacha tu hapo ndo mwambie mtandao. Ni mwambie bisi bangi bangi. That's what I did. Ndio mwambie tu bangi bangi. Mshile picha ya sabiti.
Gani hapo?
Kwa biti pia tunaonyesha. Biti Juba alikuwa na bagi nyingine kama hana bagi. Tunashindwa kwa nini member state atupati pesa.
Hii mnacheza hiyo ni Gucci, mtu amenunua pesa mingi $560. Gucci mnashida kudharau hizi.
Hadi Gucci yako na. Ni ngusi. Yes, ni ngusi.
Ametoa na huku downtown.
Yes. Unajua Meru ita nini Gucci ngusi? See, no pun intended by the way.
Something like that.
Ngusi. Ngusi. He's not in denial. Ngusi. know kuzo wangu alisoma Chogoria Girls. Na yeye ndiye alikuwa yake
inaitangwa
Chogi. Wao huitwa Chogi. So alienda hiyo shule na by the way yake alifanya suitcase ya Gucci on a serious note. So aliniambia shule watu walikuwa wanaita ngusi. Ako na ngusi. Mimi sikuwa comfortable nisome. Kiragu is there. May I confirm with him for budget? Yeah, Papa.
Yes.
So tusifanye anything.
I think wanasema mchinje tu mtu mmoja.
Jemo. Nani alikuwa compete? Glado. Yeah, so itabidi vidu.
Hata amesema mmoja kwanza. Sijui alikuwa anasema, sijui ana confirm nini.
Huyu wako
no, me I'm not giving. I just
Ano alikuwa ananionyesha email.
Neither. Hata sikuwa nimeambiwa ati nipeane instructions.
I need to see wako nani alishoot ticket yake? Blueberry. So umesema wako atakupatia pesa.
Hizi draft zote unapanga kutuma ni kutoka
Hata zimata zingine.
Zina kwanza za kununua.
Mimi hizo?
Just feel like communicating with someone na wachilie draft moja. It's a bomb.
Hey, Enyelo. Mimi
watakutumia ka email kamoja ka digital marketing uta-complain. Utasema violated the data protection policy. I did not consent.
No, na mimi yako niko kwa hizo staff, ndio?
I don't know how I landed in that one also.
But kwa nini unakopiwa sasa kwa vitu kama hizo?
Okay, also they they say responding to a mosquito bite with a hammer is not going to end well for you.
Exactly. Vitu kama hizo una click to spam. Kwani shida iko wapi? Wako so huyu wako yenyewe kama kuna mse ameimpress peace ni Kim. Wewe umeimpress peace this year. Naona kilabu bado taki. Ati?
It's supposed to be a fight. It's supposed to be work. And ikifika jioni relax.
Yes. Wewe umeimpress before.
Tutashinda tukisukua hiyo. What can I give? Very
Ako sawa tu. Hata Hamza ameamua violence this year. Umemsikia hapa?
Swing that back on your neck. Mara moja ukienda.
Hamza, you don't want peace, you want problems.
I want problems.
Ati street credibility itaisha. Amesema street credibility yako itaisha ukifika. Hatutakutambua kwa hizi streets tena.
Hata if my meeting is delayed, hiyo ingine sijui sija confirm ni siku gani, tunaweza kuwa tunakuja Tuesday. I might be in the office Monday, Tuesday, maybe come on Wednesday. I don't know, siko sure. But I know Rosemary ndiye anafaa kwenda Bocha. Bocha is a moving target. Tukinegotiate ma missions hiyo ma NCOF. Waganda wanasema wanataka pesa nyingine, wanataka pesa hii, so unashangaa utaandika utatoa pesa ngapi? Na nani is in copy? Kiragu is the one who is in charge of that.
Na yangu iko wapi leo?
Twende tukakule Kiragu.
Wait, simbi ngoje. Mimi mnanifanyisha job hapa alafu nataka kuniacha.
This one is okay. For the steering committee, I know everybody. Taking doesn't take anything. Na ikitiki hizo zingine zipotee. This stick imeka asili. Iweka tu hapa. Sasa mtu akiiba ni sawa.
Nani Evans?
You think he's a boss? No, the boy here is a joker.
Who is a boy? Kwani unamuita boy? Ah!
Evans, nini laptop yangu iache ikichaji hizi.
Umemaliza? Nikurira. Ati? Kuna wase wengine watakam.
Connected, yes.
Inakwanga page 2? Na una ndio. Also unaweza iprint alafu inatokea tu page 1. So tuende tukakula. Huyo madhe ni bebe hizi vitu kama niache tu hapo. Hata ajui penye iko sahihi.
Utaongeza chini clearance, my friend. Umeona gari ya nani penye inafanana?
Ya nani?
Gari ya Keep. Goes around kichota barabara.
Kuchota barabara au juu iko low.
Because of clearance, yes. You see, it is very
Gari ukiongeza clearance ni hivyo.
Okay,
Kisha
it loses meaning, yes.
Ati ukisha nini?
Unaona hata hii shida hii gari ni nini? I don't think also you are a very good driver as far as utakuna unaendesha ukienda wapi. Penye utakuwa unaenda naye pia.
Problem with you people ni amjui kalia kila mtu whether iko chini.
So unafikiria vile unaendesha carefully. Hata hii mambo ya Gong Road yenyewe utakuwa rush.
Saka duka.
Kimwaga Hakuna gari yake ishakuwa short of clearance. Hata ile Subaru. Unaona nini? Umeona gari ya kitu yenyewe na kana.
Sijaiona by the way. Anaenda Eldoret akipanda mlima kwetu barabara mingi mpaka.
Na hapo
Ngong.
Ngong na issue pale Rubis kutoka Rubis mpaka Rubis itanilia gari.
Anyway, I think it's important thing is the satisfaction that you get out of it. Hata kama
wewe kwanza uko rafu sana mpaka na simu yako hata
imepumzika hata
so mimi na wewe tuweze
I agree. On that one we are almost together. Huyu na Yesu namuelewa.
Kuchunga naye nitachunga lakini
kuendesha polepole ndio.
Kuendesha polepole.
Sababu hakuna discern kama
sababu iko na clearance kubwa kuliko hiyo. Iko nayo. Sababu iko na clearance. Pia baba anaona bali ni kamili unajua. Hili mimi SUV. But anyway, acha nikwambie. First, satisfaction. Second, kila mtu anapeleka kutengeneza mafuta. Sasa mtu akikwambia usijui nini
ndio sasa
kusikia.
Kama wewe ni rafu.
Forget about it.
Hapana, najua juu ya
Chimwambie kwa nini kwa kina baba ni?
My grandpa is very rich. You know my grandpa. Unajua baba alishakuwa kitambo.
Ati yako una nini?
Hakupata pesa.
Ni mmekula? Eugene alinichekesha. Wako nayo.
Wale watu wa gate.
Pale kwetu.
Kenya watu hawezi patiwa hizo.
Wako na short temper, watashoot watu.
Kwa Kenya.
Na wakina Mulama?
Baya wewe unaenda nini? Nani amenisaidia?
Hawana nini? Nani amebaki?
Sisi tuna kilabu.
Nani amebaki? Walusansa hana?
Sam.
Nani? Mmoja wenyu wa sacrifice a pesa Walusansa. I worship poleni. But you guys wako wapi?
Endeni mkule.
Alafu ndio mrudi wengine waende. Basi tutaenda na wewe. Pole. I hope njai kumalizi.
Muharakishe chakula si harakishe.
Umepea sasa? Unaenda naye? Na amepata? Si ama Eric unaweza pea Mlama? Umepea Kiragu? Kiragu pea Mlama. Mlama kona session after. Wacha Kiragu ape Mlama. Then us we will go together. Ndio isikuwe tunapelekana. Ndio ile unapewa voucher. So si need mic, si ndio? Ndio nasema si need mic kuongea. So Eric Atuna ndio tunasema we wait for Agusta sasa si tuende tu hivi pamoja bila. Si mnaenda lunch? Tutaenda nao since hatuna.
Na by the way, this hotel is funny. Our nini, our provide security watu wakienda lunch. Umeona? Walisema tujipange. So you notice there is no security. Wako casual sana.
You will rest in heaven. Carry your bags. Security is a personal responsibility.
I know.
Nimeacha.
Mimi hata sijui kama amekula, but kama hawajakula
Kwani watu wakiambiwa waende lunch kwa watu wengine wanakaa
nani pia anatucheza. Unaona? Mimi sijafurahia hiyo biashara na shida ikisema ulifanya hivi. Acha nimwambie atisaidie mwenyewe. Kenya ndio tufanye. Kuna moja.
bado. My morning has just been bad. Let me
anaturudishia mpira.
hauna vocha na wewe? Umekula? Patia hili kama chacha. Chacha, hebu chukua.
wacha chacha ndio atakula haraka ili ya kumwambia haraka. Chacha kula haraka. Release Eric.
Uko nayo? Nimeprint.
By the way, kusahau nayo ni rahisi sana.
Patia chacha.
Chacha ameenda.
We'll go with you.
Kwani watu wakisikia njaa ni nini? Mimi sisikii njaa. Unataka nini? Gani yako unatakaje? Mama Kim tu peke yake, but sisi tu unajua tunaweza amua tu kutoka kwangu niende kwa Iqbal tunatoa watu wote wapi?
No, are they like on tracks? Or they say 49 people? Twende? Twende tu pamoja. We are just going together.
I don't know.
Mnabaki kwa nini? Mnataka kubaki? Si lunch itaisha, itafungwa.
Lunch inafungwa 3.
It's already 2.
Inafungwa 3.
Imagine tuende.
Nyinyi endeni na
Jana
nabaki na Kim.
tulidiscuss
Nabaki na Kim. Na nikibaki na Kim. Nikibaki na Kim. Sasa nimeandika email.
Vicky mnabaki? So we leave this one. So
Augusta, I told you hizo vitu okay, I don't have a problem. The only problem niko nayo ni I don't like the way Mr. Tero anasema hii saa. Vitu kama hizo.
Actually,
I don't like that.
I'm on that same him. He keeps on accusing people every 5 minutes.
He's 65 years. He should talk like someone who's
He's
very
accusing
wise.
people everywhere.
Hata appetite imenipotelea. Let me tell you.
imagine tuende tu wote.
I don't actually value food as such. Mimi. The only thing.
Twende. Ama niende tu na bag yangu. Ukuli kabisa.
Haraka urudi. But hata kama ni kutaka kuacha bagi hapa, we need someone mwenye tumetoa.
Chacha ameenda tu sahi hata na Hamza.
Wacha niende na hawa. Ama tufanye hivi, no, Wacha tufanye hivi. Wacha tufanye hivi. Let me plan you. Wacha. Don't hit any others. Since I gave you permission to go from the other, sawa?
Ya Cynthia.
Twende.
This is Cynthia's phone. Phone ya Cynthia. Nataka nibaki hapa. Phone ya Cynthia, right?
Nimekubegi. Endo
Ile ya Cynthia.
No, Victoria. Nimebegi hapa atanikataa kwenda. Wacha mimi niende nikule.
Wewe Biki tubaki. Wewe Biki tubaki wewe.
Okay, sasa tumebaki.
Aya,
Peleka. Peleka basi.
Augusta,
Peleka.
who will follow this one?
Go with everyone. Alafu tutakutana na wewe.
Go and eat.
Bagi baba chini kaa.
Huyo kijana ndiye alikuwa amekataa kwenda kukula.
We have him sitting around somewhere. Eventually.
Hata Paul anakuja tena. Which one?
Maybe those are submitted. Kuna mtu anaona akigonga gonga hata sasa. I think they ate.
Yes, my dear, how are you? Niko tu hapa. Umekula?
Yes.
Unajua hata hii program sijui tuko wapi? Where are we?
Hii ni yako.
Tuko wapi?
After lunch. After lunch.
Iko wapi?
Siti hiyo yenyewe nani alikuwa anasema wanakuja kudiscuss. Hiyo ya GHACOF enhancement whatever.
Na ndiye alikuwa anasema ati nimchukulie notes. Si wachana?
Yes.
Wachana ndiye ananifikia mambo ya nipanga.
Hii kitu haishi zaidi.
Circulation 3. Kalema.
I let you do. Are you traveling today?
What was the version? What was the version that I know?
Uko kwa ile ndege ya 350.
What we were talking about?
Hata nimepanga. But nitaenda kukula samaki kwa hiyo hoteli. Alafu ikifika saa 5 niko Paradise Classic.
Those guys are willing to give it.
Anasema ni vitu zinauma sana, shida ni vitu gani usiseme, because kama vitu zinauma ukiona sababu mpaka nimemwambia she has to pass me mimi niko sawa, sisi tuko klasi, tuko sawa tu. So Paul, utakuwa kwa ofisi Friday?
I never left since.
No, we are the security. For you, we don't want you to sit here. You know why? I keep on
When is this meeting beginning? Is it Monday or Tuesday? It starts on Monday. So the first 2 days is Monday to Thursday. Then Thursday, Friday, the main one. So that means the earliest
Government inatakanga tu ukipata tu strategic place. Government is rich. Government is rich. Government is rich. Brother alisema ati akano kile mahali shida zinashika juu na mama hapo. Asisi kufikie. That is now when you say that you are now living. Lakini zikikufikia kwa mabega zianze kukufinya.
Mimi hata mimi nimechoka nayo kwa sababu like this decision kama hizi vitu hata tunazungukana hapa nazo. Hata mimi we made decisions and we agreed. Then akaruka came up choosing me. Alishinda akipiga simu hata tukiwa kwa ndege anapigia klabu anapigia nani anasema we need to have a meeting. Anakuongelesha vibaya. Yes. By the way that time aliongea vibaya. What kind of business are you talking about? Now here we have the same issue. Now we have left it to him to decide. Now he has brought it back to us. Then I'm not deciding anything until himself. Until he makes a decision. I have not been even now tumekuwa pale nje. Tutumia na ya maana Mr. Devil kwa nini
make sure by the time of leaving this place, we have already assigned everything to make sure that everything is in place, and I will try to complete it. Akaniambia ni sawa. Kidogo hivyo akaniita akaniambia, by the way, nimeongea na Mr. Teru, alikuwa amekubali James na chati wake. So nikaongelesha pia wewe unaweza kuendelea sio na chukua logistically. Nikamwambia kwanza nisema kuongea na Kirago. Nikamwambia Kirago is not the right person. Go and talk to Mr. Teru. Mr. Teru akikubali definitely Kirago hawezi kataa. Then akakuja akaniambia nimeongea na so in the process ya kuandika email, instead of use email yake imekataa kufunguka, so she decided to use my email. Na nikamuuliza I'm writing this message through my email. Akaniambia nikiongea na Mr. Teru, email yako iko na shida, niliandika through my email. And Isabel so ameniambia let him go and look at it, alafu approve. Nikamwambia ni sawa. Na in the first place akaambia
Okay, hata sikusoma hii, nilisoma hii yenye ilikuwa I got wind of it. This one I never got to understand.
So akaniambia sawa. Sawa. Nikamwambia chenye utafanya.
Back so fast. The way I use waiting also.
This one has written a lot of
Oh, maybe. So unaona the problem is here.
Yeah, come and sit.
Let me take my bag.
Bags zote ziko hapa. Don't you ever go anywhere. Ukienda mahali. Please.
Hata mali dali imepotea. Oh, nimebeba dali. Oh, hiyo ndio Kampala. Watoto wamedhikwa arwah ya matendo. Rabu. Kecam rabu.
Hello, everyone. If you are going to be participating in the session, we'd love you to come forward so that you can be heard, but if you want to sit where you are, that's fine. We'd like to start quite soon. I was wondering, is Callistus here? Because he's an important person. So this is a session, a dialogue session on re-engineering GHACOFs. Re-engineering means renewing, redesigning, rebuilding, and that's been suggested over the last few GHACOFs, and I've been to all of them, that we need a super GHACOF. And when you ask someone what is a super GHACOF, then they say it's a fantastic GHACOF, or it's a big GHACOF. But I see GHACOF, and I come from South Africa, and I'm sure you know that in Southern Africa, the San people are the oldest inhabitants of Southern Africa, and they exclusively hunt. That's how they get their food. Hunt and gather, I suppose, but mostly hunt because they're in desert. And in order to hunt, they need a very good bow and arrow. So they carefully select a tree to make a bow, they carefully select the gut of an animal to make the string of the bow, and they carefully select pieces of wood which they sharpen. They might have an iron tip on it if they've managed to get hold of iron, and then they carefully select the poison. And in fact, they do co-design of the poison because they get everyone together and they ask them, which animal do you want to kill? And they say, no, we want to kill the gemsbok or the oryx. And they say, well, you need this flower and you need this plant and you need this plant. And they co-design the poison, and they've got the bow and they've got the arrow, and they get many, many stakeholders involved. When they want to cook the oryx or the gemsbok, they want to know how to cook it, they want to know where to cook it, they want to know where the gemsbok are, they want to know what the conditions of the veld are, and so they have a whole process, okay? I haven't thought of a name of it yet, but let's call it a huntkoff, and they have this whole process. And how do we know if it's successful? How do we know if the huntkoff process is successful? Because you can have the bow, you can have the arrow, you can have the poison, you can even have the animal, but the arrow has to hit the target. The arrow has to hit the target. And if the GHACOF process is not hitting the target, then we have to look at how we can help that happen. So I've been running these dialogues for many years, and sometimes we have 5 or 6 people from different sectors, sometimes we have 20, 30 people. This is a big group we've got here. We'd like to hear some of your opinions about GHACOF. So when we say re-engineering GHACOF, there are a couple of things that we're trying to do. We want to find out what's your experience at the GHACOF. How often do you attend, and do you find them rewarding? Do you come to GHACOF looking forward to gaining some new experience? Secondly, what is your role? Are you here sent by your organization for a specific purpose? Do you have to report back? Is there a national focus point that you belong to? National stakeholders, a regional stakeholder? What is your function at GHACOF? Thirdly, what are you expected to do with information that you get here? Either you yourself, what are you doing with information? Or what is someone expecting from you when you get back to your place of work or your place of residence or your own country? What is expected of you? And then the fourth question is, how can regional sectoral advisories be improved? Because now we're assuming that the GHACOF process, which is regional, is being moved down to the local level, the national level and the local level. And we want to find out how these can be improved. So we're going to have a look at some open discussion. There is no stupid question. There is no wrong comment. This is a dialogue. In fact, it is a multi-log. Because I'm not the one who's talking, you're the one who's talking. I'm merely going to facilitate the process. We have about 40 minutes. So let's see how we can do. I'm going to ask again, Callistus is here. So Callistus is going to be our guide in that he's probably going to hopefully have a microphone. Can you do the microphone job? That would be appreciated. There, Shetan has got a microphone. Maybe we can have 2 microphone people if Shetan is still keen. I'm not sure if there's another microphone. So let Callistus do it, because Callistus, having the mic, he is the man on the spot at EGAD. If you like, he's the engineer that will be involved in re-engineering the GHACOFs. So, what are our discussion points? Is GHACOF useful to you? Can you tell us a bit about your experiences? Is there anybody here who wants to tell us why GHACOF is useful to you? I do not expect 100 people to answer. I'd like 3 people maybe to tell us why is GHACOF useful to you? In other words, why do you come? There we've got a volunteer. Can you just give us your name and your country?
Banak Joshua, the wall from South Sudan, and I'm the national focal point for disaster risk reduction. I think that there are so many useful things that we have been learning and we continue to learn when we come to GHACOF. One of them is to see what other people are doing, learning experience, what other people are doing in relation to the climate forecast. It's also an opportunity to tell the same group that what obstacle, what challenges, and what new things do you think that we can adapt to move forward, because GHACOF should not be stagnant. Every year we should have a new approach, learning from the past experience. Third one is to really understand, are we doing the right thing, really? And if we are doing the right thing, how best can we ensure that the end users of GHACOF's product can be influenced at the grassroots to improve things like food security, building resilience of communities. I think I can stop here.
Thank you very much. That's very good. Well summarized. 3 important points, ending up in how do the users take advantage of the information at GHACOF. And that's really the animal that we're talking about. Is our arrow hitting the right animal? And hitting the right animal in a way that we can now eat that animal. It's not a very good metaphor. Anyone else want to volunteer?
Yes, yeah.
There we go. Yes, please.
Yes, GHACOF for
Can we just have your name and your country, please?
Yeah, my name is Hanan Rabah from Sudan. Yeah, GHACOF is very useful for us to develop our forecast, our seasonal forecast, and also to meet others and see practical engagement with them. And also the importance now for GHACOF is because we always have our national forecast, seasonal forecast. But now, because of the situation of Sudan, we cannot do that. So we will use the product of seasonal forecast for MAM for planning our in our government sectors. We need it really during this situation of the war in Sudan. It is very important for us to give seasonal forecast for 3 months during this situation of Sudan.
Thank you very much. That's very nice. The usefulness of GHACOF, and also the fact that it acts as a backup in case a country's own systems are not operating. Let's have one more. Yes, over here. Is there anyone else? I can't see any hands, but we can have another one if necessary. There's one more. Okay, then we'll move on to the next question.
Thank you very much. I'm Amos Nyakeo. I work with the National Drought Management Authority in Kenya. I head the Drought Contingency Planning and Response. And for me, it's the first time I'm attending the conference. But then I've been a continuous user of GHACOF outputs, in the sense that every time there is a release from GHACOF, then it informs the scenario building that I'm supposed to do. It becomes part of the sources of information that inform the kind of drought scenarios that I'll develop, which in turn inform the drought response planning that I have to do. So essentially, I see it as a useful source of well-analyzed information that objectively informs the response planning, and eventually that, if it is executed well, then it translates to saving of lives and livelihoods in the event of a drought. So essentially, it's useful for me.
Thank you very much. Scenarios and actions that are saving lives and saving livelihoods. And a first-time attendee at GHACOF, can I have a show of hands from those people who are here for the first time? First GHACOF. That's fantastic. There's at least 10 to 15 in this room, so there must be many others outside. That's really nice. So their experiences are very welcome. We'd like to hear about that. You will always get an opportunity to respond to the GHACOF in a questionnaire afterwards where you can do it anonymously. So if you don't want to say anything right now, please do that. There's another question here, another answer here. Yes, sir. It's working.
Thank you very much. My name is Wanjohin James. I work for the Ministry of Agriculture in Kenya. I'm also the focal person at that on issues of food security. I think one reason why I feel I should be participating all through in all GHACOFs first is to be able to capture the regional and global climate information, which I can be able to use at the policy level for generating advisories that goes across in Kenya we have two levels of governance. We have the national and we have what we call counties. So the role of the national government is to build the capacity of the regional governments. So in terms of advisories, we generate messages, we generate information, extension messages, that trickles down to where the farmers are. So the moment I have participated in this, I'm able to capture the predictions and can be able to associate those predictions with the type of advisory in terms of technologies, in terms of varieties of crops, in terms of what husbandry practices should be taken up by the farmers. And given that Kenya has a wide agroecological zone, there will be different messages for different value chains and for different regions. So capturing that information helps me now to be able to think through what I should advise farmers on. Two, we also gain experience from other regions. What advisories are they given? Did it work? So three is about feedback, because we generate some advisories and then we go and implement them. We want to get the feedback from even the colleagues who participated so that we can know where to sharpen, where to improve the various advisories that we are generating. Thank you very much.
There's some very useful points there, specifically the regional to local or county level, and also the feedback. I think the feedback's brilliant, and the interaction. For those who've just arrived, we're talking GHACOF re-engineered. So we are at the moment just looking at this question, whether GHACOF is useful to us. I'm going to take one more response from the lady over there. If we can get she's got a mic. Name and country, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am Samira Hassan Hamad from Sudan. I am focal point of Idrisi, and I am from the Ministry of Agriculture and Forest. So I think this is a very important and fruitful event, because we have to know what is the other regional states doing regarding climate. We know that climatic change is a very hot issue, not for the agricultural and livestock section, but for all sectors in Sudan. It has very effective in the sowing date of the agricultural crops that is changed. This will enhance our knowledge about the methodologies and the policies related to climate change, and the methodologies and research and studies regarding the heat-tolerant varieties that to be improved so as to enhance the production and productivity in the agricultural sector. And also, I think that I am very happy that to exchange knowledge with my colleague in the other countries at IGAD region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's important to understand the question in terms of the GHACOF here, not the GHACOF product. So we've been talking a lot about the interaction between people at the GHACOF, because you can picture, we could do this all online. You could just get an email with the GHACOF forecast. People could just send emails backwards and forwards. But we're looking at the process of this event. Great, that's fantastic. I'm going to go to the next question, but before I go to the next question, I forgot something I wanted to do beforehand. Is anybody having a birthday today? Statistically, there must be somebody. And you're probably just shy.
Mine was yesterday.
Yesterday, Callistus. That's fantastic. Happy birthday. Is there nobody who's got a birthday today? I'm sure there's one. You don't have to be shy. Okay, who's got a birthday tomorrow? No, you guys. There we go. Someone's got a birthday tomorrow. Well, she's put her hand up. Okay, so the next question. How do you participate in the event? Do you find it easy to participate in the event? Now, I'm going to exclude everyone who stands up here and gives a presentation. Those people are excluded. We know what they did. What we want to know is, how did you participate in the event? Now, you might feel a bit shy about this, but we would really like to hear the best thing that you did here. So if you can volunteer that information about something you did here that you're prepared to share with everybody in terms of participating in GHACOF. Anyone? Yes, sir. There's someone over there. Thanks, Callistus. We've got 3 roving mics, which is fantastic. Shetan, can you move over there? Great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm Adunya from Ethiopia. I'm representing the health sector. My first participation was in Zanzibar. That goes back to 2017, and I shared our exercise in using INACT's National Climate Services, INACT. So we shared our evidence, and then we presented to many GHACOF sessions as marketplace, and it was interesting for us to share our work experience, research experience, and how we can apply that to the health.
Thank you very much. That's brilliant. Research experience. That is fantastic. Be able to do that. Now, we've seen many posters outside of this GHACOF, probably more than we've seen before at many GHACOFs. And that's also been a really nice experience. Maybe one of the people who had a poster up would like to say how it went there. But we've got a lady in red. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Pamela Kaiduru from Kenya Meteorological Department. I've participated in GHACOF, maybe this is my 3rd time. What I have done is to advocate about health, and I realize that now a bit of that is being picked. In the last GHACOF, I think I didn't bring in the issue of gender because I felt it was being excluded. And I am delighted to know that, or to see now that gender issues are emerging, including IGAD or ICPAC being able to have somebody who is handling the docket of gender. So my participation, for me, I'm excited that within those few that have attended, the voice I have raised has been heard for inclusivity and looking at those subtle things that oftentimes the social issues that the scientists or the meteorologists will always leave out, and it makes me happy.
Thank you very much. That's brilliant. Being open to new directions and new input, inclusivity, including more and more stakeholders, or parts of stakeholder groups, or types of stakeholders that we've ignored before, or not given enough time and energy to. Thank you very much. Is anyone else? I can't see any. There we go.
Good afternoon for everybody. My name is Mobio Ratemayik from Southern Sudan. This is my first time to be here attending the conference of IGAD. I'm excited to be here, but there are some few things that I would like to the IGAD country to take care of it in the long run. And for instance, in southern Sudan, we have an issue of flooding. And
Sorry, I don't know if everyone can hear that. You have an issue of?
Flooding.
Flooding, thank you.
Yeah. So during a certain time, we have most of the population are being displaced from home. And so today or yesterday when we were discussing about the issue of water, I would like to see if the IGAD were not seriously taking care of managing the water. I would like to see that IGAD country, they really need to see how they can managing the water. So the water issue, if they can managing it, those who are being displaced in their home can actually be handled and they can live in a peaceful. And that's why I was talking about the issue of a transboundary pollution control and measurement and monitoring the water level. Thank you.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Someone comes to GHACOF and raises an issue that is important for them where they live. And then other people can hear about those experiences and they either can agree or they can work together or they can raise that issue again, and so it gets more importance. That's brilliant. Do we have anyone else on this question who'd like to share in participation? You've had a turn, so I'm just going to hold off. Did anyone find it difficult to participate and wants to say why? Anyone felt like they wanted to participate but didn't get a chance because the sessions were too rushed or the sessions were too short or you couldn't find a microphone or you were too scared? Anyone? No? Okay, who found it easy to participate and wants to tell us that? Maybe a show of hands. Nobody. Oh dear. Everyone found it difficult. No, we do. All right, so seeing as there's no one else, please contribute again.
Okay, thank you very much. Just one point. First of all, given my technical background, I participate in generating. In generating the sector, agriculture and food security reports that come from from Kenya at the national level and which filters into the regional level. And that forms part of the discussions that enrich the debates that we have in this type of forum. So despite me contributing the reports, I also participate in debating, contributing intellectual points in making sure that what comes out of GHACOF is an enriched information that can be shared across. Then I also share Kenya's experience. When they ask who has utilized this climate information on agriculture, what was the impact, what was the, I share the Kenya's experience and also benefit from others. Thank you very much.
That's brilliant, thank you. There's only one more thing that's more important than debating and sharing your opinion. And what is that? Listening to other people's opinions. Thank you. Well done. Was that Joe in a very high-pitched voice? Or was Rosanna? I couldn't check out. So that's very, very important to hear what other people are saying. Right, let's move on. Can someone please give me a time check? Marta or someone? I'm not sure how much time we have. What is the time now? Is it 1:30 yet? I mean 2:30?
It's 10 to 15 hours. 10 minutes to 15 hours.
Okay. Right, when you get home, how do you disseminate or integrate information received in national or regional planning, if at all? Complicated question. So let's get step by step. Firstly, you've got to go back to where you came from. When you get there, firstly, do you disseminate the information that you've had here? Do you spread the information? Do you either tell people directly or you tell people where to find the latest report or the latest forecast? Do you pass it on to someone in the regional, into the national or regional planning of your country? We're talking sub-regions now, so within your county or your province or your state within your country. Do you disseminate the information there? How do you do it? The question is designed to try and find out the depth of communication that happens after GHACOF. Does it stop here or does it go further? I'd like some news voices to tell us of their experience in doing that. Now, Do I see a hand? Do I see a hand? There we have a hand in the middle. And another one here.
My name is Rispa. I work with FAO Regional Office. So yesterday I was in DRR team and I discovered that ICPAC is doing drought watch. We are actually planning to do something similar. So if it is existing, there's no need to repeat. So I plan to have a meeting with my team and I'll take them through what ICPAC is doing. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. I'm not sure where your team is or how big your team is, but at least it's going to a team that is working more focused on something. So that's a nice aspect. You're taking from a general forum here, a general assembly, going down to a specific focus group. Ma'am.
Yes, as I said before, this is our opportunity to
Just sorry, your name and country.
Hanan from Sudan. Yeah. To use this product of this seasonal forecast, ma'am, and we will, of course, distribute because we have we don't have our national forecast for the 3 months. We will use this forecast to disseminate it to our, at least our Ministry of Irrigation, Ministry of Agriculture, the other sectors that we have by email. Now we use our emails to distribute out, and also to the media if they ask us, because we are in the Met Office. So if they ask us about the coming 3 months for the season, for the temperature, because in May we have very, very high temperatures, the maximum temperature in May. So it is important for us to have this kind of information and to disseminate it to the ministries and all the sectors that make use of our information.
Thank you very much. Now, this isn't a simple task because you're getting information from GHACOF and now you're making it available to somebody else. You need to facilitate that. You need to do something. It takes some effort. So it's really nice to hear, and we hope that that's happening more and more often around the countries. Callistus, you wanted to say something?
Yes. Before I give the mic, the question is, how do you, is the practice? Let us hear from this wonderful lady.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Chieng Were from National Coordination Mechanism on Migration Kenya, which is a multi-stakeholder platform, multi-agency platform that coordinates migration issues in Kenya. So what I also learned and how I plan to disseminate the information that I learned is that ICPAC has a tool that actually has been updated from the group that I was in. I was in the DRR and migration group. This tool is actually able to predict the number of displacements that can occur in a region based on the kind of disasters that are likely to occur in that area. Hence, it is also easy to provide information or predict mobility in those areas, which is very important to our sector of migration. So we also know that in the region, especially from my country, migration data is quite lacking, and there's a very big gap in that area. So I think I would disseminate these and share with my people or my team in terms of developing migration data so that we can also use it as a source for developing that kind of data in the sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Taking some data and developing new data, that's brilliant. Spreading it to the teams and the people who can use that, that's brilliant. So we've got our bow, we've got our arrows, we've got our poison. Okay, does anyone else want to add to how they disseminate this information? We've got one in the front here. Then we'll move on to the next question. Thanks, Shetan. Over here. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think, once again, my name is John Pangech from South Sudan. I work with the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security and key in the Director of Planning. I think the question is very straightforward. The way we distribute this information, first, we came as a collective entity from South Sudan. We have the media, we have everybody. So what now we do normally, as soon as we go, we use first the dissemination of information could be through electronically and also media in terms of radio, announcement, and to some extent also published in a newspaper for people to read. And also we give in the ministry. This is the time for planning. We are using it for planning and also particularly to repositioning the seeds and also some tools at this point in time to ensure that people cultivate based on the forecast that we have received from here. And this is normally what it is happening, both particularly in the states and the counties in our context. So it's very, very important to ensure that they got the information correct. And this is how we do it in South Sudan. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. South Sudan is featuring prominently here, and so is Sudan. It's great to hear. And talking about agriculture, we've also heard some things about flooding and so on. Right, let's move to the next question. And I first want to go back to the beginning. I want to see if anyone recognizes that picture. Where's Eunice? Eunice drew that picture. Thank you, Eunice. Re-engineering GHACOF. She was helped by Hussein, who's sitting over there. And Anthony, I don't know where Anthony is. This is an artwork. Now, this artwork is for sale afterwards, if you'd like this artwork. The starting bid is 1 million Ugandan shillings. I'm prepared to take checks and credit cards. So the fourth and final question, your suggestions for improving the process. Now, there's a schematic of the progress, of the process, and I'm sure you can't see it at the back. But on the left-hand side, we've got service providers, and on the right-hand side, we've got sector users, and it's not a linear process. But we've got processes that happen within GHACOF. Okay, so this is what happens in GHACOF, in case you didn't know, especially the first-timers. And for those who've just arrived in the room, we're talking re-engineering GHACOF. Okay, and if it's your birthday today, you must come and see me because I've got a present for you. Right, the first thing we do is pre-CAF capacity building. And this is a course that happens in the week before GHACOF, where Met agencies come and they work on designing the forecast process. Not designing, using the forecast process. Highly technical, highly specialized, but that's training that goes on behind the scenes. Very, very important capacity building there. And then we have national sector impact reporting, which we have at the GHACOF process, and you've seen that. And that goes together with the forecast that's been developed into the GHACOF statement. So the GHACOF statement this year, and I'm not going to fall into the trap of saying above normal, because we cannot do that. We look at the GHACOF statement, we have to look at each different place and see how the forecast is being made for that place. Some places are normal to above normal, some places even normal to below normal, and we have to look at the thresholds. Remember that above normal rainfall doesn't mean a huge amount of rainfall. It means above the long-term average. We need to understand those concepts. So all through GHACOF, there is some capacity building and explanation of what's happening. Then that goes to a user forum who looks at impacts and mitigation strategies. And we've had that, and you've seen the slides about negative and positive impacts of the forecast on each country and each sector. And of course, then that is fed through to national users, regional users, and they will then hopefully be able to take advantage of the GHACOF process and the GHACOF product and then feed back to us. So at this conference here, we've probably got, we've got 203 people in this room right now. I'm very good at counting. Most of you are not from the Meteorological Office. Okay, so we would classify you as stakeholders or users. And you are here, and you are right now, you are giving us feedback, which we can use to improve this process. So, can we now have some suggestions from you? And we can take many, because this is the end. Okay, I've got some notes that I was supposed to remember on the screen, but if I have to go to the back to find the notes, so Callistus, you will help me if necessary. But I'm saying there's no... How many minutes? Sorry for that little private conversation. I've been told that our Our timetable has been shifted slightly, so we've got a little more time. I'm trying to get out of the spotlight. There we go. Okay, so can we have suggestions from people in the audience? And I see some hands going up immediately. How do we improve on this process that you see there, but also some of the logistics and practicalities to make GHACOF more effective, more streamlined, more applicable? You tell me. There are many more things. There's never enough of a good thing. Yes, please.
Yes, my name is Samira from Sudan, Ministry of Agriculture. I noticed that there are missing data regarding Sudan. So I think we are able to capture this information so as to make this outlook more strong. So we have a war and we have a political conflict, but we also working at different states, which is secure states, and the agricultural sectors and other livestock sector and health sector. We have information, so we will gather this information so as to be added to the outlook.
So you have got information that you can add to GHACOF process?
Yeah.
That's what you're saying. That's fantastic.
As Sudan, we know that our rainy season is different from the other member states of IGAD, and MAM is considered as a dead season for agricultural production, high temperature, but it's considered as a main season for harvesting of the winter crops. So I think the information, I discussed this issue with my boss yesterday, and he promised me that we will fill the gap of this information so as to be cleared in the outlook of.
Thank you very much. So there needs to be a greater exchange of information between countries in the GHACOF process. Now you must remember the GHACOF process is not one person. The GHACOF process is facilitated by IGAD, but it's not one person doing all this. So we need to find the relative and the good links between the countries and the people involved in the GHACOF process so that that information can be taken up. I'm looking for microphone. Anyone else? There's one over there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I think my suggestion goes to some suggestions that came up in the morning, especially the usability and in the decision-making of these good advisories. We always produce very good advisories during during GHACOFs, but we want to look at how they are being used on the ground. After we've left these good conference rooms, how, like when we've talked of Ministry of Health, we've talked of maybe mosquito nets, do countries do that? You've given an advisory on crops. You're suggesting that these varieties should be planted based on the rainfall we expect. Have the countries done that? How many? We need that kind of, the decision making. We have really to find a way of even monitoring and have an indicator to read at the end of the season, maybe coming the next season that we had these advisories. How were they applied on ground? How many countries were able to do this? That is the best way we shall account for how much dollars we've been able to save by having these GHACOFs. I think it is how to use this information, these advisories in decision making at national and subnational levels, the last mile.
Thank you very much. That's very, very important. So the suggestion there is that we need to remember the process here is that we have the forecast and then the sectors report back on how the forecast is going to impact the country and what's going to happen and what they're going to do. But we need to get some feedback from the animal. From the animal, how good was that bow and arrow? Okay, if the animal dies in 20 meters, it's very, very good. If the animal runs for 300 kilometers, it's not good. So we need to get feedback from the animal, from the end user. And I think that's a very good suggestion. So at GHACOFs, we have a health official who has worked in a village dispensing medicine, or an agriculturalist who's been dispensing seed and gives us the case study and says, this is how we use the information. But we realize that GHACOF produces a regional product. It's up to each country to take that product and refine it for their users. But for us to understand how those users have interpreted and implemented the products is very important. Thank you for a great suggestion. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. My name is Willie Sochieng from Kenya, working with the Kenya Electricity Generating Company. And I think I'm among the participants who have participated in this GHACOF, I think among the longest.
66 times he's been here.
Yes. And I think, yes, GHACOF has come from far. And I think we are getting better and better. And if we can get perfect, I think that's what we'll be aiming at. The users have really, looking at the stakeholders, the users have really been brought on board. And the scientists are also really have accepted the challenges and getting improvement on the simulations they are doing to help the users get products which can help them in daily lives. I would wish we take it a level higher to get how we can now involve also the policy makers. The colleague who talked before me highlighted something which is critical, and something came to my mind that you can find that when there is, let's say, floods everywhere, is when you find the policymakers coming to promise dams, which means there is lack of linkage. Because if they could have gotten this information earlier, and maybe, yes, I know there may be busy people that cannot be with us here for a week. If there can be a session when maybe during the GHACOF, and they can be brought on board, even if it is the last day, to now to uptake even the recommendations which have come from the floor, especially from the sectoral discussions, and then they can pick them at policy level and say we need to put this in place to strengthen now the translation of the GHACOF products into now the application, different application areas, be it agriculture, be it energy, be it water, be it disaster. I think it can help now in making even the people of this region to be more resilient to the climate extremes and make us live well with the climate issues. So mine is only how to get the policy makers to be part and parcel of this process so that they are also informed by the products which are coming from
Thank you very, very much. That's important, and I understand what you're saying, but there are people here from the ministries. Can I have a show of hands if you're from a ministry in your government in your own country? Okay, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. We've got 20 people, at least 20 people, who can influence policy. So maybe we can hear from them if there is a breakdown, if there's an opportunity to implement or to change policies. And there's a gentleman there who's wearing a tie, so I assume he's from a ministry.
Okay, maybe before that.
Sorry, where's the microphone now?
I'm here.
Oh, sorry, yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking at the fact that there is the ending drought emergencies strategy within the Greater Horn of Africa region. And I'm looking at where we should establish like a national focal point for GHACOF, such that when the outlooks are released, or when any other products are released, that becomes the port of call where they land, and then they are synthesized to national level, basically downscaling to national level. And then that focal point should be able to establish an inventory of users based on the relevance of the information, and then those become the points to which now the synthesized, the downscaled products from GHACOF are disseminated. And there should be a mechanism for feedback to that national focal point, which finds a way of also flowing back to the regional.
That's a very good point, although I suspect, isn't GHACOF made up of individual country forecasts, which are then contributed towards a regional forecast, and now you're taking it back again? I'm interested in how that process works. Maybe I don't understand it perfectly, but thank you for that. We've heard that again, national focal points, the importance of having information specific to their country. I'm going to come to this lady now, but first of all, that gentleman.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. Once again, this is Banak Joshua. I'm the national focal point for DRR in South Sudan. I have been attending this interesting call for many years, and I already contributed in the first session of your question. Now I want to echo very strongly the proposal of engagement of the political sector in this GHACOF. For us, this is a welcome initiative, but with condition. The condition is that we have to put our house at the national government in order, such that which type of political bargain we need to come to GHACOF. Because in each IGAD region or whoever is attending as a member of government in this GHACOF, we have a different setup of institutions. And this comes to the proposal from my colleague behind me. I'm not negating his opinion, but already there are structures in different countries where there is a hub of information before and after GHACOF in each country, especially when it comes to the advisories and when it comes to dissemination, there are structures. So the issue of bringing in another player like a focal person may not be a welcome news, but it's something that can be put also on the table to be discussed, depending on the country perspective. So, the homework I want to tell my people is that, for example, in South Sudan, we must make sure that, first, already there is a very good trajectory from ICPAC, AUC, and even our partners, UNDRR, to strengthen the national government early warning system. Through such support, we may have to convince our political leaders in the country to support the national COF at the national level. So they see the importance and how the technical ambassadors who come here, are they coming here for luxury, for the sake of visiting Kampala, or they have knowledge that they can give to the country? So let them hear, let the parliamentarians and ministers. And imagine how many sectors come here? 7 sectors, right? So all of them, they have their own mandate at the national level. So there is a very good trend now from ICPAC to support countries to conduct their own national COF. So if this is strengthened, from there will be a reason why you can invite now a minister to come to such a GHACOF, because already they fell the fruits. Second, now we are not able, because of funding, because of distances, because of other reason, to bring the people that we are always crying to come and tell us, like in the morning, the end users, the farmers, right, with the crop or livestock or anything. It would be good for such people also to start from their own countries, right? And then from there now, if you want to upgrade them to come to the site COP, already they have an opportunity and knowledge about what does COP mean really at the national level, and what does it mean then when you go to the regional forums.
That was brilliant. I didn't hear what he said, because he wasn't talking to me. It's not applicable to me. So I hope you were listening. He was talking to everyone here, everyone who comes to a GHACOF. So I need some water. Do you mind passing me a bottle?
I think it's...
there's one here. So thank you, Callistus. Yes, carry on there.
I think is introducing a key point. We have different, at different levels, we have decision makers. At subnational, community level, national level, and regional level. Maybe GHACOF might not just survive on its own. It has also to depend on some kind of climate outlook forums at different levels. it's you to reflect on it.
Yes, as I was saying, were you listening?
Callistus, can I speak?
In the Bible it says, let him who has ears hear. Ma'am,
Yeah, thank you. My name is Faith, climate service expert.
can you hear at the back? You might have
My
to
name is
speak up.
Faith, climate service expert for Sudan Med and ICPAC. And I think my point is almost similar to say, can we have another layer of a process which is well defined for the national process of coordinating, especially the national sector impact reporting? I can give an example of a pre-COF process that happens at Sudan Met, where the director nominates a committee which sits, and then a week before pre-COF, they sit as Met committee, and then they contribute to the person who is attending to pre-COF, and that person comes to GHACOF, and then the process comes back. I think it's a very effective process, and if that happens to the stakeholders that attend GHACOF in country, I think it will add to the value of the information and the reporting.
There's the teacher you always feared. The teacher who said you must do some preparation before you come to class. It's not homework, it's beforehand. And what she's saying is in your government, you must be preparing for those people to come to GHACOF and bring the correct information and be able to take the correct information. Open up those channels of communication and do it beforehand. That's fantastic. Now we have GHACOFs 3 times a year. Okay, and the countries themselves have meetings many more times than that. And some seasons differ. So at the GHACOF, we talk about 3 specific seasons. Some countries, those seasons are different. We just heard about, I think is it called the dead season? Yeah, the dead season. That sounds terrible, but okay. And other people, it's a rainy season. We have someone over there from Ethiopia.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sayas. I am from the agriculture sector. My point I want to raise is that the feedback system is one of the things we have to improve. Because I remember maybe 1 year or 2 years ago, we did it, this ICPAC collected the feedback and they presented for us that one. So I prefer that if we have a monitoring system, after GHACOF, ICPAC and member countries should monitor that one and a compiled report instead of having this type of, some presentation can be presented for these groups, because after GHACOF we went back to home and what we have done and what is the impact of the NCOF and the GHACOF, how should be evaluated. It is GHACOF is an umbrella and there are the NCOFs and local COF will be undertaken. So we have to evaluate this systematically, not like this. So if we do these things, I think I prefer we will have. The second thing is now, if we get sectoral things, we also need to have not only the impact report only. We have to do something beyond that by going and looking what the member country should do these things. The member country should do what the farmers need, what the sector beneficiaries needs is essential too. The third thing which I think that Callistus mentioned that he mentioned super GHACOF, so but I don't think so.
Sorry, just repeat that. He mentioned what?
Callistus mentioned super GHACOF.
Local government.
Yes, super GHACOF. He mentioned that one.
GHACOF.
And one thing which are missing is that when I look, for example, the OND and the JJS, I looked that. For example, for Ethiopia, on JJS we plant, crop grows, and at OND crop grain filling stage, maturity, harvesting will be undertaken for the main season crop. So overlapping of seasons are there. So in order to get, for example, in JJS we have to get some information about OND. Because the information in the OND will guide us the time of plantation, the type of crop selection, this type of things can be made. So a yearly based, for example, for 2024, if we have a prediction for the year ahead of that, because it is economically, politically, the government can plan that thing. So this type of forecast should be essential for the GHACOF and NECOF countries can make, IGAD can make these things. This is my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think there's some good points made there. The last one, we're talking about scale, and that's very, very important because any forecaster will tell you that giving a regional forecast is not really, really useful for people who are in areas of different conditions. And in the very first point that he mentioned, how many people do we have from universities here? Not many, but it's an ideal opportunity to engage university research. We're talking about the uptake of the GHACOF products. No one has got time to go and do that, but students do. And it's an excellent research topic for a student to go into the field, to a specific sector, maybe go to 5 or 6 villages in an area and see if there's been any impact from the GHACOF, from the NCOF, from the local authorities in terms of disseminating and the uptake of information. I think that would be an ideal way, and then that student could actually come to the GHACOF and present their research. They obviously can't do the whole region, but maybe 1 or 2 countries. That would be ideal. We've got many microphones going. This is fantastic. Young man.
Mark Harvey from Resurgence in Daraja. I think we should, without complacency, take heart from the fact that this community run by ICPAC, I think is really well advanced compared to the other climate outlook forums. No complacency. Building on the comments from our colleagues from South Sudan and NORCAP, I think the strengthening the NCOFs and possibly cascading lower is absolutely key. But whether it's GHACOF, NCOF, or something more local, I think hardwiring into that the interface and the feedback from the last mile is critical. And when we use the term last mile, I'd encourage us all to think not just about communities, but all the actors in the system around them that serve them, that act as information channels. That could be mosques, could be churches, could be community media. It could also be service providers such as utilities, electricity, all of them I consider to be part of the last mile. So bringing the last mile into GHACOF, into NCOF, into other fora, and then secondly, a group that I think appear here at times, the donors and financiers, either international donors or potential financiers of weather and climate services such as the insurance sector. I think we need to have an interface with them. And the presentation this morning on the outcomes of the COP was fantastic. What it didn't stress was that in the UAE framework for climate resilience, weather and climate services and early warning are mentioned. What it didn't mention is in the loss and damage fund, it's up for grabs whether climate resilience and weather and climate services will be financed. I think bringing the donors into this phase and coming back to the comments from our colleagues from Ethiopia and actually coming up with evidence, this was the avoided loss and damage, right, in economic terms. That is the way, I think, to actually raise the currency of this sector, because we are in competition with the nature-based solutions sector when it comes to climate resilience and a lot of other sectors. So those are my thoughts. No complacency. This is a very special forum, but I think we need to raise our game in terms of the first mile, bring it into this space at a systems level, and let's interface really smartly with the donors.
Thank you very much. So it's like getting a report card which says good work, but can still do better. That's fantastic. And there are a couple of points that came out of there. Firstly, it is a country's responsibility for the dissemination of information. ICPAC, the GHACOF process, cannot do everything. Okay, they've got limited funds and capacity and ability to do things. The countries need to do that. And then the second thing I wanted to say, well, the second point you're saying is that the money's up for grabs, but you need to be very, very careful about how you go about doing that because there's competition. Again, universities and academics are very, very important in that, to be partners in that process. And then the last thing I wanted to say, if you are under 30 in this room, under 30 years of age, and you do not know what a mile is, it's 5/8 of a kilometer. Okay, so we're now going to talk about the last 5/8 of a kilometer because we don't use miles anymore. It's the metric system.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's a joke.
I do not know, what is your name? Thank you very much for the summary. I think that is what we were actually, I wanted to make things very clear. What my colleagues raised from South Sudan is very important. We have been sitting here telling ourselves that if you have the strongest GHACOF, you must also have the strongest national GHACOF. That is actually what he's saying. So we need support in terms of this. Maybe let us take country specific. For South Sudan, I think we need support on how to strengthen these national, climate issues. I think it's very, very key for us to be able to see that we strengthen this particular aspect. Because so far this one is okay, and the improvements will be down, not up, because already things are coming, but we find that there is a problem down there that need to be sorted out. And there, when it is sorted out, the NCOF will definitely help to have this line ministry that is involved and the users on the ground calling for the meetings. And then after this, then we also go and present. I think this is very important what he was saying. You say you did not capture it well. I think that is about, it is up to ECPAC and also IGAD to ensure that the NCOPs in South Sudan should be strengthened. I think it's very clear there. If we can take it as a case for action, I think that would be really appreciated in the context of South Sudan. Thank you very much.
Great. We've had a great discussion here. I've been told that our time is up, but there's opportunity maybe for one or two people. I think that's my last slide. Yes. One or two people to lend their voice to the proceedings. Shetan's got one at the back there. And then we're going to tie this up. We can't solve all the problems, but I think we've had a really nice discussion, and thank you again for coming. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much, and let me get up because you may not be able to hear me properly. I think this is a very interesting discussion. I'm going to bring in the IGAD perspective. I'm from IGAD, and I know ICPAC has been doing a great job mobilizing member states across IGAD region and beyond, and ensuring that they feed into the process of developing the climate advisories. But one other thing that I think we still need to consider going forward is to appreciate that IGAD is broad, is bigger than ICPAC. So it's important that we take an IGAD-wide sectoral approach. IGAD has different departments and divisions working on different issues that affect the communities. For example, we're talking about the Economic Integration and Regional Cooperation Department, which works on issues of trade. We have the C1 working on issues of early warning mechanism, and we see how the floods and the drought causes displacement and the conflict between the farmers and the pastoralists and in the different communities. And then we are talking about the blue economy, how the climate change impacts the fisher communities. So going forward, I think it would be good that the different sectors are involved in the co-production of these advisories, and through their structures, they can support the dissemination. That would mean that the different sectors beyond those that are in this room are quite heavily involved. But also, we know that IGAD has different structures. Also, at country level, we have what we call the IGAD mission offices. The IGAD missions office, one of the roles of the IGAD mission office, it is to coordinate the ministries and sectors within the country. For example, myself and my brother from South Sudan head the missions in our different respective countries. Our responsibility in preparing for the GHACOF would make sure that all the key concerned sectors are all thinking together, and that we are coming to this meeting with a more consolidated and discussion and input. So it's important that in preparing for the GHACOF, that the different sectors within IGAD are involved, but also the different structures, so that we can have a more harmonized approach to developing the climate advisories, but also supporting the process of dissemination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And of course, we are all dependent on IGAD to facilitate this GHACOF process, and we are very grateful to them, and long may they live. We've got one last comment coming at the back, I think, the lady in blue. Can we get a microphone across there? And then we're going to close this up for the big ceremony which is coming up. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. My name is Pamela Komijeni, and I'm from the Office of the Prime Minister, that is the government of Uganda. Gladly I'm speaking last, and I just wanted to comment. You raised an issue about, there was an issue raised about the role of policymakers and how useful is this engagement to them. And so I was doing a reflection, so mine is sort of a reassurance to probably ICPAC and IGAD at large. Having been around for a while, I think I've somehow participated in this process for over 10 years. So I can say I have seen the transformation, and I'll actually call it the transformation, from the days, the years where these GHACOFs was just a closed silo, more or less of the climate scientists and the national med services, to the point when it was realized that it is important to actually make it multi-sectoral, bearing in mind that the different sectors in the different countries are the ones who actually comprise the user sectors. And I can assure you that over the years, as government, we are always looking forward to the forecast, to the extent that actually these forecasts inform our policy decisions to a very great extent. Like where I come from, when we are doing disaster risk management, when we are doing preparedness, we need evidence. And part of the evidence is provided by these forecasts. So our national med services has also really upgraded, whereby now after this, they now go down and undertake in intense downscaling, which is not just done at the national level, but also at the regional level. And the reason it goes beyond the national level is because the way we plan as a country, we start from the districts. So those districts are brought together in the regional forums, and the downscale forecast is provided to them for purpose of them utilizing it in their own decision-making at that level. So as a country, as a government, these forecasts, right from the IGAD level all the way to the national level, have been very instrumental in actually transforming how we take decisions, how the policymakers translate this information into actions that are going to benefit our citizens. So I just wanted to give you that reassurance.
Thank you very
so that
much.
anything that is going to improve the process is actually gladly welcome in the policy community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's from our host country, which is a good place to end. Thank you very much. Before we end, I'd like you to remember that this was a discussion amongst yourselves. I'm just here to facilitate, so I'd like you to give all yourselves and everyone who spoke a big round of applause. That's not a big round of applause. Let's try that again. A big round of applause. Thank you. And then very lastly, we're going to sing happy birthday to Callistus, because he had a birthday yesterday and nobody remembered. So in your own language, we are going to sing happy birthday to Callistus. Imnandi kuwe, minandi kuwe. Come on, let's hear. I'm leaving. Happy birthday. Bye, Callistus.
I think we are coming towards the end of this two-day workshop. It has been a packed one ever since we started up to this very moment. May I invite Director ICPAC, our guest of honor, and the ED kindly take the seats and good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Yeah, I know we are tired. It's been 2 days now since we started this whole issue of GHACOF. It was very interesting. We learned a lot. And I believe one of the reasons why we are here is that weather has no boundaries. And when it comes to weather, we have to work together to understand it very well. My name is Godfrey Mjuni. I work with Uganda National Meteorological Authority. Okay. Before I start, these are two important announcements, and I believe the members will take note. One, we've got a workshop tomorrow on pest early warning systems. So if you're invited, kindly take note, and I think it is the same place around here at Speak Resort Munyonyo. Then we've got another meeting on a regional user interface platform meeting. It will also be here tomorrow. So for those who have been invited, kindly take note. This is how we are going to proceed. We shall start with the director, ICPAC, here being represented by Mr. Aderu. Then we shall also go to ED Unima, who is the host. And eventually, our ED will invite the guest of honor, who will eventually close or officially adjourn this meeting. I don't believe in closing, especially when it comes to climate systems, because any time can change and we can come back and move on. So I was saying that for sure we need to appreciate ourselves. If you don't mind, let's join hands together and we clap for ourselves. Asante sana. Thank you. Of course, we thank our organizers and our development partners who are here. And of course, this engagement has been participatory in nature. Why? The majority of us who are here, we are adults. And I believe it fits well with our adult learning. Okay. Okay, we shall get rooms for these workshops we've talked about. So for those people who are invited, kindly take note. Of course, as we go on, we are going to downscale this forecast. Like they have told you, this has been the GHACOF, or Greater Horn of Africa. And before you, guest of honor, this is the entire IGAD in the room with development partners and stakeholders. They have been engaging each other in terms of sharing lessons, expertise, and so on. And we've reached the end where I would like to hear from each other and of course come up with a statement. This one has been preceded by a 1 week training or modeling where scientists came together and started looking at the state of climate over the region, and they were able to analyze all the drivers. And eventually, they came up with the IGAD forecast. And this is what we are going to release today. And I believe this is the very time when you can interact with these people. So without much ado, allow me invite the representative of the director, ICPAC, Bwana Zakir Athelu, to give us his closing remarks, and let alone he will read the statement. Bwana Athelu, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremony. As you are saying, my name is Zakir Athelu. I'm here representing the Director of ICPAC, Dr. Ngulenda Tan, who could not be with us here today because of other pressing official matters. And he has requested me to represent him in this meeting. And before I read the statement, maybe is to start by thanking all of us for active participation. The last 2 days, we have exchanged knowledge. We have also went into the breakaway sessions where we are on dialogue within our sectors. We also got feedback from the users of the climate information. We can say actually we have achieved the objective which was set before the beginning of this forum, because it's mainly an interaction forum where you bring the scientists, producers, the users together. And I'm happy at the last session how we can improve, because always there is room for improvement. So we'll always value your inputs on how we can improve GHACOFs. Because the important is after we get feedback, we need to use the feedback to improve the system. Because we need to continually improve on what we are doing. We also expect the countries to replicate the same, because we have started what you are calling National Climate Outlook Forums. It's being done in many countries, but I don't think it's all of them. So even those which are not doing, they should embrace these National Climate Outlook Forums. As you heard also from the guest of honor yesterday, some countries have developed a national framework for climate services, like Tanzania. Rwanda also is at an advanced stage. Ethiopia is a very advanced stage. I think only remain with implementation, or they are going to the regions. We have Kenya also. That framework has been endorsed by stakeholders, approved by cabinet, is only waiting for launch and implementation. And we are here now in Uganda, who are also in the process, the initial stages, where they are now starting to do baseline studies. Then we can go to consultative workshop and other steps. Then we move to other countries. Now, why am I mentioning these frameworks? Because this Regional Climate Outlook Forum, National Climate Outlook Forum, and the associated user interface platforms, they are integral parts of the regional or national framework for climate services. So I encourage you, when you go there also, try to develop the user interface platforms so that you can engage more, you can co-design, co-produce, and co-own climate services. When you develop the framework, you know that in the costed action plan, you also budget for even the sectors, not only the mass services. So it's very important to engage in that exercise. And I would also like to thank the partners. We have a number of them here, and others who are not represented. We are very happy for the support you have provided to us over the years. And now, with those remarks, now it's my pleasure to read a statement on behalf of my director, Dr. Ngulenda Tan. From now on, I will be now Dr. Ngulenda Tan, because they are sending me to represent him. I will read the statement the way it is. Today, on 21st February 2024, here in Kampala, Uganda, Uganda Climate Prediction and Application Center, ICPAC, is releasing the March to May 2024 seasonal forecast, which indicates, and I think I beg to display the map so that as I read, you can see the forecast in a map format. Indicates higher probabilities for wetter than normal conditions across most parts of the Greater Horn of Africa. Notably, the areas expected to experience these wetter conditions include Kenya, Somalia, southern Ethiopia, South Sudan, Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda, and northwestern Tanzania. The highest probabilities for wetter than usual conditions are indicated in central to western Kenya and in the cross-border areas of Ethiopia, Kenya, and Uganda. The expected enhanced rainfall is likely to positively impact agriculture, water resources, and overall livelihoods. An early to normal rainfall onset is also expected in several parts of the region. These include parts of northern Tanzania, eastern Rwanda, southern and western Uganda, western Kenya, southwestern Somalia, and parts of south central Ethiopia. Due to the increased rainfall recorded in October to December 2023 season, along with the forecast for wetter than normal conditions for the coming season, there is an elevated risk of flooding areas prone to floods. The forecast underscores the urgency for coordinated action and preparedness, emphasizing the need for proactive measures to mitigate potential impacts and capitalize on opportunities presented by the forecast rainfall. Let us unite in our commitment to leveraging climate information for resilient and sustainable development across our region. If this is now Dr. Tan, he is saying, while food security situation might improve with wetter than usual conditions, it is important to remember the multiple challenges faced by the region, including the historic 2020 to 2022 drought, conflicts in various parts of the region, such as in Sudan, and the El Nino-induced floods at the end of 2023. These have weakened communities' coping capacity, making them highly susceptible to food insecurity. The likelihood of flooding during the March to May 2024 season in parts of the region could therefore lead to deterioration in food security in some areas. The objective temperature forecast indicates an increased likelihood of warmer than normal sea surface temperatures over the entire region. Probabilities for warmer than normal temperatures are most enhanced over Sudan, northern part of South Sudan, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Djibouti, Somalia, and the southern part of Tanzania. You recall, in line with the WMO guidelines, that is World Meteorological Organization guidelines and recommendations, ICPAC, since May 2019, has been implementing objective seasonal forecasting technique to generate climate forecast for our region. In this regard, February 2024 initialized seasonal forecast from 9 global producing centers were utilized and processed using the recalibration techniques to develop the March to May seasonal forecast. This statement is also available in Kiswahili, French, Arabic, Somali, and Amharic. Thank you very much. End of presentation.
Thank you very much, and I think he deserves another big round of And he mentioned a few things, of course I wouldn't want to go there, but the one he talked about was the National Framework of Climate Services. That whatever we are doing, if we can have a national framework of climate services, especially here in Uganda, then we shall be in position to do it better. But allow me say this. One time, our senior colleague, Stephen Njoroge, amused us. You know Njoroge, some of you could have worked with him. And he said that there was this forecaster, probably it could have been at the Great Corner, who made a forecast. And when he made a forecast, later in the afternoon, of course, he had said that the forecast, he didn't expect rain in the afternoon. Later on in the afternoon, when he was walking along the streets of Nairobi city center, all of a sudden, the skies opened and it rained. Whereas everybody was looking for shelter, the forecaster continued walking in the rain, and he said, these are not the official rains I forecasted. So you wait for the official rains, which will come. Let me also say this. These are the official rains of GHACOF, of ICPAC, or IGAD. So the official rains of Uganda will be coming next week. And I believe all of us here, the member states, as we go back, we shall downscale and come up with the national official rains. And that's when we shall pronounce ourselves clear. And I believe today, ICPAC has really pronounced themselves. Thank you very much. At this moment, allow me invite the Executive Director, Uganda National Meteorological Authority, who happens to be the permanent representative with the WMO here in Uganda, to give his closing remarks. And thereafter, I would like to request you to invite the guest of honor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. Guest of honor, Mr. Bwango Apuli, the Chairman Board of Directors of Uganda National Meteorological Authority, the Director, ICPAC, permanent representatives of member states of the World with the World Meteorological Organization, representatives of government ministries, agencies, and department present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. You will allow me again to start by appreciating God, who has enabled all of us to go through these 2 days successfully, where we managed to come up with the seasonal forecast. It has been hectic. Seen a number of people getting out and in. This is the support usually that comes from God himself. On behalf of the meteorology family in Uganda, and on my own behalf, I want to thank and congratulate ICPAC, all the scientists involved, and the participants for coming up with this seasonal forecast where we can now boast and say we have a regional climate outlook, which is the seasonal forecast for March, April, and May season. I would like also to inform all Ugandans that much as we've received and we release the regional forecast for March to May season, Uganda National Meteorological Authority will downscale the forecast and officially release the national climate outlook for March, April, and May. This will be done before the season starts. Guests of honor and participants, it's worth noting that over the African continent, we have nearly 7 regional climate outlook forums. We have GHACOF, which is for the southwestern Indian Ocean countries. We have SACOF, which is for the southern Africa. We have pre-SAC, which is for Central Africa. We have pressure GG, that one is in French, for the Gulf of Guinea countries. We also have pre-SARS, which is for Sudan, Sahel region. But in all of these regional climate outlook forums, GHACOF is taken as a role model. And you want to clap, please clap for GHACOF. Thank you very much. And we want to thank ICPAC for maintaining this standard. And whenever we move out to other regional climate outlook forum, and we are taken as the people who have the capacity. This is great for our region. And I want to take this opportunity to encourage my colleagues, fellow permanent representatives of member states with the World Meteorological Organization to support our regional climate center in our engagement at national level and international level so that we continuously strengthen this regional climate center. We usually say that if you want to go fast, you go alone. But when you want to go far, you go together. And I think it's in the best interest of the region that we support ICPAC and you strengthen it so that the member states can be supported as we move on in view of climate change. Guests of honor, my role this afternoon basically is to appreciate all the participants for accepting to come to Uganda for this GHACOF 66. And my hope is that all the members enjoyed their time here in Uganda. We encourage all of you to come again. And for those who may be leaving immediately, we wish you well. Have a safe journey back home. I say all this for God and my country. At this point, I take the honor to invite our guest of honor to make his speech and officially close GHACOF 66. So you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bob Alex Ogwang, the Acting Executive Director, Uganda National Meteorological Authority. Mr. Zachary Atheru, representing the Director, IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center, participating permanent representatives of WMO in your respective countries, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to join you this afternoon at this auspicious occasion, the closing ceremony of the 66th Greater Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum. These last 2 days, I know, have been very interactive. Many of you have put in a lot of work into the product that we have just had released by ICPAC. And this reflects a lot of skills and expertise within the region among the participants here at GHACOF 66. I am informed many of the participants have been drawn from various socio-economic sectors within the Greater Horn of Africa and beyond. This demonstrates the importance of this event. And I would like, as you prepare to go back to your own capitals and stations, I would like to encourage you to take a break and a break from your busy schedules and visit some of our attractions in Kampala and maybe beyond in the horizons of Entebbe and the neighborhoods. I am aware at the beginning of every year and every major rainfall season, the ICPAC, in collaboration with the National Meteorological and Hydrological Services and partners, usually organize the Regional Climate Outlook Forum, in which providers of climate services, researchers, and users from key socio-economic sectors and decision makers come together and discuss the potential impacts of the consensus regional climate outlook and formulate mitigation strategies for disaster risk reduction, as well as take advantage of favorable climate outlooks. I am informed the performance of the September to December 2023 rainfall in the region was greatly enhanced as a result of the El Nino phenomenon. Given this scenario, the performance of the rains for this coming season, March to May, is critical. It will be critical, and as such, the region has been eagerly waiting for the outcome of this forum. I am also informed that this forum was held within the framework of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development Regional Strategy for Mainstreaming Climate Information in Key Socio-Economic Social Sectors for Disaster Risk Reduction and Sustainable Development. Due to the severe impacts of rainfall, due to the severe impacts related to climate shocks in several socio-economic sectors in the Greater Horn of Africa region over the last several seasons, and the anticipated anomalies in the climate system, the theme of the forum was early warning for anticipatory action. It could not have come at any time other than now, when there are severe impacts related to climate stress on several socio-economic sectors in the Greater Horn of Africa over the recent past. In Uganda, for example, we witnessed many hazards, such as violent winds, lightning, and floods that destroyed bridges and roads, which disrupted transport systems in Western Uganda. I am happy to note that the IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center, ICPAC, and the Regional National Meteorological and Hydrological Services are creating awareness regarding applications of climate information in key socio-economic sectors through meetings and forums like this one. I'd also like to take this opportunity to commend the Uganda National Meteorological Authority for the good work they are doing in the provision of useful weather and climate advisories to various users. However, the uptake in some sectors has not been successful due to several challenges. One of the challenges is that most users have not fully appreciated the value of the weather and climate services in their planning and decision-making processes. The representative of the Office of the Prime Minister has assured us actually that the situation is improving and the number of sectors increasing their uptake is now quite significant, which is commendable. There are also limitations regarding the accuracy, the jargons used, the timely prediction and dissemination of the climate information and advisories to the potential users. The climate scientists in this forum are therefore urged to improve on the accuracy of your products in order to satisfy all users across board. In conclusion, I'd like to thank IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center, Uganda National Meteorological Authority, and the partners who have organized and supported this forum very, very strongly. Special thanks go to the various development partners for the financial support extended to ICPAC to facilitate the organization of this forum. This is a clear testimony of the commitment of our partners in supporting optimum application of climate services for sustainable development in the Horn of Africa. Finally, I would like to wish you safe journey to your respective stations and capitals. And with these remarks, I would now like, with pleasure, to declare the 66th Greater Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum officially closed. I thank you.
Thank you very much, our guest of honor. He has officially closed this forum. And allow me, guest of honor, just to read these announcements. The first one was about CRIMSA steering meeting. For those who have been invited, it will be in Royal Hall. Pest management, early warning systems, it will be in Mera Hall. And then the user interface platforms will be in Regal Hall. Participatory scenario planning will be in Safia Hall. I believe all of you've heard that. With those, I would like to request our guest of honor and the people supporting you, Director IGAD and ED UNMA, to remain seated here. The media would like to interact with you for a short period of time. So with that, I think we've come to the end. And as you, being here in Uganda is very important. We have so many tourist attractions, like he said. Actually, we have chimpanzee sanctuary in a certain island there. You can take some break and have a rest for 2 or 3 nights so that when you go back, then it will be okay. I want to wish you journey mercies to your respective destinations. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Africa, to feel the love.